Welcome back, everybody, to the VESL. My name's Infernos, joined here with a new face here for the Southeast side, at least not the face I'm so used to. A man with a much better facial hair figure than I am. It's Kevin with a K, hopefully joining us for a really good selection and quite a few selections of games we've got going on here today for the Southeast side.
All right, well, whatever you want to say about my facial hair pales in comparison to your audio-video setup. Oh my god, you look crisp. This is like 144 frames per second. I am just
It's at least something, you know. You gotta if you can't supply the facial hair, you gotta supply it somewhere else. At least, you know, visual fidelity in some capacity there. But we've got a good selection of games starting off here, and we've got a whole lot of them to get through. So let's start off with the first series of the day. We'll get through this one quite as quickly, hopefully, to see how this matchup goes down. Hopefully they don't burn through this too quick. It's Washington versus Havelock. We have seen these two teams multiple times so far here on the Southeast side. I believe we actually saw these teams just last week in the Washington versus Northside game, and then the New Bern versus Havelock game. A really good selection of series on our hands for that one. And then, of course, we saw the two blowout games of the 13-5, 13-4. But the two we actually did get to see the full conclusion of on broadcast were actually pretty darn close series. Bar, I think it was the New Bern Havelock game that kind of got a little out of hand in the second half. But the first half was exceptionally close. Split, though, not the type of map you're expecting a very close matchup to keep it started. It's typically dominated with one side over the other, and it's typically the defenders finding themselves getting a little bit of a lead early, unless the attack tends to take advantage of really good agent selection. I just don't see that speed coming out from either side here.
well described, well analyzed. The thing about Split that is fun and interesting, and part of what makes it so lopsided, is that there's no uniform agent composition. A lot of other maps, Ascent most notably, have a more or less solved composition, or if you want to play something that isn't in that standard one or two compositions, you're specifically playing a certain type of strategy. But Split, there's nothing that really dominates in terms of the meta for team comp. You usually see an Omen, you usually see a Killjoy, but you can still sub those out for Viper, for Cypher, and in the case of our team on Washington's side, they've decided to opt in for Brimstone, which, again, you don't see very often, but I wouldn't even credit that so much to Split as it is to power.
Yeah, it's hard to find as much value for Brimstone, especially on split. You see Brim on maps like Haven, you see Brim on maps like Bind, where they tend to thrive and are the end-all be-all controller for most rosters, and there's a reason for that. The Sky Smoke being able to place all three, lock down multiple different sight lines. It's really important for those sight takes, but you just don't have that same necessity on the map of split. You only need really one cover at most. When you're pushing towards the B site, you're going to cover up inside of Heaven, where they actually just pinged off right there for the side there of Havelock to decide where they're going to move in on the attack. And then you typically ping off as well inside of Alley. So 2 at most, and Alley can be kind of held off for a little bit until you actually opt to do it just moments before you get in towards and out of the garage side. You don't have to have that double or even triple Sky Smoke. You can just do it with a single Omen, or some teams will even go old school and bring out the Astra. But the Cypher Spy Cam will attempt to get a little bit of active information for Washington's side. Havelock as well, peeking in and around the corners. 4chan will plant down the spike and now force a time constraint into the laps of Washington, who still had 2 players fairly stacked up off towards the A side, despite a lot of noise having been made off towards B, and now Spike having officially gone down. Just a really slow wraparound here for Washington, but they do net themselves a first blood from up inside Heaven. A bit of a slow dark cover to cut off that sight line. Pookie needs to create some sort of tertiary angle, but a Cypher Cage and a Tripwire will slow down their very meandering crawl out of this alley side. Though assisted by this Brim, hopefully will help them find a secondary kill. With Face Moocher has other things to say about it. Left down and alone by their lonesome off towards ropes. They remove 2 players from the competition. Naughty now joining in, but it's much too late at this point. Washington way too slow to the defuse, and the first round will fall to Havelock with not too many problems truly to their name here, Kevin.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Havelock started off that round understanding Cyphers usually want to set up on A side. It's an easy like solo hold on to A, and so we may as well just go hard hit B. What was interesting is seeing Washington rotate so slowly off the backs of a very aggressive push out. I believe the Jets saw 3 people in garage at the very start of that round, yet you could see how slowly Washington rotated over. In fact, walking pretty much the entire way from ropes because they were worried about a flank or a lurk the entire time. Again, not something that you really need to be worried about necessarily if you have a Cypher Trap set up or if you even move your Cypher Trap more defensively. But in any case, they played it way too slow. They could have done it. They even got back on the site well, but let's get into this next round.
A really great execution for Aqua Boy, with just a classic and a bit of information off the back of their utility. Knocking down a very important controller for the side of Havelock, and that makes it so that any sort of post-plant scenario to buy time is going to be purely guns up. But the Sheriff from Trash Boat and now the Spectre from Gangi ensure that a lot of the complications that could have arisen from that frag netting up for Washington's first blood now no longer are really trials or tribulations for them. Trash Boat now gets their 3rd kill of this round, hunting for 4th, and Game Zone is really testing the waters and testing the limits at this sight line, at this distance, and will feed the beast proverbially so, as Trash Boat gets their 4th kill in this round with that Sheriff to give Havelock their 2nd round win. And just really wasn't a lot of retake potential for Washington when they trickle in so slowly and feed little by little kills. It's the one-man army that Phoenix can truly be.
Yeah, it looks like actually looking at these rosters now, Washington may have subbed out a couple of their players. But I definitely remember last time I watched these teams play, Havelock, Trash Boat came out swinging. Just a monster with the aim. And the way that last round closed out with Havelock taking it up because of Trash Boat, having some aggressive plays. I mean, that's just classic Havelock, what I saw last time.
Yeah, classic Trash Boat as well. You know you're the entry, and you play a Phoenix, you don't really have the speed and mobility that, say, a Raze as you typically would have on Split, or a Jet would with a Tailwind even. And you kind of have to make up for that by walking pretty darn fast face value into the face of the competitions. You have to have a lot of trust in your gun game. Trash Boat seemingly has a lot of that, though will fall to the hands of Game Zone with that Bulldog. Still finding a kill before that, and then leading the rest of the team forward to isolate more individuals for the Washington side, who maybe grew overzealous in that 2nd round, purchasing maybe a couple weapons they shouldn't. And that just leads Havelock to a trickle of success. Now give them the 3rd round win, showing that with the right agent selection, the attacking side of a Split can start to trickle and snowball quite effectively, especially with the new meta we're seeing in Valorant, where you are buying in round 2, even if you've lost round 1, because you can still have something in round 3, but that something just didn't turn into anything for Washington's defense.
No, it didn't. But luckily, they are able to almost fully buy up again in this round 4, which is part of the reason that you choose to do that. Try to go for that aggressive round 2. If you fall, that's not great, but at least round 4 is a little bit more even than if you were to play more of a traditional bonus round. And I think this is kind of where things really begin. Fully even playing field for the most part, or at least the potential to have fully even playing fields. I did see a Spectre still hanging out on the side of Washington, but there's nothing to complain about gun-wise this game.
Yeah, they look confident right now. I don't think there's anything else to say about it. They're willing to play slow. They're willing to change up the strategy they brought for the first 3 rounds. And we saw a little bit of the passivity in the first round. It's really just them setting up and hoping that an overextension in towards Garage would net them a first blood. In round 2, a lot quicker. In round 3, even quicker than that. Taking control of mid, and he who controls mid in the map split tends to control the rest of the game. Great shots from Andy R2D27. That's 2 players now caught off the Havelock side, losing a big pivotal force that is your Phoenix that you've been so reliant upon, and well, now your Cypher. That's going to be active information gathering that you would have liked to have on towards side, and put in a post-plant scenario to try to keep off the rotate for Washington back in towards the objective, which, speaking of which here, Kevin, they're pretty quickly onto this A site and ready for Havelock to extend into space, considering that last time we saw them have to rotate to a site, 3 people were too slow to it, and this time everyone from Washington is here and waiting for the perfect moment. Too bad Spike's no longer here. It's off towards B instead.
I love the aggressive hold from Washington, punishing Havelock for not forcing their way in like they have in prior rounds, not going for as aggressive play as they normally do, and getting taken 2 out early on. However, Havelock did rotate over very quickly, grabbed a couple on the back end. It is still a numbers disadvantage, but way more even, and you have a lot of space that you still have to take before you even get to the spike on the side of Washington.
We've seen just how slow they've been on the rotate, and one time we now see them be really quick off towards the site where they expected it to go towards. They get punished for it because the exact problem goes the opposite direction. Face Moocher off towards 1, It's 2, it's 3. Tandem trio up and above in rafters, and all of them get knocked down swift as that. It's Washington who had the man advantage, the proverbially advantage, and complete control over the A site where Havelock seemingly were forced to be funneled into in the final 20 seconds. If it wasn't for the fact they had a From the Shadows procced up after the huge spree of success they had in the first 3 rounds on that Havelock offensive, hitting them now 4 in a row, and you're still sitting at Washington where, yeah, they can buy, Kevin, but they're not buying as every single player with a rifle. They're not buying every single player with full armor. It's just 80%, 85%, and you can make up maybe a couple gaps in there with the Blaze, and if you can even get it charged up, which hasn't been the case.
Not at all, but grouping up is the move again for Havelock to maintain this momentum, keep 5 together, find your opening picks, and get onto site. They're doing it very slowly, which is going to allow some rotates over, but it doesn't even matter. Trash Boat is so quick, great crosshair placement, and is getting all the space in heaven they can possibly want.
Yeah, you can feel that comfortability right now for Trash Boat. That run it back gets them 1, hunting for more, and Face Moocher will steal a couple of the limelight, so to say, against that Pookie player for the side of Washington. Off they go, and you've got your only 2 remaining who have to question whether or not it's truly worth it to extend back into this space where they know that Havelock are waiting with loving arms, or maybe not so loving arms, to take them down and remove extra weapons away from the Washington side. But if you do save these weapons, you're then forcing your team to essentially have to buy around the 2 rifles that are remaining, force the hand of the rest of the Washington roster, and you were already struggling with an 80% buy or an 85% buy into this round. The expectation is that you're going to be even worse for wear heading into the next. And having to meet and match too is just going to continue to, well, hurt the cycle that is your credit economy the further you head into this half, as it is 5-0 already for Havelock, who are 1 round away from guaranteeing breaking even at halftime on the wrong side of split, of all things.
Wrong side of split is right. It's not the place that you want to be. Exactly what you were talking about at the beginning of this game, though, is that split generally is a little bit more lopsided of a results map. I mean, it's ultimately going to come down to one side or the other more often than not. And I think that credit not so much to it being a defender-sided map, but to being such a volatile play style and volatile team composition. You've got to play around exactly what your team's strengths are and communicate incredibly effectively. Havelock is showing themselves to be able to do that time over time, round over round. But man, it's a little bit disorganized from Washington.
Yeah, they aren't terribly so stacking the correct objective, which A lot of what it seems to come down to is just kind of a 50-50 gamble about what it's going to be. I'm not seeing a crazy defaulting from Washington, which is as you would expect at this stage, where they don't really know what Havelock are going to bring to every single round. And when you have to play a 50-50 gamble, you have to hope you get it correct. And then when you get it correct, you can't throw overzealous. You can't re-swing angles that, well, you don't have the deserving right to do so, which is the problem for Washington there. Too many players peeking from pillar side into garage when Havelock had major control over that zone because you gave no congestion at the archway entering in towards garage. And if you give up that space for free, you have to be willing to make some constellations elsewhere. And the constellation you have to do is the actual exit out of garage. You need to give them up that hallway and instead play for the actual angle out of garage from up inside heaven. And no one from Washington was there. No one from Washington's holding that tertiary angle. Instead, they took the flat one-dimensional defense, and Havelock have been rightfully punishing them accordingly, as Trashboat now nets themselves yet another kill, this one towards Naughty. You can see the utility starting to stack up here once again as the Cypher Trapwire will get Trashboat. Will the jet from up above manage to catch one or two off guard? They still haven't spotted. Pookie does get one, but just one. There's a good 5 more seconds after the kill where they were completely unknown at that point, and Washington had a chance to cut down more of the Havelock individuals in towards side, as it's just Game Zone now remaining. The Bulldog will find no victims, only themselves at the other end, as 3 more kills tally up in Trashboat's favor, just 1 pip away from the running back again.
I do theoretically like the setup from Washington there. Having 2 people hold that really tight angle on the left side of garage. You have to have the headshot angle perfectly, though, if you're going to be holding aggressively on the swing. Because you saw that it was just a bunch of body shots and then immediately responded on from Trashboat, getting that quick kill out. And then the Cypher Traps actually did catch 2. Full vision, full availability, but wasn't able to capitalize on it. Again, possibly because of the angle that they were shooting from, and possibly because they just couldn't find the angle with the gun.
Of the manner comes down to Washington will be kicking themselves in the rear to make up for it in the next few rounds, but they won't start off so strong here in round 8. It's Trashboat who gets the final pip necessary to close out their run it back. Now the team will set up their utility in for this post-plant scenario. FaceMover playing a very aggressive hold up inside of tower, dealing with 1, and they may fall the game zone. They've got great assistance from Trashboat not too far behind them, who's hunting for a very possible 4K once again off towards this A site. But Pookie is really circumnavigating a lot of the pressure from Game Zone specifically, and instead is now inside of elbow and kind of stuck here. Can't escape back towards screen. There's nowhere else to go. They know a trap wire is directly in front of them. Maybe they could jump over it if they really wanted to try, but have an updraft and it's just noise. There it is. You can use your jet glide right after the fact. The knife in hand, tries to step over quicker through it. Spotted instead by Gengi. And though Gengi has no more eyes, time is too little to matter. And Havelock will net themselves 8 in a row in a very solid start to split that looks like it's only doomed to continue at this rate.
I'm not really sure what the adaptation is at this point. I mean, it's just kind of looking like Havelock has some better gunplay here and a slightly better, more linear strategy on how to approach it. That's part of the benefit of playing on attack first, is that you do kind of dictate the pace of the game. But with it being a defender-sided map, you have to be able to abuse a lot of the reasons why it is so defender-sided. A lot of the angles, a lot of the setups that you have with the Sentinel, and none of that is really being exploited in the way that it could be from Washington. So Havelock is just 5-man pushing it down and winning rounds.
And Havelock are in this state where it looks like the most comfortable map in the world for them. And if there's not really any contention right now from Washington, then they'll gladly take the ability to continue to strive forward and hopefully find the next competitor that can give them a really good setup for it. But getting some contention here in this round, and very cheeky angle being held from R2D27 will at least net them a kill back in return, if it wasn't for the fact that FaceMoocher and, of course, Gengi right afterwards find the kills necessary to refrag and give them that man advantage now in towards side. Enigmatic from up above will quickly drop away from tower, sitting up inside rafters, drop in towards side, and reposition with the rest of the team, aka Gengi, in for the post-plant scenario where Naughty has not too much time here remaining and still has utility they have to cut down in front of him, as with the double Sentinel setup that Havelock are bringing to the table, it creates a really solid post-plant positioning for any of the attacking rounds, no matter the objective they head towards, and it'll create an even more powerful defensive setup, having both the KJ util and that Cypher util to lock down information-wise and utility-wise the Washington team when they attempt to step forward. it's just proving to be too much of a vice grip to try to escape from. 9-0 now for Havelock.
Orbital Strike was online for Naughty. I think there may be something that you could have done there. You did not need to knife the Cypher trip, but you obviously did still have to deal with the bot from Killjoy. You were going to have to push through a lot of information before you even got to give your own information, so I don't think Orbital Strike really could have made anything happen there. I'm not really sure if that was doable for Naughty without some incredibly precise gunplay and movement mechanics. In any case, it's just Havelock securing another round swiftly and easily. Not much more to analyze.
There's though, I'm kind of stuck into the garage for Washington. Pookie
Spike down, B.
finally has their own little spot they've wormed their way into, and it's caught off 2 players for Havelock. That's both your Sentinels. I don't know why they're the front 2 in the face of this Havelock side, or in the face of Washington, I should say. But they are now. Gangi meets them in the afterlife as Pookie's gone crazy. 4 kills. Just Trash Mode, who took the only tertiary angle, one-dimensionally at that, able to secure Andy, but Aqua Boy immediately afterwards gives Washington the final blow necessary to win their first round on the map of Split. And there's still 2 more they need to get by the end of this first half, because the big saying is usually 3 is the minimum you need to work with. Well, Split, it may be the wrong side that you would think and argue that it would go that way. 3 is still solid enough when you consider that you have such solid duelist agent selections for Washington that the speed should be enough to take Havelock off guard for a couple rounds and hopefully start to catch up in the second.
Yeah, before we get too far into this round, I just want to say, tisk, Havelock, that was some lazy play. That was definitely them getting way too comfortable. Like you said, sending their Sentinels forward just because they felt like they could. They had anything to worry about. And now a round is given to Washington. If they can get that 3, like you said, this is definitely doable from the attacker side. Even with double Sentinel to work through, you don't want to give up more than you have to. And looks like Havelock is trying to hold it down a little bit harder.
Washington, though, have a great flank, and Pookie's there to deal with 3. One fell swoop, and Havelock have caught themselves in a very dangerous predicament. It's a 1v3 for Enigmatic, and though there is 1 at the other end of their rifle, 2 more now lie in wait with perfect sight lines off towards the only exit out here for the Havelock player of Enigmatic. Those spikes still under reasonable claim and control as they will collect it here. They're feelingly going to have to rotate here, Kevin. There's just too many unknown obstacles and variables in front of them. They can also bait out the possibility that rotates with that spy cam now darting them, and of course the visual that they've gained from that. It may just be the best time possible for Enigmatic to go back towards sewers, or we test the waters up towards towers as somehow, someway, Aqua Boy, despite seeing them first, falls to the hands of Enigmatic, who's now 1 kill away from a 4K, and a big clutch round for Havelock to get their double-digit stat line in this first half against Washington. As the shots go for Andy, and Andy can't clean house! Havelock secure it with Enigmatic's 4K, and it's double digits already on the map split.
Confidence was key there. Enigmatic just pushed in with all of the gusto in the world, catching them off guard because they were, I mean, everybody else was walking around hoping to catch Enigmatic off guard. But Enigmatic just said, you know what, I think I can win the gunfights, and pushes forward. Do I think it was the right choice? Absolutely not. They definitely should have gone to B. You want to go somewhere you know the Cypher wasn't set up to begin with. But in any case, it got Enigmatic the round, and it did push out that 3-round buffer that we were talking about that could have been possible from Washington and no longer is.
They don't really have the best ultimates to try to close out and secure this final round. Meanwhile, Havelock have their get-out-of-jail-free card if they're from the shadows. We saw them use in round 4. And they also have great utility with the Rolling Thunder, which is a lot more useful, arguably, on that A side, which is one of the reasons why I think we're seeing them rotate. And then the Neural Theft, which is why you have them hanging out alongside your Phoenix, a trash mode, hoping for that first blood and then the information afterwards. But neither of those 2 players find any impact. In fact, it's Space Moocher instead off towards the A site. The Rolling Thunder does go out, but Havelock don't really get anything off the back of it, as Washington were primarily stacked up inside of mid and off towards defender spawn in B site. That now means it'll be a 4 full players now stepping in towards a post-plant scenario on the A site, where you didn't have the best positioning for this. If you're Havelock, you've now been forced to use the From the Shadows to get Fate Smoocher. A shocking run of affairs from the flank. It's not just 2 to catch off the most dangerous players for Washington. No, it's 3, 4 total in the round as Pookie tries to save graces for Washington. Sticking this defuse now up to half, sets down a secondary cloudburst. Pookie has to extend, and it is the 4K you asked for. And the time is just good enough. No problem with the halfway stick. It's Washington getting a second round win, keeping Havelock away from 11.
Switching sides.
Pookie finds it. Pookie finds the secure on a second round. Not quite the 3 you're hoping for, but if they can manage to force a round 1 and a round 2 win on this second half, then we're talking. Then we have a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more buffer on our eco. I can see the vision. Is it an uphill battle? Absolutely. Is it going to be incredibly difficult to push through double sentinel? You betcha. Is it possible? I have my doubts.
I believe we've actually seen Washington on bind, which may be one of the reasons why we're seeing Game Zone be so comfortable with the Yoru, because Sunset, Yoru's pretty darn good. Bind, Yoru is unbelievably powerful. And when you're talking about the high school scene, a lot of it comes down to comfort picks, which may be another reason why we're seeing a really comfortable Phoenix for Havelock. We're seeing a really comfortable double Sentinel from Havelock. We don't typically see that no Viper as well for either side, which is another thing that's kind of shocking considering how much that's dominating collegiate and, of course, the pro scene. Just a lot of comfort picks. And if Washington can be really comfortable with this Yoru and also have that speed and swiftness of the Jets, you'd start to anticipate that they'll use that speed and effectiveness to strike pretty darn quick on towards this B site, where unfortunately First Blood does fall in favor of Havelock. Gengi taking down the forefront player of Pookie. Well, they do get away with a second. Their life may be forfeited here quickly if it wasn't for the wonderful assistance from the flank of Trash Boat and 4chan from the main front entrance towards Garage. Washington have this boat. They're rowing off towards the B site, but a couple too few holes get drilled into the base chassis of it, and they're sunk as quickly as they get into the water.
Double tripwire. They didn't anticipate it. They did not think that they would put all of their value into their Sentinel play. The setup was actually really, really nice from Havelock, having just the turret on A site to hold it, having everything else pretty much set up towards B or mid. And Cypher purchasing 2 trips there actually was the entire reason that Havelock got to take that home, because Pookie did have a really nice entrance, did decide to move just straight through the cage, get onto site, make that space. Could have been really bad because of how far back all the players from Havelock were at. But luckily that second trip did catch Pookie tripping, and the kill just spelled the rest of danger for that.
Havelock at a first blood here in the second round of the second half off the back of a molly. Something you don't necessarily see often, mostly just because you don't see Phoenix often in this regard. 4chan with a cheeky LMG vibe as well for the round 2, able to strike effectively for one, hit fired from Pookie, and though they may fall, Trashboat's not far behind for a refrag. They also meet their make quickly afterwards from Washington. Still with that first blood from 4chan, you're looking at a man advantage still for the Havelock side. It just gets worse for wear with Face Moocher and a wild swing with a Marshall. Off goes the head of Aquaboy, and Nade now is all by their lonesome in a 1v3 with only a classic in hand, and their only hiding point is quickly cleared out by Gengi's util. That's why you bring a breach, baby, and that's why you have Havelock now sitting at 12. The 2 of Washington, 1 round away from sending us on out a split already here, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't see this one turning around for Washington.
Hard to envision it.
It's really difficult to envision it. Havelock not only have all of what they need in the world, from econ to round buffers to double sentinels, but even if Washington was able to find a few rounds just randomly on a nice streak here, Havelock has kind of just shown that they are a little bit more coordinated, a little bit better at communicating, and it's not going to be difficult for them in the course of the next 10 rounds to find 1 win.
You have to play lights out. This has to be flawless from Washington for 10 rounds, and the bigger question is, are you capable of doing so? And is the mental available to do it as well? It's just physical capabilities, it's mental capabilities. And Pookie, well, they've been playing pretty lights out. They're going to have a whole lot more dangers in front of them. That's 3 really great kills, though, off towards mid, as Havelock played a very aggressive stance and tried to meet Washington early to try to see if they could send themselves on out of this map as quick as can be. And while that just failed them here, they still have plenty more rounds to make up for it, as Washington will take that heaven approach, drop down in towards the B site, and get that spike down and hopefully net themselves a few extra credits on top, as Enigmatic will hopefully put some rain on the parade that is Washington, dropping a couple more weapons from their hands and making this round, which was already needing to be nearly perfect from Washington, to continue to hold the advantage and not drown their eco out for the remainder of these rounds for the next 2 where it could still be dicey. They're now starting to trickle guns more so in favor of Havelock, who Enigmatic can just scrape one more gun away. It's a win despite it not even being a win, and that's the craziest part about rounds like this, where the slightest thing can completely change the game, as Enigmatic knows the util is coming, knows they want to kill them out, and will fall back wisely as Washington just hold themselves around that corner towards defender spawn.
I think that it might have actually been an interesting idea for Enigmatic to stick around and try to force them to either die to bomb or take another gun or two off themselves. If you ruin that eco, even off the backs of that round win, they're going to have to play even more perfectly than they just did with a much worse eco, with a much worse gun situation. And Pookie, as godlike as they are playing, they're incredible crosshair placement, nice flicks, and great aggression to get a lot of these opening kills. You can only do that with a certain amount of economy on hand. So Enigmatic does back off, saves themselves a hero gun while the rest of the team saves. But I don't know if that was the best long-term play. I think you go for what's going to short-term close out this game. You don't want to give Washington too much room to breathe.
Passive is not the worst thing in the world, though, and the ultimate takes a couple more rounds to get the job done. As long as you look good doing it, then there's not really too big of a problem for it. You'll just have to think twice maybe about the next one. Pookie in a very bad spot, though. Double flash, forced to use their last of their cloud burst to stay alive and well. Boy and Pookie now Lou finding the first two bloods, though Andy does fall to a frenzy in the hand of Trash Boat. Doesn't mean that you're still sitting in a really bad spot. It just means that the run it back from Trash Boat was a bit more effective than you necessarily would have liked. Pookie striking for Face Moocher. Take Trash Boat as well, why don't you? And Enigmatic will also be victimized by the Vandal in Pookie's hands. That's 4 kills for Pookie. And Washington up to 4 rounds, where so much of their success story here, Kevin's coming purely off the back of Pookie getting in the face of Havelock and punishing them for not being ready with their gun up and not making it so it's a entry-on-entry battle with Trash Boat v Pookie, which would arguably be the only player I can see here taking down Pookie with the way they've been heating up.
Yeah, Pookie's really trying to put the game on their back here. I want to just say that that round was ultimately the expectation after Enigmatic decided not to push in and take a little bit more of the economy away with only 1 hero gun available for Havelock. The expectation was that Washington was going to win that round. So I don't want to give them too much credit in terms of, oh, they're definitely going to make a comeback, because if they win this round, that's when I'm going to really start giving Pookie a lot of credit and giving the team of Washington a lot more, I guess, potential in my mind to actually take this game home. I don't think the last round was an indication, and I actually love the timeout from Havelock just to remove all momentum away from Washington. Get Pookie's fingers a little bit colder before moving into the next round.
I bet I hope you got some hand warmers at the ready, because you've now been iced out for the next 60 seconds. If it works in football, it's going to work here, right? I mean, you've been playing lights out now for the last 2 rounds. You've really solidified where you stand, where your potential is, and that you need to be a feared player, a feared agent in general, because you're a Jet. And so much of the current meta, especially for maps like Ascent, where the meta doesn't change, comes down to whichever Jet pops off the best and whichever entry or duelist pops off the best here on Splits is the team, or kind of the player, that determines how the round is going to pan out. As you had a great swing by Trash Boats. Unfortunately, Game Zone will survive, but Aqua Boy does not have the same level of luxury. Trash Boat now finding a second victim, and a very poorly timed reload from Game Zone makes that one dicey just the same. Trash Boat 3 kills and a very meandering 4th. Just Pookie on sight, and the ace may be stolen. It's Havelock with 13. Just to the 4 of Washington, and that iced out round, though Pookie was not given the chance to shine. The rest of the team couldn't shine either, and it leads to the result of that round loss. We jump on over very quick here, Kevin. The Jones Senior versus West Craven game over on Icebox. It seems they're ready.
We had a lot of games happening tonight. We just got to make sure that we're hitting them all for you guys. So back to back is how we're going to play this one out, regardless of how the Drake beef is currently turning out. So Jones Senior versus West Craven. And Icebox is a fun one. Another map that we don't see like constantly. I guess it did kind of only recently. And recently is a very relative term, but recently got added back to the competitive rotation. Most people choose not to play it to begin with.
I'm just pumped at the Clove pick, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
My hands are up. I was excited. Not too often you see Clove. Now, I will point out the only place I've seen Clove now in Valorant is the high school scene. I don't know what it is with high school players and liking Clove. Maybe it's the ability to still be useful after death, which is a crazy piece of utility that's available, having the smokes even after you fall, and you have the ability to resurrect and stand up. And if there's any player I'm looking at specifically, it's going to be West Craven's Pluto. who's, I believe, their Raze player, and they play on maps like Bind. So seeing them step off of the main duelist role or main entry role and instead picking up the Clove could maybe lead me to question what the main idea is going to be here for West Craven, because they don't have a mainstay duelist. There is no Jet, there is no Raze, there is no Phoenix, which we see over the Jones Senior side. It's not even a Chamber, who used to be called the 7th duelist in the game of Valorant, when they reared their ugly head for 2 years in a row, it felt like, and would not stop being played in every competitive level of play. It's a complete absence of having a mainstay duelist, which means Pluto, who is kind of their duelist usually, if I remember correctly, and I think I am, I have their money cut out for them. But this Jones Senior side is a really good side, considering the last time these two teams faced, I believe it was actually a 5v4. I think it was West Craven with just 4. Player DC'd and could not reconnect, and the game ended 13-4, if my notes are correct. And that was not a good day for West Craven, who also proceeded to go 13-5 the game prior to that. Not a good day for them.
Doesn't sound like it. Let's see on this game, this day, everything is new, everything is fresh. We are on Icebox. We've got very fresh compositions, and when I say fresh, I mean these do not see the light of professional competitive play. But in any case, I do prefer West Craven's setup just a little bit. Yes, they are lacking the duelist, but they have a lot of control with the Viper. Exactly, with the Viper and the Clove, they have a lot of control to be able to do things like this. Hold your Viper wall, but you still get to smoke off Boiler. That's going to make it incredibly easy to hit B and take all of control of mid.
Feels like Jones Senior are lacking a big piece of kit with, Viper not being there, and you would supplement that with a Harbor. It's not a perfect supplement. In fact, you usually bring both, but if you're not going to have one, you surely should have the other. But Jones Senior are now lacking both. It's going to be very difficult for them defensively and offensively to close gaps in space. And I think maybe a bit of that problem here in the first round is a nice wall for West Craven. Isolates now a very dangerous individual, Mercy Puffs, who's in a very tight spot. Have a man advantage for a while, though. Crumbs will eventually manage to secure themselves not just 1, but 2 kills in this round. A Slimer has to trade out Gil's loss of life and equal us into a 1v1 scenario as the spike does go down on this B side, and West Craven are forced to fall back and play for a much smarter hold of this objective. Slimer with only 18 HP and Crumbs not doing much better. 2 more HP, 2 HP deferring between these two players. Jones Senior somehow still are in the worst part of this. Any right click from Crumbs at almost any range could probably take down Slimer, so you would maybe want to trade the Classic for a Ghost, but a body shot from Slimer would guarantee you the kill just the same. And Crumbs is running out of time. No clue what they need to do, and the Clove smokes from West Craven closing off the sight lines for Crumbs, forcing them even further back, and very well may have just guaranteed a really easy defuse. If Crumbs continue to stick this, they have to get it in time, and they just barely get the kill off Slimer to ensure as West Craven. They may not even had enough time for the defuse. It was close though. West Craven get themselves that first round win.
Yeah, you're dead on. Not enough time for the defuse, which just kind of speaks to Crumbs playing it a little bit too slowly. In any case, right, with the timing there, it was possible, and Slimer was a little bit slow on the draw, unless they were just incredibly confident, which it didn't look like they were, that the defuse wasn't going to come out. Just a little bit of laggy brain fog for this first round from both teams. I did see a little bit of something from West Craven, though. Pluto throwing up both of the Clove smokes, and then you could tell there was a piece of communication, because as soon as those went up, Slimer swung out of B long and went to yellow, understanding that they could not be seen from Snowman. So I do see some good communication coming out from West Craven, and I'm hoping to see how that translates into actual rounds.
Yeah, smart communication, good communication is one of the biggest factors for what makes and separates a good team from a great team. Gunplay makes any team good. Communication makes that good team even better. The standard of being great. First blood for Pluto, and talk about them lacking a duelist. Your Clove can get in the face and still be used. One of the reasons why we're probably seeing them opt for that instead. Shadow out, unfortunately, she will not survive the onslaught of Slimer. Still, like I said, that Clove utility could be useful for Jones Senior if it wasn't for the fact that it's just Mercy Puffs remaining with a headhunter in hand, and while it does find a body shot off towards relocate, it's got 4 more players it needs to cut through with only 2 more bullets left to do so. And a Classic they'll have to switch to afterwards. They'll peek off towards elbow first. Pluto is spotted, but a great triple swing from West Craven completely destroys Mercy Puff's chances of getting anything further in that second round. And it will be West Craven to take their bonus as expected and now head into the next with 4 rifles still. No, they'll make it 5. Why not commit, Pluto? Get yourself another rifle too.
Very interesting purchase for that round, too. Both teams coming into this with nearly full buys. Seems like West Craven actually didn't wind up pulling the trigger on having full purchases in the last round and just went for a couple of guns out, which is ultimately a very cocky way to play, but the confidence does pay off for them, understanding that Jones Sr. is playing a little bit too defensively and that they're probably not going to go for an aggro second round eco, or a second round force, I should say. So both teams coming into round 3 on a more even playing field, not what you love to see.
An attempt there for Mercy Pops, and unfortunately the rendezvous was a little slow to actually activate, and because of that difference in speed and no longer being as good as it used to be with the distance you had to fall back towards, you get too much damage dealt back towards you. 72 HP now left. And you can see West Craven are taking space very effectively. Mercy Pups does manage to take down Relocate. That's an initiator for West Craven, no longer available. That Gecko would have been quite nice to have the wingman go ahead and plant that instead. West Craven will not be too concerned about this, and they'll say, hey, you may have gotten us beat a little bit here. We lost the Gecko, and losing that initiation is where we don't really want to sit. Let's rotate on over to the A site instead, or we'll work up through mid. You've got 2 options here, and with Gil rotating and bringing Spike up through mid, I think the rest of the team's now decided this is where we'll head through just the same. Do you take this all the way through to A, or do you take the free space inside Orange? It looks like Orange will be the avenue of approach if it wasn't for Cloud taking down Pluto, making this a little bit harder as Cloud is spotted up inside Kitchen and taken down just the same. It's West Craven reclaiming that man advantage, and they're taking just full claimant control here, Kevin, in the entire map, walking absolutely everywhere, and still having utility in the back pocket of this club, being available to play smokes, should it be required in this post-plant scenario.
Once again, Crumbs coming around Snowman, trying to find their way back onto site, use a bomb, see if there's any speed behind this. Shadowheart actually swinging out with the blind does allow them to even up the numbers here.
Guns have to be perfect, and I don't know if Slimer knows which direction they're coming from. Too much noise everywhere. Gil makes a big, hefty noise, grabbing the rope just before they fall, and because of that, that's an easy cleanup kill for Crumbs, who steps in quickly, and step up for Shadowheart, up towards the spike is their time. There should be plenty to finish this one out, as Jones Sr. finally have a swift enough step in on the retake here, Kevin, to ensure victory in a post-plant scenario. And a lot of that's off the back of the early loss of Relocate for West Craven, who, while yes, they haven't been playing perfect with a 1 and 3 stat line, their utility is so darn important, and we saw it there in the end for Jones Sr., where Crumbs flashes out for Shadowheart, and even further uses their utility super effectively to secure both Gil and help, of course, with Slimer to close out that round.
Super fantastic round from Jones Sr., playing that really nicely with Crumbs and Shadowheart playing very much together, but moreover, capitalizing on the fact that West Craven was holding abysmal angles, pushing up underneath. It just didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, as opposed to holding like yellow. You have a lot of ways to shoot that bomb up top if you even wanted to plant there, which you probably didn't need to, but instead they were just playing all around the bomb site and getting picked off one by one, having to take individual fights. So didn't love that from West Craven.
Craven probably didn't love it too much either, not being able to position quite well for a post plant. Doesn't sit quite pretty with you. As Hill will take a step up and plant in a non-default place that we've seen from West Craven so far. Reason why you don't bring the wingman there is you can't place it out in the open like we're seeing West Craven really ought to do so here, knowing that the weapons they have in their hand maybe aren't the best at distance, and they want to make sure they can just wildly spray through and dump utility into that open space instead. Pluto with the Vandal does secure Stormzy. Relocate gets the refrag back towards Mercy Pops, having just locked Listless off the team. Gale with almost a collateral, but it takes 2 shots to get 2 kills as Pluto finishes the job. And West Craven, despite the somewhat lackluster buy heading into the 4th round, still somehow scrape away big success off the 2 kills from Pluto, and Gil striking true with a sheriff, I should say, for 2 kills back to back, not missing a shot in their spray down. Jones Sr. just had no way to really counteract the plant attempt there from West Craven.
Jones Sr. won a very crucial round in round 3, especially from an economy angle, and then did not quite capitalize, as West Craven was able to force themselves onto site very quickly as 5 onto B site due to some maybe more defensive holds from Jones Sr., and just evened up the economy. In fact, took advantage of the economy. Now they have the upper hand coming into this round 5. and suddenly it just didn't look like anything actually changed from Jones.
Completely different team of West Craven, it feels like, in their last matchup against this Jones Senior side. And I believe it was the matchup where they had a player less than Jones Senior. But they look alive and they look like they came here for revenge, and they're doing so quite well. That's 2 kills already in this round. Listless does have their sight line goofed up by with a utility from the Gecko on the opposing end of Jones Senior of Crumbs. But past that, you have to really relocate. Past that, you'll have to really be quite wary of the fact that 3 players up for West Craven, one of them a Viper's Pit, up and running. And Mercy Puffs with a Sheriff and or a Headhunter that I think is officially out of ammo. No, just 1 bullet left. There's not too much to be worried about. 1 single shot, a pistol, a rifle, anything, a snake bite would close out the life and HP pool of this remaining defender and Jones Senior. Though they do scrape 1 kill off, it's not the biggest woe and worry for West Craven. They'll gladly buy up another one. They have the money in Slimer's pocket, and they'll head into the next round.
Got a timeout coming out here, so let's look at these lineups and talk a little bit about what the game plan should be. Jones Senior playing on the defense right now. They've got Chamber as their primary sentinel. Not fantastic. You also are kind of playing this double initiator, but one of the initiators is a little bit more single playing. Then you have another controller that isn't really a true controller and is a little bit more oriented. And then you have Phoenix, who is a true duelist. What I'd like to see them doing is taking a little bit more space across the board in pairs, if they can. They're clearly not, taking a little bit more space, I guess, on the wings is maybe what I want to say. Mid control is not going to be very possible when you're dealing with Clove and Viper utility. So if you can push up in pairs on the wings of A site, pushing down A main, pushing down B long in 2s until you find a little bit more information, ideally not getting kicked off yourself. If they're pushing as 5, not much you can do. But you need to be able to take the space that they're not taking themselves. That's the thing that you're going to have a lot of advantage on, having 2 initiators and like 7 flashes on your team.
You have so much kit, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of oomph past it, right? And that's going to be something that needs to be quickly capitalized upon, especially considering that the approaches into these sites are typically very flat. I mean, B site, you really only step in towards green. It's hard to make big impact in through orange, and if they do opt to do so, you should have a player in tube anyways to lock that down. Whether that be your Sky, which would be the player I would really opt to put there, because it gives you the ability to rotate back in towards B to help out your Chamber on side, or you have a player sitting up on stack towards the heaven or top mid side and watching the angle in through tube as well, because windows been created and added on the map of Icebox. Either the case, it does not matter. Pluto will remove all obstacles in their way, and the obstacle's name is Crumbs, as Cloud Daddy also fought from the hands of Gil. And the overhill for Clove comes through as well, just to make matters worse, really feeding that duelist mentality that Pluto is trying to work with here with this lineup on Icebox that's so darn interesting for West Craven. And I think it's going to be something they ought to use for a while with the success they're finding here. 3 players left for Jones Senior. Tour de Force is up, and they've avoided its sightline so far. But you'll have to assume that it is doomed to at least strike 1. The issue is making sure you refrag that as quick as you possibly can, as Shadowheart fails to deal with relocate, tries to pick themselves back up, and lives through it with a kill onto Pluto, who throws it right back. Resurrection for resurrection, why not? Pluto stays in the fight. It's a West Craven round, yes, follows their way, but quite a scenario with the Cloves going head to head, and still having West Craven come out on top of Pluto.
It was very funny to watch, but sad to see. Jones Senior playing, again, very defensively, and what did it get you, right? You played really far back on A side, didn't take any space despite nobody pushing up from the attacking side there at all. You moved back, pushed towards kitchen off of a little bit of information, and instead what you just did is you gave up all of it mid, and then they got a free rotate onto A site anyways. You had no space to deal with. They weren't worried about anybody being behind them. They weren't worried about anybody having pushed A main already. So they just got to push onto site for free, understand exactly where the defensive team is going to be trying to retake from, and play accordingly. It's such a linear and easy game plan for West Craven when Jones Senior isn't making it difficult for them at all.
Yeah, if there's not very many obstacles, if they're not being gate kept in any capacity, then that's honestly a fault that needs to be fixed sooner rather than later, because you're starting to see these rounds capitulate further in favor for West Craven. Listless with a great shot, assisted by Gale, of course, to ensure that first blood does fall in favor of Jones Senior, and lacking now that Gecko, though still with an initiator, but a bit more than you would really like to be losing at this point. Great shot attempt with the Hunter's Fury to get a lot of damage off towards that clove, but not yet be able to finish the job. 5 HP is remaining on top for Shadowheart. Have the, ult anymore to try to bring that back up. Thrash goes around the corner, does detain one, and they have been spotted off the back because of that as Gil lines them up and knocks them down 3 in a row, and it's a full strike. Now Jones Sr. all off the board in 6, guaranteed breaking even in this first half for West Craven.
Only one was detained there, and the other 2 were holding the body, yet Gil just fires through all of them, finds all of the kills before even bothering with the person that's detained. Such great play from Gil right there. I don't think that Jones Sr. probably should have lost that. I think they were even set up in the correct way to deal with that situation. That's a very specific situation, yet Gil showed a little bit more prowess.
I think Gil just knows when to swing. I think that's kind of the thing we're kind of seeing right now for West Craven. They have a really good communication. And when the call-out's been made that there are 2 players detained, you have Thrash that's gone through. You know there's a 3rd there just around the corner because you had Spotlight from your recon bolt as well. It's just a matter of having a player be forward enough and be committed enough to take that engagement, and Gil will 9 times out of 10 be the one to do so. Udo and Gil are kind of a tandem duo that seems nearly impossible to stop, but if you can't, you're going to see the scoreline get so drastically in favor for West Craven that it's going to feel very hard pressed to try to recover back from it. As Pluto sets up some smokes down behind them, we'll keep a sight line towards mid removed, so no one from Tube nor Orange can have any visual off towards attack respawn. And it'll be a full sprint and rotate in towards the A site where, yes, there is no active defenders there for Jones Seniors, which may be a bit annoying if they let West Craven into site too quick, which they happen to do so here. And it makes matters worse when they even use the lockdown of all things, with all 4 players up as Wingman gets the plants and buys even more time to keep the defenders back. With no real ultimates that can help you, just hoping that the main advantage of the run it back could be here, as we do see that get popped here. Crumbs was spotted stepping into this clove bubble. Cloud will eventually be felled by Listless, and a second on top. Crumbs off the board. Mercy Puffs forced to rendezvous out as they'll get their 3rd kill of the round, but they lose their only teammate remaining, and they can't cut down the rotating player running back. Does Mercy have it in them to deal with the final 2? They'll line up. Is it a freebie? But they just don't have the space to step in towards sight, and time is running out, and they know it. They'll stick it here. They have to. They can't. They know it. They run away. What is there left to do? Listless knows all they can do is just wait out time, die to spike, and get themselves their 7th, because the credits, man, they are stacked here, Kevin. There's no worry whatsoever about buying the next.
I mean, you would think that the spawns were reversed for the attacking and defending side. If I were to create you a heat map of where each of the teams has spent the most time or has existed on this map, this game, it would be like a 25% arc around kitchen and shallow A main for Jones Sr., and then the rest of the map would be West Craven's. I mean, how high risk is it to push one of your members up towards, say, pipes, right, on Jones Sr.'s side to get information audibly, and then if you don't hear anybody, continue to push through so you get even more space onto A main. It helps if you have to retake if they push towards A from mid, and it helps if you have to retake from behind them on B side as long as the rest of your team doesn't die. However, they found some good adaptation here as Gil evens up the numbers, unfortunately.
So nasty of a shot from Gil. You gotta check that corner, and West Craven do so well. And that 2nd blood as well for Rendezvous. Now nets a, sorry, Melissa, I should say, or Slimer, I should say, nets them now a even position. We're initially a man up, but Mercy Puff steps up to the table, and we saw the last 2 remaining players of Mercy Puffs and the Phoenix and Choice remaining. It's not gonna matter. The last round, it worked out for West Craven. This time won't. Even when the Viper's Pit is popped, they just kept a bit too far out of it if you're Gil. Give up the round off towards Jones Sr. But you've already at 7. You know you have a huge lead, and Jones Sr. don't have a lot of wiggle room. Even with the success of that round, they're still going to be in a semi-uncomfortable spot for this next buy, where Cloud doesn't have enough eco to buy up a rifle and full armor. They could, but then they have to make the deconsolation choice saying, hey, do I get something for my teammate? Do I help out elsewhere? Do I have them buy me something? Do I have utility? Crumbs needs to make the conscious effort as well, because as an initiator, util is quite expensive. You have to be very cognizant of how you use it, especially if you don't recollect and make use of it in the further stages of those rounds, which is when I get those pride points. And Mercy Puffs Well, they have the most money by far here, Kevin, because they've been getting the most kills. 16, the best in the lobby. The rest of the team can't even add up to meet that same tally. As West Craven have every single player on their team doing better than every single player on Jones Senior side, bar Mercy Pups.
Yeah, that's definitely the name of the game here. I mean, it's just West Craven playing a little bit more controlled evenly across the board. They're very team-oriented gameplay, and Jones Senior is kind of relying on Mercy Puffs for a lot of their round wins. That one did wind up going the way of Jones Senior, and I credit that mostly to West Craven just abandoning everything that's been working for them. They've been taking mid and B site like primarily for the last 7 rounds, and then this round they just decided to throw it all away and push everybody up towards A site. It didn't work. It didn't work. They lost one person in mid, so they weren't able to get any more space up towards Boiler, and instead they just had to tunnel down A site, take a lot of really hectic scrambled fights, and they lost.
The going gets tough. You have to get tougher, and West Craven just kind of fold under the pressure of that really kind of dangerous engagement. I'll have to really think twice now, Kevin, about how they'll re-engage that A site, and I think for the time being, they'll opt to go elsewhere, and hopefully that timeout as well will help them collect themselves further and maybe help assist on this next pursuit in towards B, as 3 players will step in through Orange, 2 up into Hall. No, sorry, 3 up in through Hall. I think 1 or all of them are just going to fall back. They don't like the fact that there was 0 audio cues, 0 visual inside of Kitchen. And they'll say, hey, we can just take site quite directly. They're going to be stuck in a pretty big pincer here, as you do have the Gecko, as well as your Phoenix and Clove on the opposing side of the A side. They'll come from defender spawn, and you have 2 players in through green, one of which has been removed, the best player on the side of Jones Senior, but still remaining is an initiator who can flash themselves out and are quite darn good at doing so. Stormzy up and running, down goes Dill. While you do have Cloud falling as well, it's still Stormzy in a really good spot if it wasn't for Listless dominating with the shot right to their head. Jones Senior now left with only Crumbs remaining. How much will they leave here? It may just be Crumbs, though you do have Listless at very low HP. The utility is so darn impactful. They'll be spotted, left out in the open, forced to hide, forced to run. And there's no chance to defuse. You'll rotate away. Can you get the kill? You can. Pluto does not make it out of dodge.
So I like the concept for that round for Jones Senior. I thought actually they had a fairly good setup, you know, barring one issue, right? They had Mercy Puffs and Stormzy pushed up B long. They took a lot of space on B long. They weren't going to allow people in without taking a frag here or there. That was fantastic. A side, because they decided to play aggressively on B side, they played a little bit more defensively on A so that they could pincer if they needed to without losing too many players. What was lacking? Somebody holding mid. Yeah, you can't just hold from Boiler. You're going to get smoked off. They just went under, so the trap in Kitchen didn't catch anybody. It was just a blind spot there for an otherwise pretty solid setup. But unfortunately, what that means is that's negative reinforcement, and they're just going to abandon those principles altogether. They're playing really defensively again, and I hope they don't get punished for it, but I feel like they're going to.
Left their Clove out and towards mid for a bit more of a defensive position there, as there is, of course, the 2 window that has been created with the Icebox slight rework. People would argue maybe not enough. Thrash does go in towards side, and let's actually get a player detained, and we'll stop them, actually 2, and we'll stop them from going for the plant for the time being, but it doesn't last forever. The rest of the team for West Craven do a wonderful job of actually providing great cover fire. Pluto sets up more smokes and cover to top off line of the sight for Jones Senior's side. Shadowheart from up above now has the resurrect as well, and can, even after the afterlife, still be useful for the roster. They'll all come direct in towards the corner. Shadowheart will in fact go ahead and use the revive, and now we'll need to start headhunting to make sure they can stay alive and well, and even save the rifle and the remainder of this one. Stormzy, there it is. There's a kill from Shadowheart. Stormzy in through. Pluto has to step in. Can they get this denial in towards Spike? Is this just being stuck? And they can't. Shadowheart gets an 8, though there technically was 2 kills on a Pluto alone. Still 5 in the round. Let's tally it up for him. Why not, Kevin? West Craven will not guarantee a 10-round spree at the second half. They're kept back. In the best case they can ask for is a 9-3 should they win this next round.
Lovely, lovely. A little bit more even of a game. I'd love to see that. Now, Jones Senior did not set up in the way that I would have preferred for them to, but West Craven did that thing again where they just pushed everybody down A, which is just abandoning all the principles for the stuff that was working for them before. They did get an opening pick, but Jones Senior was able to push them back with a very, very nice Gecko ultimate. Like just holding them down long enough for everybody to be able to rotate in and then actually wind up winning the scramble fights again. So clearly they work well in the chaos, and West Craven works a little bit better with the organized structure. But we're, again, pushing down A. Luckily, not as hard and fast right now. Hopefully they're just going to look for a pick and then play a little bit more smart.
Kind of tempering of how West Craven have been playing this A side. It's created a very well-forged blade that they need to use as effectively as possible, and we've seen some glaring weaknesses in that blade, and a lot of it comes from the latter stages of it. It gets duller and duller the closer you get towards the tip, and West Craven need to very much so really be careful about these post-plant scenarios where you see Jones Sr. have so much effective control from up in rafters, where we saw Shadowheart start from and in from in that last round. Now they're on very low HP. No revive obviously available for them, so that's going to be a problem as Pluto tallies up their third kill of this round and even make sure that the point is known that they can get as close to an ace as possible. Their teammates stole it. Let's tally it for them anyways, right? That's what they'll try to cope with it. As West Craven will in fact reach their 9th round win of that first half and take the attacking side, as you would really expect for the map of Icebox, which is a very attacker-favored map, especially when you play a lineup that is so darn effective at making use of that toxic screen, which now has the choice of being pretty split about where you'll place it, but it's majority-wise going to be for that A lockdown, and that is where we see it in round 1.
If I don't see a flash around every damn corner from the side of Jones Sr. on this map, I think they're doing it wrong. I mean, you really put a lot of stock into your ability to take angles and take sights with all of your initiator utility, and having double flash on Phoenix, who doesn't really have another way to get in other than double flashes. By the way, they forgot to buy light shields. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but they just have $400 in the bank. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite them. But in any case, they need to be getting a lot of utility out to take in space.
Knowing a KJ's on the board, you'll say, hey, we can just smoke that out. No need to be too concerned with that. And eventually will still spot one, as Jones Sr. a little bit slow for the lagging 2 players behind your main Clove up in the foray up of Shadowheart for Jones Sr.'s attacking side. Tell Slimer everything they need to know. They will be, in fact, exiting out through hallway, and they just need to be kind of waiting with proper line of sight to do so. The wingman is getting this plant, though. Slimer has no ability to deny this. Landed a pretty interesting spot off the back of the wingman doing that. Jones Sr. do have an even position with Mercy Puffs taking down one more, and the rest of West Craven can just kind of wait things out. Really prep for a retake as a wonderful flash from Cloud almost takes down Listless, saved by Pluto. Pluto starts the defuse. Mercy blinded. Can they extend it back in towards space? They can't. There's nothing you can really do here. This is planted horrifically for the rest of the roster that exited out towards green. The wingman truly just bit you in the rear rather than helping you.
Can we all collectively, as a Valorant community, agree that planting up there is not the right choice? Like, I understand it being a pretty reasonably good choice on A nest, but on B, it just doesn't work out, right? Like, I don't think that there's a lot of good angles that you can play from. Yellow, the angle is a little bit too shallow unless you plant it perfectly. If you plant it, I guess, a little bit more towards the west side of the top of nest, then you can peek even from B long. But in any case, it's still, you're having to fire through sheet metal, and that's never the ideal position to be in when you're trying to play post plant. You're giving your opponents a lot of space to walk up.
The pistol round as well, right? Firing through sheet metal in a pistol round is beating your head against a brick wall and expecting your IQ to rise, right? It's not going to work out the way you want it to. It's going to go nearly the complete opposite. Because you do have the defense now of West Craven, who have reached double digits. We call this the check corner chokehold. And will they continue to rise to the occasion and accelerate through to round 13? Or will they be gate-kept for a while as Jones Sr. on the favored half? Hopefully start to find some momentum for them. But this round hasn't been panning out so well. The SMGs that are bought up for the freebie round for West Craven are, well, striking true. There's not much more they can say about it. Gill with the flank up through Peltz. Catches one off guard. Crumbs has assistance, of course, but you can see West Craven are hunting, and they are hunting quite well as the flash gets Crumbs, and Gill solo Stormzy off screen. It's the 11th, whereas Craven, and not only so, it's flawless, which means they can just hold exceptionally tight corners heading into this next round and continue to hold on to the SMGs and weapons that they forced out in round 2 with not a problem to their name.
Sorry, I took a sip of my water. That round ended already? That was
crazy.
Quick. That's definitely warranting a timeout, I think. it is just the second round there. It's just a buy round that you lost. You lost in commanding fashion, but it was, again, just a buy round. It's totally... Actually, I'm looking at these economy numbers, and maybe it's not so fine.
I think they might share. Maybe wrong.
It's hard to tell, right? Because none of them got a chance to shoot the gun.
That's also a big factor as well, because they didn't get very many kills in round 1, and then in round 2, they got no kills with no spike plant as well. Putting them in this spot where they didn't get the free credits you would really want in round 2, 100 to everybody, or 200 to everybody, whatever the tally comes down to, and you didn't get enough kills on top of it to have any player be brought to a good enough position to make up credits for anybody else, or help even out the odds. So unless Jones Sr. bought a little bit of utility right before they called that timeout, this is going to be a round where they can't buy everything. They won't have full armor for sure. They can't bring proper rifles, and even utility could be scarce if they're not too careful, but they'll at least have Bulldog, some Spectre with real armor, and then I guess Mercy's going to bring the Headhunter, which does save you a lot of credits, but you're asking a lot when those actually cost credits at the end of the day. And you're really praying that the headshots can be perfect for Mercy, and I just haven't seen that same prowess we saw in the middle of the first half here in the second half.
Neither team put any stock into mid here. I think that's very interesting. So now we just have a 5v2 aggression as the rest of West Craven is playing incredibly slowly on this rotate, worried that they're going to get flanked on or lurked on, when in fact all of Jones Sr. is over here and ready to commit. But they haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Can't. They let Gil get away for free. And with Wingman going forward with a spike, now it's full spike control. West Craven can in fact rotate, but Crumbs is refusing to do so. Now I'm starting to really question what we're seeing being brought up for West Craven. Spike is under total control. Wingman went too far. You shot him out, buddy. Didn't get to do much here. Yet where is the West Craven rotate and relocate, whose name should have proven that they could pivot in quite quickly if their name is entirely indicative of that. A little bit slow as well from your KJ, who was kind of mostly involved in that one, but not exactly there. Jones Sr., they force up as much as they can. And they'll get out of that round picking up 2 rifles that West Craven had brought forward. And they'll get away with all of the weapons they had initially with the flawless round result, keeping West Craven at the 11th and showing that they surely can bleed defensively, because that was a very poor round for West Craven on that B side.
I'm still confused. That round was like somebody wrote one sheet on how you're supposed to play a round of Valorant from both sides, and then they just shuffled all of the points. Nothing there happened in the order that you would have anticipated it to happen in, yet West Craven still lost.
Give you a chance to do that again, Crumbs, don't worry.
Let's try again.
Didn't even collect it, I don't think.
Scout
He just
destroyed.
disappeared. He can just poof. But he did not want to return. Either way, Jones Senior still have all their players, and not really anyone actively defending this B site with a early confrontation. It's just another passive approach inside of Orange, just kind of biding their time and waiting for a Jones Senior to peek in towards side first, or make the mistake like they did previously by bringing Wingman into the plant, which is the case as we planted more so for default corner, and this one will not be denied. A very good plant for Jones Senior, keeping all 5 rifles up far until Shadowheart bites Slimer's bullets, and it's West Craven at that man advantage, now made to 2 and maintained for the time being. As frags go both directions. It's now just a single one with Slimer needing to be very careful. Now how we see this next extension out. Crumbs round the corner. Relocate will start to stick this defuse. It was the Wingman to attempt to do so. As Mercy Puff steps up to the plate with a Bulldog, just getting the burst fire out. Can Mercy Puffs hit the shot? They can't! And that's going to give Relocate a freebie. Please, there it is, finally! As West Craven will get this defuse out from Slimer's hands and their 12th round win. And now just the 1 round away, and Jones Sr., I don't think they have the eco. Goes two players upgraded from SMGs to rifles. Yeah, 2 players won't be able to get full armor either.
So I don't know if this is an experience thing or what, but this whole negative reinforcement concept, I think, is just so fascinating when it comes to watching the high school leagues. The last round that they tried to do this thing where they sent out Wingman to plant and didn't send anybody else out onto site to take any more space, didn't work, right? Wingman lost the bomb, and they should have lost the round, but they won the round, and they said, you know what? That worked. Let's do it again, baby. And so they did it. They sent Wingman out. Wingman actually did get the plant down, but they didn't take any extra space on site, so they just got pushed out with no additional time to their name and no additional space to move.
When you've got so many problems that are just trickling further and further and just... What you should have realized 2 rounds prior was maybe not the spot to push in from, and should have realized 5 rounds prior that defensively it wasn't the area to hold. Maybe think that you could figure it out along the way, but it's a difference in experience. I think that's going to be the big thing for the high school scene, is experience needs to very quickly add up. And right now, Jones Sr. getting caught off guard by what looks like a very well-experienced West Craven side. It's listless. Just looks crazy right now. 2 kills from players both extending out towards elbow. The first was nearly impossible to deny. The third very well could still be here as they're getting some shots off towards Crumbs, though having to fall back. Pluto go up with another one. Mercy Puffs alone, gets 2 more, but needs to get an ace of this round to keep Jones Sr. alive, and they failed to do so. It's just a map that's really darn good for West Craven, let's be honest here. They were in control from the first half. I'm be brutally honest with you. It's attacker favorited map, and if you get that, the mental has to be there for the second. And in the high school scene, if there's one thing that I think plagues the majority, if not every high school team in any capacity, if you tell me otherwise, I think you're lying. It's the mental game for these players.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And speaking of mental game, we're seeing some games happening right here from players that we have seen play before, some today, some not. I don't want to spend too much time because we are just getting right into the action again. This is a map I'm a little bit more comfortable with as a player. You know, as a commentator, we kind of understand a little bit about every map. We want to be well versed, but when you're a player, you know you have your favorites. And for me, Bind is one of those.
It was the beta map as well, right? When everyone was hanging out so much in Twitch channels, hoping for a beta key to drop from Valorant. And, you know, I spent like 3 weeks in a row watching a stream every single day, praying that it would be my turn next. And when I finally got in, Bind was the map that was in the pool for that day, right? It was the newest map in that beta. It was the one that came out about a week and a half into that. And it was most popular one at the time, obviously, because the Sint hadn't released. And Bind is just, it's a classic, it's a favorite, and there's a reason for it. And the agent selection for it is also something that is, I would say, pretty set in stone for most teams. And I'm seeing a very different selection here for both Northside and Havelock. Havelock opting for, yes, the Brim, but instead of a Raze to get out through space, they've got the Phoenix and they've got the Sky, which isn't that shocking, but the Gecko alongside the Cypher is a questionable choice when you have so much utility that's kind of just working against each other or maybe not necessary together. But it's Northside's that's really odd. The Clove, the Gecko, the Cypher, the Neon, instead of something like a Yoru you'd expect. And then Harbor, who is really darn good. But those smokes don't lay a crumb to how good the Brimstone is going to dominate for Havelock. It's going to be a hard battle for controllers to keep this back. That's why you had to bring 2 for Northside, bringing the Clove as well for Gotham.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier today on the maps that have been around for a long time. And I guess the ones that are a little bit more solved. This is kind of one of those maps. You usually just see Brimstone, Raze, Sky are just crucial. And then you'll usually see a Viper as well. And then maybe an additional Duelist or an additional Initiator. Sometimes people run Yoru, Jet, you know, what have you. It's a little scattered on that 5th pick. But usually you've got a pretty good, solid Brimstone, Raze, Viper, Sky standard. So when it comes to what's being played a little bit more standardly, yes, we see Havelock does have that Brimstone. They do have that Sky. They've chosen to go with the Cypher, the Gecko, and the Phoenix. We've got, again, flashes abound. And then on Northside, kind of seeing not only not a lot of flashes, but yeah, whatever is maybe a good way to put it. Pseudo-duelists and some very odd controllers. But I guess they can maybe make it work. They got a lot of space they can take.
Your best bet is here to use Gothic as a semi-duelist, like you mentioned, a pseudo-duelist. Kind of like how we saw Pluto do just last game on Icebox, and then pray that that'll make up for it being a Neon as your only duelist, which is fast, but maybe lacks the ability to vertically transition in towards the site, which is pretty important.
Yeah.
That's why you see raises and jets be so popular. And also, you can use those smokes for the clove to help out with the fact that Harbor doesn't have the range ability as much so as, say, a Brimstone typically has to dominate those sidelines. And you can see those Sky Smokes doing really well here for Havelock, as first round is now favoring them. The Neon gets caught off guard in open space as they try to step through the Sky Smokes. Havelock are keeping back the two remaining players for Northside quite effectively as Jojo tries to step out from space and through metal. Denied of that with a Gecko flash. And Nyx, well, they can find Enigmatic with a great shot here with the Frenzy. The wall goes up and time is running out, and this is where you're going to have the bigger problem, as Father Time is the secondary player for Havelock here, and they just need to wait things out as all of this utility is just stunning, concussing, keeping Nyx back, and even when they touch, Gengi is right there, and Time was never going to let you do it anyways.
Havelock starting off strong, taking aggressive space very quickly. Northside was able to respond in kind. They were able to get back to site. You saw from the death counters at the very end of screen of the last round, everybody died on site. There was nobody that got picked off further back or on a flank or anything like that. But what it doesn't really tell the story of is how quickly Havelock was able to plant and secure. I like the bathroom stake, get up showers really quickly. Planting triple can be very, very dangerous when you split some people up a short and a showers, but they did make it work. They were able to take the space and hold it down, and that's really the most important part, is holding space.
You know, the big thing as well is a lot of teams have realized that pushing through showers on the A site in the first round for Pistol can be pretty quickly countered by a TP rush defensively through B TP. And while that isn't so heavily used, you wouldn't expect to see it in high school. If you've VOD reviewed at all, if you've seen any of the games previously, and you know that they're a team that maybe like to do that, or you like putting all your eggs in one basket, it's something that can be utilized and can really work. And it would have absolutely destroyed Havelock in that last round, and it's something that Northside looked to. They review this back and start to maybe think twice or think a little bit further about how this may go down. We do lose the first player in this round as Havelock will strike first again, as expected. They're kind of in their bonus. Maybe ride off the success from that first. The player inside of Cubby gets completely unknown from the side here of Havelock's extension out through shower. And that just gives Gothic a freebie sightline as well to take down the Brim. They could only get one smoke, and it was the Sky Smoke up in heaven. They have nothing else on site to close down both lanes for Northside to step out from, meaning this 3v2 can just turn into a classic barrage gunfight with a stunned player at 4chan who doesn't stand a chance. Down they go, down goes Gengi as well, and it's a round win for Northside to break the mold of Valorant and go 1-1 instead of the 2-0 you'd expect.
Very nice. Mold broken indeed, off of great trigger discipline from UWDU. What are we saying? Udu? I'm gonna go
Udu.
with
Yeah,
yes, Udu. Great, fantastic.
Udu, Gothic, Jojo, Nyx, and Riz.
Love it. So Udu had a fantastic angle in Cubby. The trigger discipline to wait until both of the people that you heard in showers came out, did find two before going down, and the chaos allowed Gothic to peek out from the heaven smoke and find another to slow even more of the progress they were trying to make. So the off angles, the playing a little bit more unorthodox, that's what you have to do when you're behind, and especially when you're down in economy.
Losing out on that second round is now going to turn this back where, honestly, I'm going to be questioning first and foremost here Havelock mental for, tossing up a round that should have been theirs, and now arguably look at this and say this third round is going to be even closer than it should be, right? It's not going to be the 3 SMGs we carry over from round 2 into round 3. It's going to be rivals, galore, and hope for the best. And my goodness, they're doing quite well. It's not a matter of hoping. It's a pure extension. You see how quickly they get in towards sight when they actually go for that push, that pursuit in towards the objective, and actually bring intent to the direction they're heading towards. And they take down one in Lamp. That's your player of Trash Boat doing so well. One in Metal, and now they're on the dropout towards Heaven. This is a Northside recovery that now has to come forward from a flawless result so far from Havelock with all 5 players standing, and now just Riz all by their lonesome, needing to ace. Down goes Trash though, makes quick work of them, but 4chan denies all obstacles. The one obstacle still in their way, as Havelock will make up for the mistakes they made the round prior to secure their second round win.
Just want to talk about the entire reason that round went the way it did. Gengi used Thrash, which, by the way, round 3 Thrash.
Crazy.
So it's crazy.
5 kills already, so yeah.
Wild. Used Thrash from showers. Thrash went backsite into U-Haul to detain Udu. How upset do you have to be if you're Udu? Everybody hid from Thrash. Nobody wanted to shoot Thrash and try to save you, or even after you got detained, tried to come to your rescue. Just got rushed down and all of site got taken because the entirety of Northside was too scared of Thrash to.
Launching smoke.
One of those things like, why me?
Joke's over.
You look back at it, you just, the most frustrating thing in the world. And that frustration needs to be vented if you're Northside, if you're Udu. And it won't be Udu who strikes first, but it's not even a true effective strike. Jojo going off a one-way in through shower with the Cypher Cage is able to take down the run it back from Boat. We'll have a couple more problems in front of them. Good shots connecting to assist Gothic for the final blow on a face smoocher as Northside, with only 2 remaining, have 4 more players they'll need to cut down, and Havelock are pretty well positioned already in this post plan for Gothic. And scrape away a couple more successful frags, especially if Nick Sword can do it with a classic. Their position 100% known, and the space they've got to extend out towards so darn difficult to do so. They know what their mistake is. They have to send out a wall to give them the safety to grab it. They'll collect it and they'll fall back. No need to die to this spike. You've got a rifle. You can bring it to the next. This round's a lost cause. Northside will give Havelock their third, but they have a rifle they can carry forward, and they hopefully are learning as this progresses to help them out on this A-side defense, which has obviously not been working out just yet.
They could have done it. Knicks could have done it. Found really nice kills with the classic.
There was no time.
They had the time if they picked up the gun immediately. If once they got caught in the corner there, it was over. But if they got the gun immediately and they pushed onto site, it's possible. I think that Northside maybe could have just, or excuse me, Havelock could have just
kill off towards U-Haul. The secondary player is just gonna hide. Like that's the issue.
Exactly.
Though.
If they hide, that's the thing. That's the thing. It is definitely a checkmate position if Havelock plays it correctly. But I'm never expecting correct play to come out, especially with these team comp selections.
Okay, all right. We see where you lie here, Kevin.
I'm not being mean. I'm
burying these players before they even have a chance to shine. That's what
humans
we're
are fallible.
Yeah, I see. No, it's okay. It's okay. I see how it is. We know where your allegiances lie, and apparently it's not with these poor players. They're doing their absolute best here. As Octagon Control is here for Havelock in this round, that also means Belong is here, and they have the availability of a TP back towards the A site, where if you're Clova Northside, you have to be willing to continue to hold this A site despite the loss of the first blood on B. And now you're second off towards B. You still need to continue there because once that noise is made, you're the only player on A and the last known defender there. And you've got to make the decision. Do you peek for this Gothic? Or do you fall back? And I think Gothic's going to make the wrong choice. They peek for it, but they get away with one. Face Smoocher, down they go. Flashed. The wall may go up. The resurrection on top. Northside coming in with a vengeance. As you do see Gothic extending for more, getting the kill they need. Enigmatic and U-Haul. Can Gothic just stick this? Do they have the assistance? It's quite slow. The Seekers go over the top. Gothic gets their third. And Havelock fail on the rotate from B.
That's sad. The Seekers going over the top is just kind of like the cherry on top of that not going right. I think that in general, that you would have been correct. Gothic probably should not have pushed out there. I think that is not normally the right decision.
If you have the ult.
Confidence is key, and what is more key, what you just said there, not dead yet. That's the entire reason that worked out. You pushed in before your team got there. So even though you traded a kill, if you died without that ability up, you still are in the same position that you were in before with even less space to your name, and your team's going to be even more afraid to go in. But having the not dead yet means that they're going to either have to chase you down, or you got the trade-off and still have the space. So it was a fantastic decision for Gothic.
Gothic knows they have to stay in that fight to get that kill. They can't rely on your Harbor of Nyx to rotate slowly up through A short, which is a bit slow for Northside in the transition. They've been caught on that transition multiple times now, and you really want to be in. As you see it thrash again for Havelock, this is a crazy statistic. With the team player of Udu needing assistance, it's Gothic able to secure them, but it's just the run it back from Trash Boat, so the player's still up and alive. They'll toss in the util up and above and hope that the flash also keeps them off from the spike plant. And unfortunately, it does not do so whatsoever. Thrash in return, baited around the corner, waiting for the perfect time as it will go around. 410 will be detained as out comes Emperor Palpatine for Riz. Where it's their run for one, it's Enigmatic, and Udu takes down the last two. Northside, big ult round to counter Havelock's big ult round, and a secure it. So Northside's third to tie up this game.
Is it off? It's off.
Better. Same situation started the round prior that I had discussed. Thrash being used from showers, everybody kind of hiding from it, and Udu once again being the sole detainee. But what happened instead is, instead of everybody kind of rushing to U-Haul or standing too far away and allowing Udu to just die, Gothic held a nice angle from pipes that prevented too much aggression into backside. Actually found the pick, and the rest of the team was too afraid to follow, so Udu got out scot-free, and numbers advantage just kind of steamrolled its way to the rest of the round win for Northside.
Especially when you know that Gothic has your cover right there, and it's been heating up throughout these last 2 rounds, right? That's an even more important thing when you have to treat Gothic as that pseudo duelist, that tertiary duelist here, as well as your pseudo controller, your tertiary controller. They're in this weird semi-permeable state where no matter what happens, they have to be able to, fill out the shoes of both roles and both individuals. Letting Gothic heat up means they're not just relegated to utility duty. You got to have a lot of trust in them to do so, and Udu now is going to trust them with their life for quite a while afterwards, after the success story that last round off the back of Gothic saving them. But this round, you get a lot of noise off made towards the A side, but past that, it's silence as they rotate towards B, and Riz just tucked away behind boxes, and Hookah downs one and swings to the second, and that's Spike out in the open of Hookah. Fully there for Northside to hold on to, as you seemingly aren't done yet if you're Riz, and okay, they're done now.
I was watching the mini map. Riz went for some crazy maneuvers, understanding that Face Moocher just had a classic and said, ha ha ha, I'm gonna dance around you, then pull out my gun, and Face Moocher said, no, I'm a little bit better with my shots than that. You can't disrespect me like that. That was fun. A rotation over to B site is obviously going to favor Northside. Havelock still being down guns, and all of the Cypher utility in the world still available. That play was very successful for Rizmaster, despite them making a very aggressive and hilariously uncomfortable mistake.
Yeah, you play like a rat inside Hookah. You got to make up for it in the later stages of the round, right? You got to start hunting. You got to start going for kills. You can't just be the rat master instead of the Riz master for the rest of that round. No, six kills at this point is quite a nasty statistic, especially when Gothic as well, who I mentioned has to step into the utility and duelist role, is doing even better with a 7-5 stat line. And I think the craziest part is how silenced Havelock have been, more specifically Trash Boat. Yeah, they're sitting 8 and 6. And they're getting kills and they're charging that run it back. I haven't seen those kills be as impactful or as spread out as we saw them on Split for Havelock 2 games prior, who quite literally was the end-all be-all success story of Havelock in that first half, and obviously it carried over to the second half as well. If you can shut down this player, if you can keep them mostly silenced and mostly absent for impactful frags, you just create such an obstacle that Northside can take advantage of. As here comes a major ult from your Harbor, the Reckoning comes forward, and everyone's inside Hookah. What can you do? Bring Rizmaster to the fight. 3 kills, 2 more to go with. Unfortunately, this one denied as Genki's watching that pin. There's no chance that they survive more than one, as Gothic steps up and says, yeah, Riz may be above me now in the kill lead. I'm at least gonna get close again. I'm 1 behind.
Timeout is going to come out. I really like Nyx's play there, tossing the Cove through the teleporter first, and then walking through, understanding you're going to be able to isolate the fights. You're not going to have to actually take a fight from anybody that's currently in Hookah. You only have to fight people who are outside of it, and if nobody is still outside of Hookah, then you just get all of that space, and the pinch is heavy, right? Because Rizmaster held down, deterred really more of the push out of Hookah onto B site, having that aggressive angle on top of the tube. And then it was just everybody being stuck from Havelock. There's nothing you can do. Once you get pinched like that and you haven't made a decision to have everybody push back out onto Nyx, I think you're at a loss. You don't have any more time to work.
Yeah. You put all your eggs in a big basket, and that basket had quite a few holes in it, right? That's kind of the issue, especially when the holes are constantly stunning you. It's just it's the perfect ult for a Harbor, and I think that's the thing for Northside with this very superfluous agent selection, right? Interesting decisions of agent selection. They gotta hope that they get these really big rounds where the utility just comes in super heavy with that impact, and that was Nixhorn's round for sure. And we've seen Nixhorn be a little slow in rotates, but still be there, and Nixhorn get kills with classics and rotates that help out the rest of the team. And now we're seeing the ultimate come out, which is something that I don't think a lot of harbors find a whole lot of impact with a lot of times, with probably the best possible impact you could feasibly ask for every single player for Havelock there, as well as, like you said, Cove tossed through the TP. So much there, and that shows really good discipline and great understanding of map control. As you see, Havelock prepping up for this round, 3 players off towards B long, no one in hookah, 2 on short. This is going to be a TP off towards the A site. They will learn pretty quickly here that there is no one in defending A actively, just a Heaven player. They'll get into U-Haul, check back through staircase, and then take this TP and quickly sprint through showers to help onto site.
Great timing here. As soon as U-Haul was fully on the side of Havelock, the rest of them went through the teleporter, and now they've got all of the site that they need. They don't need to go any further into backside. Gothic taking hot shots from Heaven, actually finds one. Trashcode trades it back down, though. Maybe getting flanked on by Nyx, and Nyx has now pinched them. Havelock's in a tough spot. Trashcode's fighting his way out, but gets only one as 3, 4, and the rest of Havelock fall to Northside.
It's just a gorgeous execution for a post plant. Havelock, yes, they get into sight fairly freely and make the right timing for the TP. Everything up to that point is perfect, but it's the post plant. It's the immediate positioning after they get the spike down. Where is everybody? Where's the attempt? I'll tell you, still on site. You got to be able to put 2 players off towards showers. You need to have 1 player in through A short. You have a Brimstone Havelock with orbital strike charge. Why are they not falling back towards attacker spawn, sitting inside lobby and waiting to send out a molly over the top followed by an orbital strike? There's the utility for this for a reason. Brim does 2 things. It's the amazing sky smokes, and then it's the denial utility of the orbital strike on both sides, but more specifically on A. They just couldn't position right for the post plant because Nyx held the flank, and the team moved in so fast. More specifically, the Gecko for Northside moved in too fast to let them escape from that spike. Really good counter for Northside, and a little slow from Havelock.
That would have been such a crucial round for them to win, too, with that orbital strike like you were talking about, because now they're coming into this round. Economy is rough, and it doesn't exactly feel great to go down another round. 7-3, that's not a fun position to be in, because at best, you're going to be down going into the defensive side. Wow.
Master. They're having a field day over here on this defense, and for a Neon, defending excellence is not something you would always expect. As they play this long con instead for 2 players to hookah, 1 through octagon. And then the rest off towards showers. Spikes towards showers. But it's not enough. You don't have your team. 3 players are dusted. You couldn't rotate from there if you wanted to. You'd have to go in through out of showers, off into sight, and then take TP from there out towards hookah. It's too much sight line given to Northside from any angle. And now you got a post plant where both players are stacked in a very bad spot where now you got a lot of utility to maybe go for a stun. That's it. That's truly it. And the speed from Rizmaster taking full advantage of that kit from Neon strikes true for the final 2. And that showers is just a Northside clean space. No way that Havelock were staying there for long.
Classic Rizmaster main character energy, having to use the relay bolts to stun JoJo so that they can't get any of the kills, and Rizmaster gets to walk in looking like the hero. I'm not about it.
Come on, if you're a duelist, right? Like, you got to have a duelist mentality.
You know what? And Neon of all duelists too, you kind of, if you're going to be running fast, nobody's running fast cautiously. You have to be, you have to believe that you are the main character.
That's so true. Speaking of main character energy, bring out your, Pikachu, I choose you, except it's Thrash this time. The Gecko will send it out and get a great detain and open up the first blood for Havelock, but for their success, Northside clap right back and even go above and beyond that point as Udo knocking another peg off the board of Northside, leaving Crashboat with very low HP, forced to use their utility to regain the HP. Gothic goes down, but that's why they have their ultimate up on the board, and they desperately need to find a kill now to try to get this back as everyone's just run away. There's nowhere to go. Gothic It's okay, buddy. You'll play for the next round. They fall inside shower, or inside TP room, and Havelock even get to witness the Clove body hit the ground, and then just go from that point onwards. Riz is spotted, is seen, but Udu with a great swing elsewhere in from main hall. Down goes one. Gengi with another stun from Riz. Bounces back a little slow, and the Seeker keeps them back even further. There's just this really big stalling point as JoJo knocks off the only tertiary angle for the spike carrier of Gengi. A 1 versus 2 with a player on either side, and you're stuck within a smoke that's placed from the north side Clove. What can you do? It's not too much for you. There's another anime reference there. It's JoJo, main character energy. Yeah, that's on a blow. It's everyone on north side really just showing up.
That looked really good for Havelock for a while there. They did not allow Gothic to get the reset with the not dead yet. They were able to rotate back over to B side, but they got a little bit distracted by Gothic coming through the teleporter. Rizmaster following through the teleporter again, but not dying immediately, just kind of providing that distraction, so that, boom, side of the head just gets blown out on one of the Havelock members in Hookah, and then they're pinched again.
When map control is so important for the map of Bind, considering just how quickly you can take control of a space, just how much of a rat you can be in towards Hookah even. We're just seeing a Northside team that really understands the limits of how fast they can rotate in, and also with how much noise is being made by Havelock early, they're making up the slowness they had in round 3 and 4, and since then have been pretty darn fast and pretty darn swift to transition back towards side. As you do lose your Clove, it's a bit of a sad point to be made. You don't have your pseudo duelist, but that's why you've got Riz still on the board. 2 kills make it 3. 2 off towards the short side, and while they do have Gengi with a Guardian to strike true for 2, they'll eventually be forced to fall as Space Smoocher is now the only one left standing, holding back in the same spot I just highlighted they were pretty much required to do so in. But JoJo runs them down knowing they have to be there, and the orbital strike will eventually run out, meaning you can stick this defuse again, Udu, and you can get this round in this half over with 9-3. 3 is the minimum you want to work with, and Havelock get it. The Northside dominate defensively here on Bind.
A little bit of a shuffle panic there from Face Smoocher. There wasn't enough time, I guess, taken away from the bomb clock for Orbital Strike to actually be worth anything. They're just going to hop off of it. In fact, what really happened was just a pump fake. Udu just pump faked the bomb, and then Face Smoocher used Orbital Strike, touched nothing. And since you just chose to go for that instead of peeking with like your gun, which they hesitated a little bit and then chose to pull out the Orbital Strike, if they instead try to use that as a time to get some gunplay in, then you get a little bit more information on what the opponents are. Possibly you make it a 1 versus 1, and then the Orbital Strike value just skyrockets. But instead, it was used a little bit prematurely, and it allowed JoJo to get all of the pressure up on A short. And even if Face Moocher did win that 1v1, you still have no idea where the other opponent is without any space of sight for yourself.
Riz knows that the speed of Neon, while not necessarily as versatile height-wise as, say, a Razor Jet can be, make use of the box and the ramp leading up towards that box. You can have some good distance and some skyline variation to help your extension out here in towards side, as the plant is almost guaranteed to go down, and Wingman will eventually be mollied out. It's very unfortunate, though it may be. Gengi's doing their best to keep this north side off as much as possible, but JoJo and Rizmaster, who have been key point players for Northside in the last 4 rounds, will not be sought just yet, as JoJo will eventually fall to a flank. Trashboat joining in, though Gothic is still alive and running, getting some good damage out. 4chan with only a Frenzy, hoping for some damage at range, but that's not the strength there of that gun, as the TP will be taken, and it will be a B-sided post plant. Now they'll have to be worried about, as the Cypher utility is keeping them back, and Udu is down to 3 HP, and they haven't even gotten the spike down yet. Still waiting, still. It's just the utility dumpage of a Cypher. It's so darn oppressive here, Kevin. And it's something they'll have to be even more concerned with as the Clove smoke goes down. And they'll have to seek about where they want to hide. And one of them will be Octagon, as Udu will play for time. And your Clove will wrap around back through Hall. Maybe catch Trashboat off guard. They will, as Gothic can just hide away, but they want the kill. 3K for Gothic in the first round of the second half, and 10 rounds guaranteed for Northside.
A little bit of a misplay there from the side of Havelock. Jeez, I'm having struggle speaking. not so
Me
easy,
with
honestly.
Face smoocher. Me with the word face smoocher earlier.
that was tough. You had the Cypher cam was still available, right? It was still fully up, so you had a lot of information on where the opponents were at. So you had to have at least been expecting either both were going to be in garden or be long, or one had to be wrapping around. They thought maybe the person was still holding elbow, but with the way the bomb was planted, they could not have actually done anything unless they pushed out of elbow onto site. So it's just an unfortunate choice in where they decided to look. Otherwise, that round was definitely.
The thing is, it's planted for elbow. So the expectation, and I don't blame Havelock for this at all, the expectation is that it's going to be an elbow player swinging out. But it's a long and dangerous road that outside hall is, and a really great advantage taken care of there by Northside on that flank from Gothic. Voodoo striking true for 2. That's fortunate. Face Butcher no longer on the board off towards U-Haul. Trashbo does find some consolation kills. Maybe a little bit more than just a consolation kill. That's 2 with just a ghost. Really making sure all the dangers here are still very present and ever much a threat. It's just now Gothic remaining. Has to try to get these kills as Trashbo sticks this defuse. Can't spray through it. Great body blocking from Enigmatic, as Gothic is just trying to make the matters worse and ensure that there can't be a second rifle or a second SMG or anything carry through to the next. And Havelock with a shocking round win. I don't blame this timeout at all. They need to say, hey, we didn't expect to get that, guys. How do we play this next round? You gotta buy up. They're at 10. You gotta buy up.
Yeah, that definitely buy here is the right choice. I love the timeout coming out after they win that round because they probably queued it up before the round was even over. But it's also possible that their coach was just like, you know what, this is a little bit too chaotic. Let's recoup. Let's figure out what we need to be doing correctly here because, like you said, we shouldn't have won that round. We weren't expecting to, at least. So let's figure out how we're going to play this out. And then you see Northside, a lot of pings coming out here. I'm assuming those are call outs for things like placing smokes, where you should be expected to swing from.
Confirm between 2 different controllers here.
Yeah.
About where these smokes have to go, because you have to smoke heaven and you have to smoke both lanes on site.
Yeah, and so you can tell that there has to be a lot of communication there, and I think that's probably part of what's being talked about here. Even though it's not the attacking side timeout, you can tell with all of those pings going down on those hot spot smoke spots, it's the coordination that they need.
I will point out as well, I believe the winner of this game moves on into the finals that we'll be having a bit later here today after our next series, which will be determining the team that goes on into the finals as well. So if Northside can close this out, get their 13th, they will be a team moving on into the finals and have their work cut out for them in the process of doing so. As I don't know, attacking wise, I mean, you got a really good agent selection, I guess, but it's just that lack of a brim and the fact that they have to be so darn communicative. This is why you don't even see pro teams rocking this style of agent selection, because you would rather have a single individual be capable of doing it all on their own and have a backup elsewhere like Cloudburst from a Jet if needed. Instead, you have to really split it up, because if you lose either the Harbor or that Clove, then you're lacking essentially the butterfly wing that is your defense or your attack here for Northside, I should say, for setting up those smokes. You don't have the mirror map. You don't have the ability to do the other half. Losing that other half is going to surely stink. As you can see them working in towards Hookah, and well, they tried to do something early. It didn't pan out. They even put a player off towards short. In fact, 2 players off towards A short. And yeah, not good for JoJo. Down goes the first player for Northside. Havelock have that player advantage now, and despite the fact that utility has been burned off towards B, it will be a rotate made on over towards the A short side instead, in hopes that they can reclaim that lost space and maybe keep Face Smoocher back, as the utility will stun and concuss as Rizzmaster wants to get into the open, but is being very wisely forced back here with really good utility burned out instead by the Brim to make sure that they can't rush them down and they can make it back in towards site. As Udu turns out utility, Nick's horn. What a shot for the Ghost to take down Face Moocher eventually, but it's just Crashboat's time to shine. There goes the Vandal from the run it back. Rizzmaster has to go crazy in the return fire, assisted by Gothic to get yet another. Just Rizzmaster alone with no rifle as well. They have to hit these shots, and there just wasn't enough in the gun. Can they get the second? Can they deny? They can't! It's defused, and it's so darn close for Riz. But still not good enough. They'll carry a rifle through to the next, and that's the only thing they get going into the next.
I'm going to say it. Good. Good. I would have been upset if Rizmaster won that one. They gave Rizmaster the bomb. Yeah, impressed, sure, whatever. Rizmaster had the bomb. I don't know, look, it could have made main character energy again. Give me the bomb, I'll plant, I'll also get all of the kills. Neon should have been up U-Haul or in backside, having taken a lot of space, and instead was stuck after having planted in the smoke, allowing the rest of the team to die because nobody got to clear out fully U-Haul or backside. They didn't deserve the win, but it was impressive how close Rizmaster did make it back.
I think it's crazy that they had Udu up. They had a wingman.
Launching smoke.
It's true.
And the funniest part is Udu gave Riz the spike inside Spices. Why? What makes the conscious effort to do so? I'm not sure, but it was an interesting decision for Northside that almost panned out, but you know, take what you can get. Off towards Metal, deals with one. Rizmaster takes and removes Gangu, who was sitting off towards Cubby, just behind the Radiant stack. This is a Northside attack that's doing pretty darn well against Havelock, now leaving just Enigmatic alone, and despite the Outlaw really prepping itself for that final shot, and could have very well killed. Gothic's got an overheal, so even if it hits, it does not kill. It was also going crazy, getting the fourth and final frag to close and secure Northside's 11, making up for the loss of the previous round. And considering just how close the last 3 rounds have been, Havelock can't buy, despite the 2-round spree, a single loss through their eco entirely out the window.
Yep, unfortunate, but Gothic doing all of the work that Rizmaster should be doing and pushing all the way up pipes, getting all the space that they need to ensure that that Havelock can't just walk onto site without using a bunch of util. Now, this is a very interesting setup.
It's just slow. Honestly, Northside know they have the advantage. I would assume at least.
So we're going to go very slow up showers, I guess is the plan. But I also really like Havelock taking all the space up short.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really, really good. Really crucial.
And with the fact there's no information off towards Spices either, I think Havelock realized this has to be a shower take or an Octagon take. So they're leaving up the spy camp for Octagon, and they just never went off towards short, but they couldn't get there fast enough. Face Moocher gets rinsed and removed by Riz, and Enigmatic, who was inside a short, falls very quickly afterwards, when they should have had Rizmaster caught off guard. That is too easy first bloods for Northside with no way to punish them back. Trashes too far away and gets removed by Riz just the same. Putting Gothic in a 1v1 with Gengi, able to pop their ultimate as well, and Gengi says, anything you can do, I'll do it as well. Who cares? It's not gonna matter. Oh, is that assist? Do they get credit for the assist? Do they survive? No, they died right at the last second. That is so close for time, but that is now match and series point for Northside.
Oh, man, that was, I like that. That was very funny interaction at the very end there. But that had to have been the wrong choice, right? Using Thrash as you're the one person left alive when you're in essentially a 1v4, but also you are using a Ghost. If you had a Vandal, I could see maybe that could be a good decision, but now you just definitely don't have a way back in this last round.
Yeah, it's just such a heavy usage of such an important part of your kit. As now Riz with that blood says, yep, Trash Boat's done. That's their best duelist, their best player, arguably. Why not go ahead and pop my best Emperor Palpatine impression, extend into space, and let's go ahead and take down some competition. Riz, in through tube, down goes 4chan. Sneaks past Enigmatic, just has 2 players in front of them, but unfortunately can't collect the lightning in for the final frags. You will get taken down by Gengi instead. Facers are not far away, but no armor to their name, and now losing Gengi. They have to go crazy, and they're doing it! 3 kills! But will they know that they're watching the corner? No, they won't. And we'll look at an unfortunate loss of life and an unfortunate loss of a map. It's Northside taking it 13-5. And they've guaranteed and punched their ticket into the finals here, Kevin, as now we get to see in our next matchup before a quick break, as we'll have a quick little break in between that and this, the next team that gets to meet them there as well.
Absolutely. That was a great way to close out that last game. Well-deserved, honestly, the way that they were communicating, coordinating pretty much on both sides, attacking and defense. There were some slip-ups here and there, but ultimately, playing a little bit more together, even if the communication was something like, oh, let me hand Rizmaster the bomb. And look, I don't think that that's necessarily right, but you could tell that they clearly communicated something. It was asked for. they were able to pull it out in the end, not through superior gunplay solely, but also through correct decision making and how they chose to attack sites and how they chose to rotate when needed.
It was a very good map for them, and maybe they'll have to play it again later in the finals. Maybe they will be banned out. We'll have to see how that necessarily goes down. But before then, we're going to take a quick break before we see, I believe it is West Craven versus New Bern to decide who punches their ticket to join Northside alongside in the finals. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. VESL continues here, Kevin, and we've got another banger of a matchup coming for. Like mentioned before the break, it's West Craven facing off against New Bern, and this one determines who will meet that Northside team that just went out unbind in the finals for the remainder of the night in a full best-of-3 series, hopefully at least, but a best-of-3 series nonetheless. This high school side has been pretty much dominated one-sided victories up to this point tonight. I'd like to see this one get close here on Lotus.
I also would like that. Lotus is one of my favorite maps, especially from the new pool. That is a little bit, I don't want to say solved, right? It's not. But this is a little bit more standardized as well for being such a new map. It has similar standardization to some of the older, more traditional maps like Haven, for example. There's a little bit of variety, but not a ton. Usually you're going to see like an Omen and a Raze. A Killjoy is like a staple on this map. But of course, we see a Killjoy on neither team. What we do see is Gecko and Omen for both teams, and a Cypher as well. I do like Raze coming out for West Craven. I think that it provides just so much value, especially on the defensive side on A site. But I don't know. I've seen both of these teams play very unorthodox character picks and really make it.
I think for New Bern as well, a lot of where my dad picks for the Yor was a comfort pick. McLaurin always plays Omen when I've seen them. Cyborg Tiger has always played Sky, and Grace has always played a Sentinel role. They were KJ, I believe, on Ascent multiple times, and now they're playing the Cypher on this map here. It's not shocking. I think their lineup is actually not bad. Gecko was super popular on this map, purely because of the flashing versatility on the C side and on the A side. Of course, nothing gets through to B typically, because it's just you have to pretty much walk into sight so aggressively from either main or wrap around through A, and at that point you might as well just hit A as well and see what you can do damage-wise in that direction. But it's the importance of C, where you want to get something up over the top, where you need something a little bit more out in the open. You also need something on the attack of New Bern to burn away some of that Cypher utility, and that's where my dad on that Yoru kind of steps up to burn that utility, is where Jet really dashed through. Cyborg Tiger, the first blood, takes down Pluto. Oh, they do fall off in the hands of Listless pretty much immediately afterwards. Pretty short success story for West Craven in this round, with where my dad taking down yet another one. This one, Slimer. And all of that C-site congestion now no longer a point of contention for them defensively, as they'll have to retake the objective of New Bern now officially putting the spike down. McLaren is in on the flank, and he has to be very careful of that position, as Gil does get one coming in from Mound instead. It's just relocate now remaining, and can't really pivot the crosshair perfect enough to take down, let alone one, let alone the three that was going to be required of them, as New Bern do take the pistol and secure themselves an early start.
Yeah, round one, C hit, very strong. It was not my favorite choice to have everybody just immediately back off of C site. I get that it's a little bit scary having to deal with Yoru clone and the smokes and not wanting to kind of hide on site. It's probably not the right choice to just hide in like a tight angle and then get swung by 2 or 3 people, but trying to get a little bit of damage out or some counter utility to slow it down so that you can rotate over would be really nice. But instead, all of the site just went over to the side of New Bern. And with extra credit, they were even able to take spaces in Waterfall and CT. So I would like to see a little bit more aggressive of a defense, and that looks like might be what we get from Slimer here.
I don't know about that. Slimer will fall back, which I actually would argue was the wisest decision for the C side, considering they're lacking a KJ and a Viper.
Yeah.
You don't have the what I would call as the blender of utility that can take down anyone that steps out through that arch's, mound door frame. You don't have that utility that can damage and contend against an attack that needs to move through that utility. Especially with a lineup that doesn't have this one. It would have been really good against this New Bern selection. By the way, it may not even matter. Pluto's just going crazy with a classic. Just 2 kills now, but 3 and very well 4th on top. You just want to add icing on top of the proverbial cake. They'll have their cake, and they'll eat it too for this round as they break the mold here again, as we've seen for the 2nd time today. Flawlessly at that, though, to make matters worse, it's now a 1-1 series instead of the 2-0 start you'd expect for New Bern, as West Craven, they do not care about your round 1 result. They'll throw it right back at you, even worse for round 2.
Yeah, and I think my main concern was exactly what you were talking about. Not having the KJ or the Viper means that C-Site is just so easy to take. But I do like that they didn't give up so much space. And more importantly, they didn't give up so much information. They still had the utility to retake C with, and that's exactly what they did. They got back onto site with numbers. They sent 2 or 3 down Waterfall as Slimer came out of CT, because New Bern could not push any further for site or for any further for space.
Have to hold back a little bit here. Move in towards the B side. Apparently, New Bern lacked the idea of pressuring off towards B. One player in towards door, another up in heaven, and another out towards the C side defender spawn. Filled up with the first blood. Listless caught off guard. You had a really good shot for New Bern to try to get the point even further forward. It doesn't matter. Slimer catching both of the 2 remaining players remaining for New Bern out in the open. Round Cleese corners. It's West Craven getting through this round at the 3K from Slimer to secure a 2nd round win now. And an even further point for New Bern to say, yeah, we can theoretically buy. But we're going to have to do a pretty interesting one if we want to make sure this stays in any solid point, as West Craven have full rifles, full armor, every piece of utility. And they've got 2 players very soon to be with their ultimates of Gil and Pluto, and Slimer already with it ready.
This goes here.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. Full buys and some extra credit in the pocket for West Craven. They are going to have the easiest time defending here, and what New Bern wants is to find picks. They want to be able to get some kills with numbers, because if you're going A side here with very poor guns in the pocket, I mean, it's going to be really hard to break out onto site. You don't have the Viper, you don't have a lot of really reliable ways to get up there, but man, Where My Dad is kind of just pushing it up. Made it all the way upstairs without any contest.
This is a crazy amount of space that's being claimed here, but it's false claim. It's not actually a solid point of control here. Which means that West Craven can just have their players on site, aka Listless and Pluto, hold down the fort and deny every single New Bern front that comes their way. Gil, even with the final 2, you have so much, I would say, knowledge of the field of play, thanks to Where My Dad prowling up through staircase and taking back towards defender spawn, but there's no actual claim there. It's false. It's fake. It's a Trojan horse.
Yeah.
No one's there to deal with the players on site, and it leads to just a dismantling of any attack you could have possibly brought forward there, Kevin.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they just can't push up there. They don't have the advantage from an economy perspective. Their guns were, even if just slightly, they didn't have as good shields, and they had some weaker guns available. So unless you're trying to break out hard onto a site, which A is not exactly the best place to do that, it's not going to work out really well. So now they're going to push up C, and they're getting fast flanked by Craven.
I also saw a showstopper actually popped here for West Craven in an attempt for Pluto to catch them off guard. Unfortunately, nobody inside A lobby. It'll be a C-side take in its totality. Slimer, though, having one player caught in the trap wire, uses
Spike
that
down,
effectively to get
C.
themselves the first part of the round. Pluto, though, they do get a kill right afterwards. With the rifle, not the showstopper. It's Listless, limelight of this round, securing the 2 needed on site as Pluto rounds up the remainder. And New Bern feel another inevitable loss trickling their way in a pretty substantial eco round for them as they head into this next one with rifle buys finally tallying up for them, hopefully with mostly full armor for the team. But with the lack of success from Breezy and Just Grace in the last few rounds, only 1 in 4, tallying up the ultimates purely off the deaths, it feels like, in the round's losses. They can't buy everything they'd like to have, and it's going to be soft armor for Breezy and a rifle and nothing for Just Grace, as she has not decided what to bring just yet.
They're hitting C again, but McLaren, please, for the love of God, do not smoke Waterfall like you did right there. You just gave Slimer a free spot to shoot his traps. Oh, and he places it again, the same spot. This is going to be really unfortunate for them. I already feel it.
Actually, Listless just kind of took away all the chances there of extending into that space, knowing that you had somebody off towards cave, off towards Waterfall, ready to pop utility, half that breach util to stun and concuss, and also flash around that corner. It's something New Bern don't want to face. They're going to go elsewhere, avoid the breaches line of sight, and avoid that utility dumpage that comes from that core kit.
No smokes,
say that maybe the A site's better. Yeah, there is absolutely no smokes on the board. That you do have the VTOL, which means you've got information, and that is the worst possible TP you could ever ask for. That may just be the unluckiest TP I have ever witnessed in my life. And the entirety of your dimensional drift is now off the board. A Cyborg gets the first blood, but Pluto's up and standing. Who else? Taking down 2. Listless round the bend in through door. Another one removed. And you just have little to contend with when Pluto's alive and well. Everyone falls to the Vandal in their hand, just where my dad stepping through tree. And that will be where they sleep, feeding the fertilizer to the giant roots nearby. It's West Craven round win 5.
Where my teammate? Am I right? But all right, moving on.
Off towards Mound, yeah. Out nowhere.
Yikes! That was a yikes TP for sure. But again, that was pushing up onto A site. They used both of their smokes on C. They chose to rotate, which I don't think is the wrong choice. But when you commit both of your smokes to C, you're committing to pushing C. You shouldn't be dissuaded by an aftershock. Like you need to be able to commit there, or only use one smoke to bait out some semblance of, utility or people coming back, like rotating over. Because you don't have double controller, you don't have additional smokes. So they just fell because they weren't able to take any additional space or force people into bad angles.
Cyborg tapped by a trap wire, and also have that breach util highlighted previously, but they were able to circumnavigate most of the dangers of that by getting through there before Listless was able to send it out. Preemptively instead of post-emptively, right? So big difference there, as well as having the TP to get into the back side as well with your Yoru. A lot more semblance of control now for New Bern in this post-plant scenario. Slimer will have to pretty much dry swing this alongside Listless. The Listless does scrape away Breezy in the process, trading out the loss of life for Slimer immediately afterwards. A huge stun in towards side, and though Listless does go down, that gives you a lot of information off that death. There is 2 players in corner, but it's not enough intel to get you the kill. Neither Gil nor Relocate could secure enough frags to drop New Bern off of that round, and they'll give up their second round loss now after a huge 5 in a row. And New Bern will now hopefully have some stringent strategy to piece together the remainder of this half, as there's still 5 more remaining, and they don't have the luxury to give up another 5 in a row to West Craven.
That was a better take from New Bern for sure, using the Seekers to push the Cypher Slimer all the way back of Waterfall, so that smoke combo from your own teammate with the trap wire did not get to take effect. And like you said, we weren't able to get an aftershock or any additional util out because everybody was pushed back with the Seekers. It was a better take, but ultimately I think that actually came down to a Cyborg Tiger being goated for the Spectre.
You can flash yourself out. That's one of the great things about Sky, and especially in this tight corner, so you pop the guiding light a whole lot sooner rather than later. My dad now up with the VTOL, and hopefully we'll have a much better job of it in the next round as they are dusted by Listless, who not just takes them, but 2 more afterwards. And it's just Grace now remaining in a 1v3, and their player position is completely known by both Slimer and Listless, and assumedly was handed off towards Gringy as well. You now have yourself a 6th round win for West Craven, guaranteeing when halftime splits over, you will go positive assuredly. And I don't think it's going to stop when you look at the buy for New Bern. They're going to have to pull out almost every ultimate in this round, and I think they're better pressed with these ults on the B site, or C if they use the VTOL early and don't have Where My Dad TP off towards the other side.
Yeah, definitely go B or C, especially with 4 guns. I mean, util available, ultimates available. There's no reason for you to hit A. Try to get a pick onto C, or try to force yourself onto C and get a kill really quickly so that you can, you know, drop whatever you need to. If you need to get Cypher ultimate out to get additional information, fantastic. If you just want to plant, that's also fine, but you have to get onto site.
The VTOL, plenty of information for free, but there's Slimer using the information they gained from the trap wire to the exact same thing off towards Cyborg. Listless and Gil up for another kill apiece, and though Slimer is isolated off on the rotate and the link off towards the B site, they did their dirty work. They did their job. The rest of the team is now pivoted in, and there's really nothing else you could possibly do. Breezy is forced to plant, though. Now forced to lie there for the remainder of this round, relegated to cam duty where my dad now lies and waits. In a 1v4 with everything in front of them and an obstacle too big of a hill to climb. They'll have to isolate 5 peak, and it's just not going to happen when West Craven are proving to be that team right now, Kevin. Knowing they can double swing, knowing they're smart enough, very reminiscent of what we've seen Northside do, and also what we saw West Craven do against Jones Sr. on Icebox earlier. They just are a very well-organized team, and they communicate near perfectly in these moments where they just need to close out for double swings to not give up too much.
Yeah, and I was really trying to put my finger on what fell apart for New Bern there. And I think that it really did come down to the coordination. They just did not have the coordinated attack that they needed to. The dimensional drift to get on site was fine, but it didn't look like Where My Dad actually used that to secure site, but rather to try to push past before the full space was actually secured by the team. So pushing a little bit too far down one lane, not getting enough information or value down another. And then the rest of West Craven just started to fall one by one. They didn't have the guns to begin with. They weren't able to get a kill because, well, I guess get the neural theft out because Just Grace died fairly early on, so they didn't get any additional information. And we're ending this round with, 3 ultimates still available for New Bern.
I think a lot of the problem with the last round as well is, and maybe something that Where My Dad will need to think about in the future, is that dimensional drift is pure intel. That's what it should be used for. It's not meant to segue in for a kill to isolate Slimer, right? You need to clear the whole site. You need to clear the back of site. You need to clear hallways leading to site and visually clear those, not necessarily clear those exiting out from the dimensional drift and trying to go for the kill afterwards.
It's space, not info, right?
Yes, it's about that space, not
or
about
info, not space. Yeah, exactly.
You need to do both, but at the same time, you can't sacrifice the players behind you. And I think the whole team of New Bern stepped in too quickly as well towards site. Let the VTOL, let the dimensional drift get the information first before you start to engage in towards the site, and that's why you have Slimer able to get that kill with the trap fire first before you actually had the information.
I know
gathered.
exactly.
They're all sitting inside Mountain though for New Bern, and though Breezy and Cyborg Tiger do get away with the kill, they lost one first right off the rip, and 2 more afterwards in that Mount fight, leading West Craven to the player advantage, and they're plenty happy with the result they gained right there. They get 2 kills off towards Mountain. They'd already found one inside B main. Let's rotate the 2 players there out of this scenario, out of the danger zone, and now force them to rotate to any other site because it's not going to work again. They don't need to reaggress. They have to step back. They're completely pincered in and just play for time, where it's so much smarter for us to do. And this is where West Craven thrives, on that mental game and that really big understanding of the actual win condition that is, denying plant.
West Craven missed the timing. Oh, but they actually did find the right A timing there to get a kill on a Breezing, so Just Grace has to 1v3 this. I don't think there's going to be much happening here. Trying to get onto site with the bomb in hand. Everybody knows where you are. You open the door to tree, and Udo does close it out. I was going to say that the rotation there the timing was a little odd. I think that both of the members of West Craven that rotated off of C should have just held around B, holding that long angle and jiggling that long angle so that they would know whenever New Bern decided to rotate over to A, because they were fully pincered. There's nowhere else they could have gone other than backwards into the line of sight, down mid, or through the Cypher information onto C. But they missed the timing just so, understood that they missed the timing on the rotate, and decided to go straight to A. And then they did catch the right timing then, so it was a very quick adaptation to secure West Craven that round.
And at the rate at which this is going here, Kevin, it looks like West Craven may just be the team facing off against Northside High in the grand finals here for the southeast side. Just need 5 more rounds to do so, and there's still 2 more rounds left in this out. They very well could go 10-2 at halftime. New Bern's best case scenario is an 8-4 split, still half for Latalia West Craven as the Roomba goes out, deals tons of damage. At least you'd expect it to be, though. Loaded it off towards the sky. Where my dad able to take down relocate, but 15 HP left for them, and a pop flash around the corner. Can they take down Gil? It takes them a moment, but the Guardian does eventually secure it. And New Bern are now a 2-gun up as Rolling Thunder comes forward, catching off Where My Dad completely, and Listless just is completely blinded. Not sure where My Dad is as the VTOL comes out in a round that I don't think it's necessary for, but if you want to guarantee something, why not? Slimer, planted. And it's still too little too late, but it is great frag there back towards Breezy. Pluto into Where My Dad fall back, Slimer. It's still an easy 3v2 if you can recover, thanks to Pluto being a menace in the game. Down your 1-for-1. Player off towards Thor and isolate them all. 2 kills for your player of Pluto and 3 for Slimer. Net a full house for West Craven to get their 9th.
So Slimer did not get the stop on Wingman planting. But I think it was actually the right choice. With only a couple of bullets left in the chamber, you didn't want to get swung on by the Gecko who just threw out the Wingman. Backing up and reloading and resetting that interaction is the best way for you to win, as the rest of your team is still rotating over. So even though it was very funny and silly, and honestly it looked like a poor interaction, I think Slimer did make the right choice, and Pluto on the back end really doing a fantastic job of pincering. And what's even more impressive is Slimer taking the time on swinging all of those angles, waiting for Pluto to get a little bit more space. It was just such good coordinated play between the two of them.
They create phantom pressure, right? Even if Slimer isn't going to extend out from main door, the possibility of them swinging there is going to force New Bern into new positions. It's that phantom pressure. It's a big highlight point you talk about in other esports like R6, where you have to open up multiple sightlines towards a site to then force them to look elsewhere. And that's what we're seeing there from West Craven, where Slimer's in a really good spot. And just the idea that they could be there is enough of a concern. And Pluto's also up in heaven, you can't extend too far. So the choice for New Bern is to either push down Slimer or wait for Pluto. And in the process of pushing through to Slimer, either Slimer's going to get the kill or Pluto's going to have the angle from up inside heaven on B to take down the crossfire, such as Breezy or in the case of Cyborg Tiger, and solidify their position. And once again, to then wait for the drop down where Slimer then extends out in space. They're going to be the one player for the 1v1. And then it's just an easy clear out for the second one afterwards with a nice Cypher cage to close the sight line off towards door. Just a gorgeous execution for West Craven on that retake for those final 2 players. They worked with what they had, and New Bern were just in this really unfortunate spot where the cards just happened to pan out really well for the defense of West Craven, and they kind of fell for the ultimate ploy, the mind game that is them overthinking that possible retake. They now have to decide where to head in towards, and it's going to be this B main side where the flank is very obviously going through with a trap for catching Pluto.
Nobody there.
Showstopper clearing the corner, but no one there. It's Gil with the 2-shot to take down Breezy and Just Grace. This could be a 10-2 split already. As Slimer has the intel and the assurance in a second. It's a ridiculous round again for West Craven.
That just seemed like kind of a give-up round from New Bern. They said, you know what, this half is almost over. We already got pinched on. Let's just rush on to C. I forgot, they have a Cypher. Well, such is life. But what was better was that every time that Raze has ultimate available, West Craven goes for a heavy flank. Or I don't want to call it a flank because they don't know it's going to be a flank until it is. But they push up A with numbers advantage. It's not just having the showstopper pushing up solo, but you have people to trade back if need be, and more importantly, to take all of the map over if you do wind up winning that interaction. And both times that's happened, West Craven did win those rounds. It's just a great show of coordination with ultimates.
it's just the perfect result for West Craven on the half as well, right? To give New Bern a little bit, but then to take a mile. And the mental even further, taking the time out after that second to last round, the 11th round of that half. Just really putting New Bern in the spot where they can't ever feel comfortable, and because of that, the comfort kick they really like to rely on, and something that they have been very keen on doing so in all the games I've seen them play. It's just something that's going to be hard to recover from, near irrecoverable. Where my dad steps down from heaven, does get a nice 2-for-1 special, falling afterwards the hands of Gil. West Craven now at a man disadvantage, but still plenty of spots to go from as Cyborg Tiger extends out smoke a bit too soon. Does give McLaurin an easily isolated fight with Just Grace following up behind. It's New Bern once again on the pistol, showing that they're quite good in these, eco round situations where the gunfights are going to be even because both sides are only bringing a classic and/or a ghost to the table.
Well, if you lose that round, I mean, the game's kind of over. It's at the very least really, really difficult to come back from. So it was good to see that they still are able to capitalize in those clutch, scrambly pistol rounds. But what's more important is that it did happen, right? It's not about how well they executed it on. It's that they had to, and they did.
Right there. Right there.
Here we go.
Big dumpage for West Craven utility-wise. This will make sure Cyborg Timer remains no longer inside stairwell as the Outlaws for New Bern are kind of working out for him. It's a bit of a dangerous gamble with those weapons. If you miss, then put yourself in a pretty bad spot. In this corner with some assistance, but it's New Bern just striking true with Breezy and that Spectre. Gecko tends to thrive up close and personal where you have a really good selection in your terms of your core kit for stuns as well as flashes. New Bern make use of that now to solidify a 4th round win and deny West Craven of doing the same thing they did in the first half here, Kevin, of, getting the 2nd round win and then taking 5 in a row, which most definitely do not have the wiggle room to do here. Giving them 3 in a row would give West Craven the victory.
I am everywhere.
So again, another necessary round. It was good that they closed it out, right? We've seen too many of these unorthodox 1-1s on pistol rounds. New Bern did not need to let that happen. They couldn't let that happen, and they didn't. So this is the big test, right? They are on their quote-unquote bonus round, trying to stave off a big C push where all of the utility is getting dumped properly from West Craven, and they are able to enter onto site. Let's see if they can get the ball down here.
I think they have free reign to do this because it's just letting the wingman do it off towards corner. It's just a matter of keeping New Bern back now. Those Outlaws were so darn dangerous when you only have 25 armor if you've only bought soft, like Pluto has here, which is going to be a big thing around the corner when he can deal 120 damage on Outlaw shot. Fire's attempted, and where my dad can't get it off towards relocate, they'll go down, though Pluto with the assistance to try to get some damage out will fall afterwards. Still West Craven up with that man advantage. Kills West for 2, and it makes it 3. The wild swing around pillar just puts all of New Bern's, players that are attempting to capsize the post-plant structure of West Craven because they had a pretty even split where they were positioning. Gil was caught off guard. Gil swings. Gil has complete sideline on all 3, and it's hardly a miss at a spray transfer when they're 3 feet in front of you, and every bullet's going to hit no matter what.
This is this. I mean, Gil does it again, right? That's. I want to say it was Gil earlier that did something very similar. 3 people right in front of them and just sprayed it down. Fantastic stuff, though. I mean, when it comes to those scramble situations when it's not pistol round, West Craven definitely knows how to close it out. So now they're going to push aggressively onto A site, but I love that they have a lurk still with how aggressive they're pushing on it. This is still fine where my dad and Cyborg Tiger. They don't even need the lurk to make work happen.
This is a devastating strike for West Craven off towards A. The effective speed at which they've taken control of this objective. Now cutting off the flank for Just Grace from Slimer alone. And you can just watch defender spawn. There's only one other angle for them to come from. Every other angle would be held because you have double trap wire and towards your A main exit, your A lobby entrance and your B main exit. It's West Craven just speedy sprints straight through the A side to take control over it. Now they're at 12. They're at match point and series point. They're 1 round away from sending themselves in through the grand finals. And New Bern are going to have to take a timeout. They have to play flawless from this point on, so they have to get 8 in a row to guarantee overtime here, Kevin.
Yeah, this is not my favorite spot to take a timeout, but I understand you didn't have a whole lot of other opportunities, when this half started, since the half kind of just started. And you won the last couple of rounds, so you lost 2 in a row. You basically are saying, how do we force every single round to try to get back to 12-12 and then play for overtime? And it's just a situation where time and time again, we've hoped and we've seen that it like the hope it happens, right? You get a hope play, as I like to call it, and then they just fall the very next round.
You can even buy if you're New Bern here. Most of the players can't buy a rifle. McLaurin had barely enough to buy a rifle with some armor. Most of the players can't do that. A Guardian has been pretty darn good in Where My Dad's Hands, but if they have the VTOL, they have the dimensional drift. They can use that to get in towards side or retake a side, and they can use the Judge up close. None of that's going to matter if West Craven claims space first. Where My Dad uses this early. They just need to jump for information. Let's see Slimer there. Great shot from Slimer to hit that one. Jump around the corner. Grace will strike through for the first blood. This on to Liz. There's a good headshot, but Gil has the crossfire necessary to get right back in return. As finally we see the dimensional drift go forward, and Pluto will need to be very careful about the possibility of that being exited out as Slimer caught off towards door. Be a chance. There it is. Where My Dad gets the Bucky instead. Cyborg, another one off in return. As West Craven, after relying on Pluto, strikes for 3, falling back now as a showstopper's charged and fired haphazardly, hoping that McLaurin would rush them. They see them up in heaven. They do. They send them there too. It's a 4K for Pluto. And West Craven's 13th round win to secure this map and a berth into the grand finals here, Kevin.
I know I'm a complainer, all right? I know that I am out here just constantly dogging on these high school kids and talking about how, they played this wrong or whatever. I don't think anything was wrong about how either team played that last 1v4 situation. I just think that they're godlike. I love pulling out the showstopper and just immediately firing it, because you know that your biggest issue is going to be if they push you right away, and then still swinging so carefully, the little jiggles around to find out where your opponent is, and then finding the head taps. I mean, it was just incredible flicks. I love that play.
When you've got the color caster just enamored so much to the point that they don't even have any way to break it down, like the team structure at all, just Pluto doing Pluto things, that's, it's really impressive. And they are very well deserved to get into the grand finals to face up against Northside High, which we will hopefully see a full 3 maps for, as we don't have just yet, I don't think, the map bans for that one. We'll get to it after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned for the VESL action. Welcome back, everybody, to the VESL. And now the grand finals for the Southeast region will now be concluded at the end of hopefully 3 maps here, as we do have a pretty interesting selection. Unfortunately, a selection we've seen throughout all of today so far, as it is Lotus, Icebox, and Bind as our 3 go-to maps. Bind, of course, only being required if the first 2 maps do not end in a 2-0 fashion for either of these 2 teams.
Yes, we are looking for a fun 3-game set. Of course, when it's grands, you want it to be hype. And it's only hype if we go the distance. We've got Northside High versus West Craven. Like you said, starting on Lotus. We've seen the Geckos come out. Like you said, also very popular pick on this map. Raze is just too good of a pick to not have on Lotus. And Pluto's going to run that back off of the backs of an insane 1v4 clutch at the end of their last game. Rizmaster back on the Neon, seeing some classics.
West Craven using the exact same lineup they had in the game prior. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now you're facing another team that has earned their way into the grand finals and, hoping that you can laze about your way through, kind of like it almost felt like you were able to do against New Bern, considering the difference in playstyle and really agent selection, I feel like, in a lot of ways for how much control you were able to do with the current agents you had. Thinking you can do that against this team, you'll be hard-pressed to envision it to be so. But Northside, this is pretty much the exact same lineup they just used on Bind previously, where we saw them play pretty darn well. Of course, it was a Cypher instead of a KJ, but the KJ will greatly assist when it comes down to the blender that I highlighted you kind of need for this map on defense, which is what Northside started off on here towards the C site. JoJo has any choice they could surely make here. A Viper would have been a solid idea, just to have the extra assistance off towards C and rotate that between B, or have your KJ rotate between B and C to help things out. But KO also exceptionally powerful for this map to do so, and you don't necessarily need double walls and double controller alongside Nick Sworn on that harbor. You can play whatever for it. The KO is going to settle in nicely for Northside.
It's an interesting thought process. I was going to say the opposite. I was going to say I think that having this solo controller here is going to come and bite them in the butt. The wall is fantastic for a short period of time. You can't get the cove unless you have direct line of sight, or you can bounce it off the wall to use as a secondary smoke. So you essentially have one piece of line of sight utility, or I guess line utility maybe is a better way to put it, for smoking. And then you also have Neon. You can put the walls up for a very short, brief period of time. You have some good engaging options here, but I don't see a lot of good disengaging or retake utility coming out from Northside High.
Yeah, their controller choice is fairly limited. Whereas if you had the Viper, yes, you throw the toxic screen and you can't recollect it. Same thing with your utility or harbor. You use it, that's it. With the fact that it's a little harder to use the smoke, can't be recollected, and a whole lot harder to make use of it later if you wanted to lap back and still use some of that Viper, I would say, tank is what it's called, a gas tank, whatever's left in it, to pop it up later if you wanted to lap back around and play like really long rounds. We can kind of see here from West Craven, who are really poking the waters early, not trying to make too much noise. Spike is inside of a lobby. The wall for Nick Thorne, who lines that up from B corner off to deny mound control exit in towards C. So you are using the Viper, I'll put in quotes here, you can't see me on camera, the Viper of Harbor here to assist the KJ, just indirectly and almost in a very dangerous way, because the Harbor can definitely not stand there in the average round to use that wall. They'll be caught off guard by somebody on West Craven pursuing site. Right there. And in this round, the site they're pursuing is the A. Spike is all the way outside the gates of A main, and the whole team is now starting to engage in towards the objective, as Spike, in just a few moments, will start to get down by relocate, and you'll have a full 5v5 retake scenario here, where Rizmaster's in a very bad spot where the free classic gunnable right click from Listless secures the first blood, and we'll have to have Udu drop down below through Rock to try and make sure they have any sort of contention with the frenzy as the ammo starts to run out, and West Craven are just stuck in their own little pincer here as JoJo lines up 2 to knock them down. It's just Slimer, 10 HP in a dream, hoping they can get either one, but no, it's not there, as West Craven just, man, they're stuck in the same exact spot. What do they think was going to happen there?
Yeah, I don't know how they got stuck there. If they just decided that they wanted to hang around tree area, but they couldn't quite get back to tree, or if they didn't want to take the rest of site. I don't really know how they wound up with 3 people like doing a back-to-back action movie montage shooting in all separate directions. Although in those montages, you usually don't see all of those people die at the same time.
We do have the action films where the main character does get, beat up throughout it. Talk about main character energy for Rizmaster. Maybe that was their round. Maybe that was their die-hard scenario for Bruce Willis. Which is one of the first films to ever have the main character take proverbial damage. To the moment. Yes, that is a crisp. Also, probably too old of a film for people of this age.
Oh, that's true.
That is very true for these high schoolers. Their parents have probably shown it to them. That's too much of a Christmas. Speaking of Home Alone, they're not alone on this A side. There are 3 active players defending it, and you got the mosh pit down below of checking out even more damage for the West Craven players to step in towards side. It just seems like a lost cause. It's Northside can funnel forward and let these players trickle in their favor. Rizmaster now with one of their own. Voodoo still having the 2 they had previously, hunting for even more. That's a 3rd tally to their name. Risk steal away this warp and let it be flawless. They will, and it's a buddy ace between the 2 of them for the flawless 2nd round of Northside High.
5 people through tree is definitely a choice. It's a choice that some teams may make in their lives. I caution you, and I hope that you watch this spot as a cautionary tale. Do not do that. Especially don't do that against a Gecko with Mosh Pit, and you'll probably be fine. I don't think that's the right choice ever. Not just because they could have gotten utiled out, but because they don't get any space down the rest of the lane A. And if you don't get any of that, you don't know where anybody's holding. They could be holding by that box near Broken. They could be holding near stairs and peek out. Like, there's so many things that you just don't get to account for.
Be cleared by Nyx here, though assumedly has been spotted. Craven have made a lot of claim control off towards Mount. If it wasn't for the fact that Rizmaster scrapes away a kill from a player engaging in towards the seaside and kind of catches a lot of that engagement off guard. Have to fall back if you're Gothic, knowing that claim control with C is no longer available for Restrat to step deeper into the objective for kill, but can't take community steps past that as JoJo off towards water. A nice long angle to deal with the contestant from West Craven. This is a Northside High round now to loot.
Enemy remaining.
Pluto ices up Nick's horn and devastates JoJo. 1 more remaining. It's Udu full HP. And the Thrash comes out even, but overswings afterwards. Pluto has to toss out the paint shells. Perfect line of sight at a 4K. Saving West Craven's round 3. But they cost them everything in that round. And it's going to be way too expensive to hope they can buy again. And Northside High, they can't. This is going to be a much-needed timeout so soon for West Craven to talk about things.
I like this timeout. 3 rounds in, you actually won a round. You don't necessarily have momentum because you don't have eco. And there's no point in rushing into the next round thinking that off of a round win, you're automatically getting better. Take a moment, breathe, think about what our strategy is going to be on what is essentially a 2nd eco round. What is the plan?
B, right?
What's the plan here?
It's Spectres and then B or Spectres and then C. I can't envision they go towards A. It's 2 out in the open. It's 3 rifles for Northside High.
Yeah, I think that you're entirely right. And maybe it's about getting Pluto the orb on C, entering in with Showstopper. It's so dangerous to go on to C with Showstopper, though. Like, B is so much safer of a choice. So they might still do the same thing, like you said, Spectres or Stingers on the B site, and then try to get orb for Showstopper entry. That's what I think would probably be the best way to try to secure some space, or even a plant on this round would be really good.
Spike there.
This is a costly endeavor. If they forfeit this round win and give it off to Northside, then you've now set yourself in a spot where you won't be able to buy up completely for the next 2 rounds. Surely we'll not be able to do it next round. And even the round after that, because you're likely going to try to buy up a Stinger or a Sheriff here or there. A lot of high school scenes do not full save in those rounds when you probably should. You definitely won't be able to the round afterwards with full armor and 4 rifles for everybody. You'll likely have a Guardian somewhere or a Bulldog at some point as well. You gotta hope that first blood comes through, and West Craven, Pluto does not need the ult orb, actually. They get the first blood off towards B. very well may just open up every single possibility they have to end in towards side as JoJo capsizes Slimer's control inside B main. The rest of the team now rotating quickly off towards A. Gil taking down Udu, and a wraparound being still made by Pluto. Being cut off the flank and the rotate in, but JoJo knows that Pluto has not stepped away, but that's
Spike
why
planted.
Listless is covering there instead. From top of rope, down goes one more. Huge round for West Craven as Pluto. That was not exactly the swing that you needed there, and definitely not the shots there. Gothic gets the kill instead. The West Craven have done an insane job in this round to make a mountain out of a molehill. They didn't bring much to the table and have now very well turned this one around. They have
Last
to make
player
mistakes
standing.
lose. As Gothic falls to Listless hand, the second for them in this round, and Nick Thorne stunned. Needs to fall back. Will they be given the space to do so? I can only imagine so. No need to push this if you're West Craven, but yeah, they're going to fall back. Do not die to Spike. Just hold on to these rifles. You are paid so much for them. Bring him to the next.
Thinking about that round a little bit more, I think it kind of just came down to Rizmaster. I don't know if you saw where they died. Rizmaster went for a crazy push down A, and it did work out. They got all the space they could have wanted. They pushed all the way up. They got through A. They even got into attacker's spawn. That's where you should probably stop and reassess. Maybe I should wait until we have a little bit more information on where the opponents are. Because what happened was they didn't get any information. West Craven hadn't pushed far enough up on B for it to have been an actual pincer, or C for that matter, and so they just turned around and shot Rizmaster. And it was numbers down. They didn't even need to use the showstopper. They just took entry, took space. I don't even think it mattered that Pluto was all the way in defender's spawn at that point. The round was over.
So much is working against them too as well. Northside failed to keep them out of B main, and you essentially had your most pivotal player for West Craven, that would be Pluto, up front, having to engage entry.
Right there.
Giving them that kill, feeding the showstopper, which obviously didn't matter in that round, but giving them the space to then move through B main. Map control, it's space control, and it's the Northside High had to try to spend the remainder of that round recovering from, and they.
Yeah, regardless of whether or not they actually capitalized on it using the showstopper, it wasn't the right choice because that was an option.
The rotate's made for West Craven, and the Spike's a little bit slow to the table. He got 45 seconds. We'll get Spike down on this A side, and North side will move all remaining players in through defender's spawn. I'd like to see at least one player down through stairwell. So everyone's coming up through rope instead, and they're going to pop the no command. Something Northside High are bringing out the difference between these two teams. That KO instead in the hands of JoJo. It's going to be very good on the Cypher previously. In the roll right now on KO quite well as well. Gil swings just at the right time. Not only do they take down JoJo and force him now to be restabilized, but they catch Rizmaster, and then the swing afterwards prior to that taking down I believe that was the KJ of Gothic. This was moments prior to that, defining Rizmaster. Just a wonderful timing for Gil to not only get up those 3 kills to finish that round, but also charge up. Now you have the From the Shadows, which means you can make mistakes throughout this round. You can be as slow as you possibly want because you have a get out of jail free card you used in your game earlier to rotate side.
Yeah, Gil does it again. Finds the 3 off of the timing. 3 people that were trying to shoot at him, and them, they just got it right back. Got the round secured for them, but ultimately that wasn't what secured them the round. It was that rotation. It was the right decision making.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Lots of noise made up. Crash also being utilized for West Craven, and Gil. I don't know why they decided to claim space this way, but they have, and what a devastating result for Northside High. Relocate Listless Gil, bring everybody to the table, West Craven. Let everyone have a piece of the pie. It's just Udu now remaining in a 1v5. Flawless result possibly incoming as a Paranoia does short sight the player Voodoo, and that's free pickings for West Craven to extend into space, giving Gil their 3rd kill of the round, and Gil has been going crazy. Now up 9-3. Second least deaths on the roster. Tied for least deaths alongside 2 more. That one being Nick's Horn, who has gotten 0 kills as well for the Northside High side. And that's going to be a timeout now called back in return. And this is something I love seeing here. I don't know how many times I pointed out collegiate players have the biggest problem for this, Kevin. They stink at calling timeouts. You have it, you get one every half, I believe, in most leagues. Use it or lose it. Seeing
Very
both
true.
of these high school teams use it so early, honestly, I love to see it.
100% agree. And this is a good time to use it as well. West Craven made so many good choices, actually saving their ultimates for the round that mattered, right? They had a semi-save round, or a round where they didn't have quite as much to their name, where they wound up winning. Surprisingly, they won, but they held all of their ultimates because they knew they could win that round. They used it the following round because that's the one that mattered. Look at the economy of Northside High now. All of the momentum is now in West Craven's favor. They have everything that they could dream of in their armory, and no ultimates available. But all they have to do is get an orb onto listless, and that's it. Rolling Thunder is going to clear out all of C or all of.
Yeah, and talk about just how much control that single ult gets. There's a reason why it takes nine pips now to charge that thing up. It is so devastating on nearly any map. Haven was a big problem for it for a very long time as well, because it was a perfect counter to KJ, not the ultimate, so to say. Even the aftershock, right, was a big deal. They increased the HP pool of that as Pluto fires through the box. No Rizmasters there. They see the little bit of a pip highlight from the wallbang headshot and just continue to fire through. On Northside down a very pivotal figure, and ultimately maybe would have liked to have in the later remnants of this. Gil taking down Nick's one off on site, and Udu scrapes away a frag off towards Listless. You've just charged the ult. There's the 9th pin they were looking for, and it's guaranteed for West Craven coming into the next few rounds, where you'll have so many concerns on your shoulders, and it's just going to be such a big facilitator of the backpacking that comes off the back. Initiator, Pluto, for 1, is their 3rd total afterwards. Jojo only scraping away the 1 kill afterwards themselves, and West Craven continue to barrel this lead forward 5 in a row here. Where have we seen this before? Oh, that's right, the very last.
Another great economic decision that was made right there. Hearing that Northside High did not have the weaponry like they were going to be trying to force, and holding off on using the Rolling Thunder. They said, we win the gunfights, we can space on site. They don't have much going for them right now. The Killjoy isn't playing over here. We can easily get onto site without having to utilize too much in the way of utility. That's exactly what they did. Then they followed it up with frags afterward with additional utility that they held in their pockets.
Blinding.
Rizmaster has a perfect angle as well. This is something that you didn't necessarily anticipate. Relocates too slow to get the refresh. So much of their teams,
Thanks, little man.
which their teammates, I should say, have already been knocked off the board as a thrash goes in through tree. This one will be cleared, not a problem whatsoever. Another one goes back, and this one will detain. And you've got a player now waiting to be picked up. You've got so many others just waiting at the line of sight perfectly. Nick Sorn capping off a kill they have been so slow to gain for their team. But when you know you can do it, you step up to the plate, and that will give Northside a recovering round win to stop the 5-round spree of West Craven.
Good hold from Northside, the angles to ensure that their teammate wasn't going to fall, but more importantly, knowing that it was the only opportunity for the attackers to swing, for them to swing out and try to get the kill onto the detained person. Didn't happen, and that's ultimately why the hold was so fantastic. But it was the right choice regardless.
There.
I love the double thrash for both teams, right? To use the ults counterintuitive to each other. You have plenty more rounds. I won't say plenty, but you have a couple more rounds to try to get that charge back up. How often we've seen Udu get that on the board. I can't imagine that it'd be hard-pressed to find another usage of that at some point or another. You have the Reckoning, though, placed off towards Mound. Gil will be stunned by it, and that's a really great usage from Nixorn, who has been pretty darn good today in general. We saw it on Bind get all 5 inside Hookah. Being able to use that at the right time. One of those states of saying not use it to lose it for an ult. You got to, create the perfect moment, and they knew what they had to do. That's 2 players dusted for West Craven, and now a 5v3 in their lap, and a Spike under complete control by Northside. How do you retake this, Kevin? Because you have to go flat.
Yeah, you gotta try, I guess. And it's gonna be failed as well. There's no way you can get back to it. They did wind up securing the bomb with some utility, but getting back out is gonna be tough.
Last player standing. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Goodness, actually, they didn't die to Udu. They would have charged that thrash up even faster, which is something that you kind of have to manage. That's the great thing about Valorant as well, when you have these ultimates tallying and you have to be concerned about utility like this. who you die to is equally important as just dying in general in certain states. The old Overwatch idea of dying by jumping off a map and going off a cliff and dying to, you know, fall damage or anything like that. You would reset or respawn with your team in the same next push. Not beating ult charge the opposition. The same kind of state here. You want to die to somebody that maybe already has their ultimate charged, or you realize they haven't used it in a while. Maybe you just don't want to die at all. Clean up some of those now from Northside. Still waiting for the Palpatine to come out, and lockdown's going to be so important as well for a retake. More specifically towards C site, I'd imagine. That's why you're seeing that KJ hoping up towards A with a dump of util in tree. Hoping to keep West Craven back as Rizzmaster is alone on C, having lost their teammates. West Craven now rotating back towards A.
Right choice right here. There was an over-rotate from Northside High. Now nobody is left on site. There's, in fact, no utility left on site, aside from a couple of nanoswarms that aren't going to make anything happen, as tree is not going to be open. They're running straight down the lane, but the rolling thunder only catches one.
Listless. Over here towards drop. Does get a 1v1. Doesn't get the one they needed first. That was Udo up above. The refrag is clean, and now Gothic. We're waiting for the right timing, and this is a little slow to opt to go for the lockdown. They choose not to instead. They place it forward. Maybe they were very worried about the fact that 3 would be fully utilized, and Gil tries to step up there to maybe catch them off guard if they dropped into side first. As Udo scrapes around the corner, one kill away from their pip. Rizzmaster downing out Slimer, and it's just one player remaining, and they've isolated them with a fast lane. What a round for Northside High, West Craven. They went in a 5-round spree here, Kevin, and now they've tied things up 5-5 by giving it back to Northside.
I'm out of here.
Banger. Absolute banger of a match so far. This is the closest one we've had. 5-5, I think, for the first time today. And it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Neither team seems to be able to capitalize on momentum. They're both playing incredibly well around their ultimates. A lot of really great utility usage, despite, you know, having, for example, a solo half controller on the side of Northside High. They're just doing really well. Both teams are playing incredibly well.
It's a standout game. This is exactly what we want for a grand final. And speaking of exactly what you want for a grand final, you'd hope your duelist could step up to the table. Rizzmaster in a dangerous spot. Who gets there one? Uses now to fall back. Listless with a huge dump of util to catch Nick Sworn off guard in the corner. Rizzmaster alive and well, and that sort of prowess leads to 2 more kills before falling. And Udo, this is that thrash. They hold on to it and they're waiting. They charged it up. I said so much, but it was going to happen again. They were going to get it back, and it took them 2 rounds to do so.
Placing sentry.
Really 2.5. They got it at the end of the one prior, but still.
Absolutely crazy. Now we have a showstopper and a neural theft for the other team. If they can find just one, they get a lot of info from it. But using the showstopper before getting any information, that might have been your 2v3 advantage gone.
There.
Ludo. We'll be expecting Northside High to still be actively on the seaside. There's the pain. Is it both? No, but you now only have to deal with the one player with their hands in front of them. Udo can stick that defuse. They've done the dirty work, and it is Northside High guaranteeing an even half 6 already. As West Craven one away as the final round of the half is now going forward.
Last round.
Best case scenario, we even up, splitting out the second half, and it goes 6-6. Worst spot. Northside goes above and beyond, and then goes 7-5. And with the eco in their way, and Rizzmaster going with a boomstick, I don't think they're going to go it. They may not commit to it. Please commit to it. This would be the best thing ever for this map. Especially with how much control they've had towards Mound recently. I don't know. This is a B push. West Craven will completely avoid that line of sight on either objective. But this is a huge round for Northside to take up 7.
Very interesting choice. Holding a long angle on A, but nobody's going A. A hard, quick B push coming out from West Craven. Getting all the space in the world. Oh, that's going to maybe kill. Yes, it does.
Shells coming out bigger than you'd expect here as Gojo popping the no command, gets it around the corner, but unfortunately Pluto downs them. We restabilized Nick Sword and Riz through the space. Riz popping the Palpatine. Unfortunately, the high ground still panning out here for Slimer. Back through main. He forced back. Shots have to connect. They through. Spray him down. 2 HP remaining. as West Craven go through to
Switching
6.
sides.
They soar on to the second half, barely breaking even, but my goodness. When you know it's your player that's bottom fragging, the team may be stressed, but Slimer has ice in their veins here, Kevin.
Every single one of you viewers
This is a nice
out there choked right there. I
Exactly.
choked right there. You know when Neon's coming at you with the electric fingers and you have to hold the exact right angle and you're hoping for a headshot, you're praying for a headshot, and you don't hit it, everybody is dead there except Slimer.
There.
Slimer's a reference
Crucial.
to Ghostbusters.
There.
Sure.
Man,
Yeah,
that's a movie series that I feel like
it's too young.
too young. Unless they've just like they're basing it off the new movies, in which case
Oh, true.
an infinitely better number of movie series that could have been named your name off of. Speaking of that, though, we gotta name something after Pluto. They just got their planet back. No longer just an ice mound. I think they're officially recognizing it again as a planet, and I think it's really
enemy
because of what
remaining.
Pluto's been doing here in the high school Valorant scene. My goodness, 3 kills to start off this 13th round. And with a relocate popping in for the second to last, and feasibly even still the last, as Udo is inside a lobby. This could be over before it begins for this half to start to bring this poor frenzy in hand. Udo denies the body ace, but Gill's not far behind. Right clicking with the classic. What else? It's a free gun. Use it, and you'll have West Craven getting there first.
Okay. Starting off strong. Udo, a lot of momentum in hand when it comes to mental momentum, of course. It's just the pistol round. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But purchasing up guns is important here, I think, for West Craven's side. I think if you're Northside on attack, there is a case to be made for like stinger rushing B site. But you also know that Cypher's going to be placing traps on. One trap is always going to be on B. And for the most part, I would say it's probably the right choice. So you can't just rush onto there willy-nilly, and they know that, so they're going to try to clear out some utilities.
Udo pressing pretty soon, and there's the death
Strike
you're asking
down,
for.
B.
And even
What?
a second.
Against a Vandal.
Again. That is a classic, by the way. Free gun, LOL. Cannot stand the classic. For that reason, the Eco Buster. It is an insane weapon at that distance to cut down a Judge
Camera taken
and a Vandal. I think the element of surprise plays a big part into that. Slimer waiting around this corner. Talk about the dominance Slimer had in their series prior where they took the
player
victory against New Bern. Although
down,
Gil stepping
C.
up to the plate. 4 kills in this round, though eventually does fall. Gothic now so important on the Clove on Icebox earlier. But this is a whole new map and a whole new agent. They've got to do it with only a Spectre in hand. Plenty of time to bait out this plant. Kurt will be spotted listless.
30 seconds left.
You got to get out of there. Don't re-swing this. Rotate to A if you have to, Gothic. Worst case scenario, you get the credits for your team for the plant. You're only down to 29 bullets in total. No more ability to reload.
One
Spike
enemy
with 4.
remaining.
Damage is good. 15 bullets left.
10 seconds left.
Keep tapping away here. You'll run out sooner rather than later. Dread time ticking, and you would have ran out anyway. Slimer clutches up again for West Craven. It's such a costly round and so darn well played for Northside High.
Definitely well played for Northside High. Although that last play right there between, I think it was Listless and Slimer, that's not how you swing together. Just if you guys are watching this and you're wondering, oh, what's the best way in a 2v1 position to handle a fight? That's not it. You need to swing together. That was Slimer fully baiting Listless and almost losing the round for it. But luckily, only 13 bullets remaining and a lot of pressure. Gothic couldn't quite handle it and succumbed.
We're unlucky. One of those moments where you could go together, but also at the same time, wait for time. I think that's kind of what we're seeing there for West Craven playing. It's almost a 3v1 because Father Time joins in eventually. Pluto, though, swings back around the
Spike
corner. The harbor
down
walls
A.
are definitely an eyesore off here towards A lobby, but doesn't mean it's impossible. As 2 players behind Root almost gave Pluto a chance for one more on top. There is no icing on the cake. They will fail to do so as Bliss is now
player
going into the
standing.
swing instead. Shrouded step up and above for kill. And that's a just Gothic now remaining. 1v3. You gotta claim space. You've got to play very smart here if you're Gothic.
Alarm bot out.
There's just no utility, and Spike is completely there for West Craven, and you're being flanked here quite slowly. This trickle effect forward. Hides within the dark cover, and yes, there is noise for Slimer. Apparently, Gothic hears it. IMs or what? I don't know, but they've got ears for days.
30 seconds left.
Did they just from the shadows?
Just a quick one.
Cheeky from the shadows in round 3. Thank you, Gil. The 4K from earlier charged it up nice and quick. Their best Udo impersonation for for getting the ult charged up. So this is a definite round win for West Craven. Gothic does not
10
feel the
seconds
need
left.
to extend out into that space and will hold on to the weapon they want to keep.
That's the right choice that nobody wants to make right there. It's a 1v2. You want to believe you can do it. If you had Spike in hand, of course you go for it. But if Spike is in this disgusting
note down
choke,
the
by the way, it's just
observation,
such
then
an
let's run it
unnecessarily annoying choke where the next best approach for that choke involves you spending 45 seconds to wrap all the way around the map. So you're either doing that, and they're definitely going to read you out on that, or you're going to have no time to get the bomb and plant. Somebody's just going to hide, or you have to fight through the choke. The right choice is don't do either. Save your gun. And I'm glad that that's the choice that was made by Gotham.
I'm still so surprised that Gil opted to use the from the shadows.
Yeah.
25 seconds left. They have to wrap if they're going anywhere but there. You know they're inside lobby. They just took down Slimer. They wouldn't be able to make it around through B, then break door in time.
Right. Maybe 10 seconds later, it would have been the right choice.
Yeah. 10 seconds earlier, maybe.
Or that.
If they didn't have Slimer wrapping. If there was no Slimer wraparound, that's final. But anything, with Slimer involved, not play. Slimer does have a chance there, but forced to fall back. Great coverage now for Northside on this plant. Well, you have the Cove by Harbor in the first place is being brought here. It's so annoying for the lines of sight.
They
And
found my wire.
gives you a little bit of extra security on top of the bubble. Has to take a couple bullets on top. West Craven will have to rotate in for this post plant. There's really only one secondary angle to work from, and it's Gil who has to swing open door. Just now opens the switch. Will the KO of JoJo be caught off? They should have been. The shrouded step back towards Mound tells everything you need to know as West Craven isolate individuals on site. And pick apart Northside. Where was this post plant? Nowhere. West Craven decimate the result on C.
This was my concern in Pronosis. I wanted to wait until it reared its ugly head. This is why solo Harbor doesn't work. You got the entry onto site. You used your Cove, you used your wall. You had nothing else, and so full lines of sight from CT, from Waterfall, and even from Mound were available for the retake. So West Craven easily got back onto site, using their own smokes to create the space that they needed and create the angles that they needed. And there was no additional controlling utility available for Northside High, so they lost all control of the site.
Northside's even giving me more time to talk about.
Okay. I'm done. You go. That's all I gotta say.
What do you mean I go?
I'm dropping my mic there. Look, I got out what I wanted to say. I was proven right, at least for one round, and that's all I can really ask for as a comment.
That's like the caster equivalent of patting yourselves on the back. You say
Exactly.
something, and then eventually it comes true, and you're like,
Yes. It only took
me, baby.
16 rounds.
Yeah, it only took the third map of a best of 3 series. Usually it's a caster's curse. Usually it's the opposite.
Call it the caster's blessing.
Broken clocks, right? Twice.
Whoa. That's rude.
I'm not
I
saying
am-
you're broken clock. I think casters are.
No, I'm
So
just
much of
kidding.
what we say is a gamble. Which is also what I felt like a lot of Northside's agent selection for this map was. You're kind of hoping that West Craven don't realize where your gaping weaknesses are in both your post-plant defense and just your defense in general. Well, it took them a very long time to start to feel comfortable in that first half. Having to meet the 6-6 and tie. I feel like they're feeling so much better about how to play this defensively. Realize the north side, like you mentioned, have a clearing problem that doesn't really have a big fix. Listless, just utility-wise, able to get a kill off towards Nick's horn. Riz is trying to move in silently. Oh, that's not so pretty. You survive for the time being, and we'll step up towards the top. Hammer has a good sight line, but Riz just sees better. What a hit! ties things up in a 4 versus 4 with Spike now easily able to be placed down on C. And you don't even have the possibility of a harbor wall anymore now. It's gone. There are your first death. You couldn't make it out of B main. What do you do if you have no sight lines now? You have to extend into space. You're getting kills, and you're being denied of that option. Riz is now spotted off towards defender spawn, wrapping around towards Stone. They'll have to go back through waterfall through link side. Gothic in on ramp. Taking down 2 unnecessary deaths. This kill can't stay alive. Huge round for Gothic as West Craven failed to get their 11th.
You said it right, exactly right. Just a moment ago, another timeout. Whew. You said it just right. What do you do if you don't have any controlling utility to control the space around site? You extend. You have to go into CT. You have to go into waterfall. It's exactly what they did, and that's why it secured them the round. They were able to trade out some frags to make it a little bit more flustering to approach onto the site, and then they had Gothic just kind of hold down onto the site, catching people on timings around corners because they were too flustered to throw out their own controlling utility because they had to deal with people attacking them on the wings. And that is the exact thing that you have to do, but it's not a reliable strategy. It's not something that's going to work for you every single time, assuming that West Craven is going to adapt.
There.
If you have the space to begin with, right? If you know that you have the timing on your opponents off of like a rotate like that, right? You got the lockdown space. You had the neon push onto C site before the rotation came out because everybody thought you were still going to hit me off that lockdown. It does work. But if you don't have the timing, if you don't have that rotation timing, there's a good chance you also don't have the time to extend into that space or the numbers.
The numbers advantage is so important. It's something that's highly slept on, I would say. Like, you don't think it's going to be as important as it is, and then it turns out to be probably the most important thing. Just because sometimes you need numbers to throw at the problem, right? You need bodies to line up. You need, like we saw earlier on Icebox, saw players lining up in front of the person defusing, trying to block bullets and work out, right? Sometimes numbers are all you need, even if they don't fire back, even if they're just a distraction for another player. That is one of the first times I've ever seen a Paranoia be short on an extension out. Rizzmaster barely being at the edge of that one. There's a lot of utility being dumped by Listlets. This is West Craven keeping them out of C main. You also see the trapwire placements are different in this round. They're not placed as you would expect. You know, cutting off side lane to waterfall, and then another one back in towards site, just behind stack. Separated instead, and they're right at the archway, which doesn't really make much use for it here, as it'll be a rotate made by Northside High off towards A, because look where we have Rizzmaster all the way on A side here.
Going out.
They've just gotten out of nowhere. It's taking full control of the space. Gil gonna have to make a ton of noise to extend here out of door to have any chance for a retake, and the whole team for West Craven is really lagging behind on this rotate because they're very wary of the fact that Northside have all 5 players left in a round where they don't really have that many guns. One of their players is using a ghost even. Hard-pressed scenario to try to recover in from. Turret just around the corner. There's your Thrash as well. Doesn't detain anybody. I believe it gets one. Listless taking down 2 on this swing-in. Removing Gothic afterwards from the refrag. And Thrash around the corner. Can you go in unseen? West Craven! There's no time! And that slow play here, all the way back in defender spawn, just doesn't work out.
They had all the time in the world. They got to A, they planted. Not only did they have all the time in the world, they had the timing on Harbor Utility as well to be able to keep the control of the space, right? They got onto site. Harbor's wall was just coming back up at just the right time, and there was still some other utility available as well in the way of controlling of the high tide. Or the cascade, I should say, as the high tide was coming back up. And so once they got that control, and Northside High tried to push into all of that control, or excuse me, West Craven tried to push back into all that control that Northside High had, there was nothing doing, right? They had to be a little bit smarter about it. They had to either wait out the wall, use utility to go through the wall, and a lot of things. We have to move on. This is crazy.
There's so much happening. It's wall after wall. It's sidelined and off. Sidelined and aisle. West Craven is fitting themselves quite nicely. For the time being.
Spike planted.
No command player of JoJo. Well, yes, they'll be down. They afterwards relocate ensures that. It will eventually fall. Nick's Horn getting any limited success.
One enemy
They're
remaining.
trading out their weapon as well, and it's a West Craven retake on this B side that is nearly impossible to deny. This B side is just so darn good. As Gothic has been playing lights out for Northside, and it's still not enough to give them the lead. This second half is in Gothic's for the taking.
I need this.
I thought they could have maybe played that even a little bit slower, maybe like waited out some of the utility, waited out like the null command, waited out a harbor utility to fall, but they just were able to find some kills because even with the utility being up and available, there wasn't enough space actually being controlled. Northside High wasn't able to secure any kills off that or any wing space. So they were able to get pinched on. And then what's even more interesting, what I thought was really cool, was the Gecko play. Dropping Wingman and then walking towards the bomb, shooting the Nano Swarm so that it can't be stopped was what really ended that round for them. And it's just such great awareness in like a clutch situation. Not even clutch, last second situation. Sorry, Palpatine's back on the screen. I'll give it back to you.
The Palpatine is indeed up on the screen. Somehow Palpatine return as the Rolling Thunder comes out here. Listless, they're in huge space. That's a massive amount of success.
One enemy remaining.
3 kills make it 4. Ace possibly inbound. The Wingman could go for the defuse. That will be the case. It'll be stuck in towards half, and Gil will say, I want no more of the Palpatine shenanigans. Where his master will be taken off forward. But Listless, what a round for you. 1 round away from match point. What is match point? I say 1 round away from the end of this first match. And West Craven could take this 13-8. And when you're looking at a result for Northside here where you have a player who's buying an operator instead, they could have bought them a rifle. I'm not sure what Northside are thinking.
Real quick, download Kovacs or Aim Labs. It's if you want to be like Listless. That was awesome. Just to flash through.
Yeah, there's gonna be another roast on these poor kids.
No, it was
a really
awesome.
Positive line.
It was so good.
Possibly dog on for Listless there. That was a perfect play from him.
It was perfect.
A problem here though for West Craven. It is
remaining.
just continuously tickling further their way. 2 for Kill, 2 for Listless, and this round, this map may just be already over. That's dark cover. I'm like, what is going on there? Also, I've never seen the operator on the left side. Model. Yes. Master, though, not really able to help the team out very much there. There's another thing we highlighted earlier for Northside. I felt like almost... Oh, it was actually West Craven or Slimer. They felt like they were baiting between Listless and Slimer. You know, having one player go in to die to then have the second one swing out. They could have swung in tandem, swung together. Grismaster was not there to help out the team because they all extended in towards B main, and the operator just doesn't have the impact necessary, which means you're all alone. You get your one, but the whole team goes down. What's there to do?
What is there to do? I'll tell you what there isn't there to do, though, is spend 30 seconds slow walking with the operator on your last round of the game. You don't have time for this. You have 4 people you have to take out. Go pick up the Vandal and start taking shots.
Oh, there's the neural theft as well. They were holding that in the back pocket. And wait for the second pip.
10 seconds left.
Running in the background. Okay, use every piece of utility you have left here, West Craven, because this map is done. Where's the From the Shadow? Oh, well, there it is.
What? What shot was that?
That seems to be the biggest problem actually plaguing
Out of charges.
every team we've seen here in VESL, to be honest here. It's time management. And I get it. When I was in high school, I would sit in class and I'd be like, oh, it's been 10 minutes. How close am I to time being done? And can I get out of this class? And it's been 1 minute and I've been there, it feels like an hour, right? Like time is not, you don't really have good management of time anyways. It feels like it passes slow. It feels like it passes too fast. But my goodness, you'd think with how much hours they put into Valorant, because they obviously adore the game and they're playing exceptionally well, that is their biggest problem, is just time management in these final scenarios and misreading it. Because if we had 3 of those rounds that were lost on time purely for Northside, they would have been in a tied game and probably could have gone to OT or won out at the end of it against this side.
Yeah, even as the first half of that was too, it is a little bit vindicating for the second half to have been a loss almost exclusively because you didn't have good controlling options for your post plants.
All right.
A lot of plants got put down. A lot of plants got defused.
Yeah, it's a really big problem. As we get ready to step on over to map 2 and map 3, if it is required. Before then, we're going to go ahead and take a break, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back with map 2 after this. Stay tuned for more from VESL. Well, we've had ourselves a really solid first map and the closest game we've had all day today so far. And hopefully the second one will see a resurgency back in so that a third one as well can join in. But the third, unfortunately, is not a guarantee, which means we may be done here, and it's got to be a really, really big game for Northside to ensure we see that third.
And a really big game requires a really big map. Bind. It's not notoriously large, but it does require some big gameplay. It requires some good, thoughtful composition as well as coordination. You can't just kind of shove yourself up one of the 3 lanes because that doesn't exist. The only thing that you get on Bind is wings. You get the outside lanes and you get the inside lanes. There's no mid to take control of. There's a lot of like more sincere commitment that you have to make for each decision that you go, because time is of the essence. And like you talked about, time management's a big problem.
Oh my goodness, time management is the biggest problem here. There's no and, if, or buts about it. It is not good for these teams, for either team, for any of the teams we've actually seen in the Southeast region. Maybe it's different for all the other regions. I don't know. I haven't covered any of the other regions. It's just time management. And I've done actually a lot of Valorant casting for different organizations for high school in the Southeast region, as well as Rocket League casting, things like that. And while Rocket League casting, you don't have to worry about time management so much, but it seems to just be a big problem down here, apparently, as time management. I don't know what we got in the water. I've been drinking it since I was young. I don't know why I don't struggle with time management, but I'm also not under high intense scenarios where I actually have to learn how to retake a site with 0 utility remaining and nothing but a ghost in my hand. I would crumble and cry because I do not do well under that kind of pressure. But these players are doing exceptional regardless of that. We've even seen them win the retake and just, you know, fail to the spike detonation afterwards, like we saw there twice in that last map. So it really does stink to see that Father Time does not heal all wounds and instead makes them even worse. Pluto will lock in on that raise as expected, which is kind of shocking to see them over here on Bind and not actually going for the Clove like we saw them do in Icebox, because we did see Clove earlier on Bind. It was actually pretty interesting to see how that necessarily pans out, what the difference is going to be. And then we see the more lock in for Slimer back on that Cypher as expected, relocate to the Gecko, which is just a guarantee pick these days. It's kind of shocking. Gil on the Brim, and then of course Listless on the Sky, which is as expected from Breach to Sky. You want to play an Initiator, right?
Yeah, West Craven going with a very traditional team composition, except that they chose to pivot from what you would normally see, either double Duelist, or if you're going to see double Initiator, you also usually get double Controller. But they've kind of split the difference here. They have single Controller with Sentinel, double Initiator, and a Duelist in the form of Raze. But Raze is obviously like the usual must-pick Duelist for this map. And then Northside High, as always, of course, going with something a little bit less traditional. They still have the fundamentals of what this map generally requires for the meta, which is double Controller, 1 line Controller, 1 smoke Controller, a good entry Duelist, a good Initiator, and a good Sentinel. But they have gone less traditional with the pick for the Duelist, and that hopefully won't come to back to bite them. But not having like reliable entry in the form of satcheling onto site or anything like that, you're really relying on your flashes to make headway.
And we saw just how good Phoenix could be earlier. Now, on Bind, it's the bigger question, right? That's where you're gonna have a lot of problems. But if it's a comfort pick and it's something you feel comfortable with, I don't see any problem why you couldn't necessarily bring it to the table, as it will be a B push off here for the side of West Craven to try to anticipate any sort of misdirection from the defense in Northside High. But it's really coming up with nothing but blue on the left side of the feed. Yeah, there's a couple deaths here and there that could fall over to West Craven, but it won't even be the case. Just a singular falls to West Craven, as Northside, that B site was going nowhere and you could barely get to it in time. Really solid defensive round, as you would expect for a pistol round, but that one is not even close, which is something that is kind of shocking for a pistol round where West Craven had no real contention all the way through long, all the way into hookah. It was just the side execution that failed.
Oh, interesting. Tough loss there. I'm not really sure what to attribute that to. They didn't quite have any time to get site control. maybe they were just feeling a little bit overconfident from having gotten control of Hookah and Long so early.
Could be. More so concerned with the fact that
Spike
they're
down,
continuing
B.
to feed into the site that has arguably the worst sight lane possible for them here. B long is already dangerous enough, but Hookah exit is going to be even harder when a Cypher's on the board. You're going to have to hit some pretty nasty shots, and hopefully you have a Sheriff to do that, and that's just not the case. Pluto, though, somehow beating out Nixhorn with only a classic. Probably a right-click, lol free gun, as expected, but that evens the odds now to a 3-on-3, and it's going to force a rotate to be made off towards the A side for at least 2 out of the 3 of your operators or your agents off on this side. They've been playing or casting too much R6 recently. On the north side, we start to be ready for this transition in this denial. Udu sends out Flash. Has a chance. Pluto will have to hop off for just a moment. Will Listless be capable of denying this? There goes Wingman around the band. Can line him up.
Big.
And knocks them all down. Spike may go down, but so do all 5 for West Craven. It's a second round out for Northside.
Awesome use of Wingman from Udu. Getting a quick double stun and then not being afraid to swing off of it. Not worrying about if somebody didn't get caught by the stun. Just understanding that your best opportunity to win that fight is if you beat right then and there. So that's like a good micro decision.
Sorry.
That was made right there, but the macro decision making I think was even better. Having backed off of the B chokeholds in Hookah and in Long, not allowing the enemies to get a gun for free was pretty big. Well, you know, with the exception of Pluto taking somebody out with a classic, but then rotating back over to A site and then retaking in a very simple way with util available, Dizzy and Wingman, for example, getting a lot of information and a lot of advantage. It was just good decision making, good micro, good macro, all around.
Launching smoke.
They make micro SD cards that are like a terabyte now. Sorry, that's off point.
That's
Just-
crazy.
it's crazy. The technology we have today, and we're using it to download, well, probably just a bunch of pictures from random, vacations.
Oh my God.
Never look back on ever.
We sound so old.
Yes, we're very old. Speaking of old, it gets real old when this site is so easily held by attacking teams. So hopefully Northside can
One
have a little
enemy
bit more
remaining.
success here in the lineup. Unfortunately, that will not be the case. Pluto and Slimer line up the last 2 of Udo and JoJo off inside back corner Cubby on that A side. And just Northside kind of had some structuring there, but it felt like most of the weight where their 2 legs got completely torn out when somebody kicked the back left knee, took down a player that was so important to the defensive structure there, and then they had to crawl the West A in towards site, and that's not what West Craven are going to let you do. You got to be a whole lot faster. You got to walk in there with confidence, not crawl on your hands and knees. It's too slow. They're going to find the kills where needed.
Northside High looks like wound up actually buying on their bonus round, which means that they're coming into this round 4 with essentially nothing. Really tough, especially because of how commandingly they wound up losing that last round. I don't know how they're going to make these holds happen. You can see aggressive play from Rizmaster here, trying to get info, but taking a lot of damage for it. Some can be healed up, some cannot.
And that throwing out the molly as well makes it really difficult to fully heal this. They'll probably throw up the wall here to give them an ability to step back. Maybe they could have stood there and gone for the heal as well, but more so probably favorable to just use it as an escape route and cut off sight lines. You know just how good they were previously on the Neon. They like the fast lane. They'll basically have half of that on the Phoenix and hope for the best off the back of it, as rotate was made by your controller choice to try to rotate elsewhere. And I don't know why Spices would be the best choice for it, but West Craven with Gil on site out through showers, leaving that straggler have a free control over this A objective, and it should arguably be a pretty easy one to hold on to with the limited weapons and
Spike planted.
positioning of this Northside High retake potential. Sheriff in hand for Gothic. They're gonna wait for the sky smoke to disappear, and as soon as you do, it just comes up with another one. That's why Brim is so darn good on this map, and West Craven are utilizing it exceptionally well. It's just a matter of making sure Dizzy can't get a stun out.
One
Udu
enemy
taken down.
remaining.
Udu as well. JoJo joins the afterlife. A Slimer lines up 2 in the process. Now just Gothic remaining. And it's not for too much longer. A Slimer gets their 3rd and secures, well, not just a second round win, but the neural theft is also available for them. Who is too surprised? These ults have been so darn plentiful for both teams here today.
Guns were a problem, to be certain.
Yes.
Not a great position to be in as Northside High. What made it worse was Nyx getting that deep flank all the way back and around, almost made it all the way up to Hookah, and then just got shot. It was way too far for a flank, especially when you're on a save round. You should not be peeking angles. You should be hoping that somebody doesn't peek your angle. And unfortunately, Nyx walked way too far up, went way too aggressive, and then gave numbers advantage in a position where you desperately.
Ooh, and that's a bad spot to be in. Is that 2 detained? I believe it is.
Last
Yeah,
player
Phoenix as well as there.
standing.
Nudu realizes it.
Take down A.
Just rushes down the remaining players. Sorry, it was actually relocate. It was not the Phoenix. Guys. A complete disbarment of West Craven from that shower side off of a single piece of utility, though an expensive one of the ultimates. Udu has had no problems charging that from Northside High throughout the entirety of their games today. Whether that was against Havelock earlier or now against West Craven in this final. It's been one of the most important factors for any success they've had, though it didn't give them the win in the first map. Hopefully it'll do the same here for the second and give them the win. Shots out from Listless, taking damage from Heaven. There's the curveball. A second one is ready, and it's a full flash again as Rizmaster slides into your DMs and slides out into the open space to take down Listless. Third round win for Northside High, and well, it's about what you would expect when you have such an effective thrash through that shower side and not really much utility past that. You had to burn to get the round win.
Listen up, kids. You want to thrash like Udu? Let me teach you something. I see a lot of y'all out there pressing left click on your thrashes and just sending it into the abyss, and it goes way far past your opponent. You can detonate it early by pressing left click again. So do that, and you'll find yourself in that same position.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've never played Gecko.
Watch out.
That's fair.
Kind of easy not to know when you don't play it.
It's also not like that great of a character on every single map to learn. So
Which
you know,
we have seen on every single map today.
Everyone.
it's been a Gecko City today, which is quite interesting, Kevin. We'll see if that continues. Well, it actually may not continue because this could just be the end, right? The second
good
map could
point.
just be over. But it actually, if it
Only
goes
time
to
will tell.
Icebox, if it goes to Icebox, it's probably going to see Gecko. Let's be brutally honest here.
oh my
Hit
goodness.
from Rizmaster. It was the run it back actually that nets up the kills to essentially get out into that space for free. Pluto is in a pretty desperate affair there with Nick's Horn, somehow only surviving with 26 HP despite all of that. And a great stun from the wingman. Pluto could choose to swing it after the fact, and though they do swing thinking maybe it'd be Pluto at the end of it, no, it's Gil instead. They've taken down a full HP Brimstone and now have only a low HP Raze, which you know is low HP thanks to the assistance there from Nick's Horn, and then Slimer, who is kind of an unknown factor, but has Spike and has to rotate somewhere, and Rizmaster is watching this deep inside short. We said how much we loved this play earlier today from Northside and Havelock. We're seeing it again here from Northside, getting Riz's third kill of the round and Udu's second for the buddy ace, the full house between those two.
Northside High is warmed up. They're hitting these headshots like it's nobody's business. Yeah, this map too. Getting a quick timeout, like you had said, early timeouts are the best, and I 100% agree with you. What are we looking for adaptation-wise from West Craven? What is Northside High doing that's just so oppressive from defense?
Honestly, the default from West Craven's failing. Right? We saw 2 rounds prior. Yeah, Gil did I guess now 3 rounds prior. Gil did a really good job of getting off towards the A side and claiming that control. But then the last 2, Northside denied that. And that was a big thing. And one of it came off of early contention towards showers. And they're willing to take those firefights. And if they win those firefights, they net those first bloods. Northside tend to use that as just a torrent effect to throw out the remainder of the round in nothing but success, right? And it's something West Craven don't have the ability to counter. So if you're going to default, which is typically what you do, you need to make sure that those players survive and maybe don't have Gil be the player to default it, right? Because they kind of need to be with the team. It should be Slimer that should be over there alone. And Slimer should be being able to hold that purely off of a spy cam and a couple tripwires instead of having to hope and pray that a Brimstone can throw a smoke down at the right time. So better defaulting for West Craven, I think, is kind of the loss of the last 2 rounds. Everything prior is kind of the woes of the early rounds and early stages of a map, but just positioning, I think.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair to say. And, you know, we've talked about it before, but, you know, playing attack on bind, it's like having Hooters for dinner. You have to go for the wings. So you really need to get control of the long and bathrooms if you're going for a true default. But I do like this idea. Let's just go for a site take instead.
Prepare for hellfire.
Strike comes down in. That's going to go towards TP, and that's going to be a really rough spot to be sitting in for Northside High. No, Nixhorn will fall anyways. That actually the hands of Pluto. A rifle will get the job done. One player inside Cubby. Is it known? And that's going to be the biggest question. It will be once that Disney goes down and gets a bunch of information. Huge stunning flash though. JoJo strikes for 2, make it 3. Round the bend, the Seekers go crazy. It's a 4th for JoJo. Northside High up to 5 now.
Wonderful.
And West Craven, yeah, you get first blood. But you stack so darn heavy on B so flat. And there's just nothing that can be brewed up from that. So there's nothing that can be continued from that. That B site take is just... It's too one-dimensional, let's be honest here. They've got to have something secondary to it.
Yep. Absolutely agree
Dizzy
with that.
gives you a lot of intel. I'm actually amazed that Dizzy tells you player in Cubby and back of 2. It's
crazy.
It was perfect. Where was the rest of the information around the corner? You have a cipher. Spy cam that first. Like,
Yeah. Can't repeat that. Oh god, yeah, just run away.
Riz not in a very good spot. Slimer gets the blood off towards Nixhorn. Riz trying to heal for as long as possible through that. The Roomba will clear out Hookah and clean house, but it won't clean out where Rizmaster is sitting in a corner, striking for Slimer. Doppelganger of JoJo also getting a kill, but both Riz and Udu will eventually fall, and it evens the man count to a 2 versus 2 with Gothic's frag off towards Listless. It's not a safe haven, though, and it's not a spike control for your side of West Craven. You left spike towards your Octagon players, and they all got dusted on the exit out towards site. Now meaning you have to reclaim this, and you use your Thrash for almost pure information.
Last player standing.
Here's the ult again. Victor Gothic, they cannot see a single thing. Spike will be collected. JoJo needs to make a choice. Do they peek out? They can't. It's TP City for West Craven as they'll move on in towards the A site. And I've got a feeling JoJo's got something cooking.
30 seconds left.
And this one's not going to
One enemy
overcook. It's an
remaining.
isolated 1v1 for Pluto,
Spike
not paying
planted.
attention. Relocate uses Wingman to get the spike down, and they'll fall back all the way through showers. As that Vandal has actually 0 ammo, you're going to have to drop the other one. That is not going to pan out here, as they're both on about the same level of HP.
She's still
JoJo
gunning
has
for
no
ya.
clue where Relocate will be hiding. That's a Thrash, and it comes in running. I can at least tell you that, hey, JoJo's back behind, but Relocate, you don't have to swing this at all. You can just sit here and play this for time. JoJo has to come to you instead. JoJo will tap this, sticks it to half, can't go much further, barely gets a quarter. It's Relocate with the Spectre. The 3rd round for West Craven. JoJo tried, but West Craven survived.
I think they heard JoJo take a step after pump faking the defuse. Either that or that was the craziest soul read diamond hands I have ever seen. Relocate, choosing not to peek at all off the pump and saying, you know what, I know you're not defusing. I'll wait.
Pros
And wait,
don't
they
fake.
did. Yeah, pros don't fake.
Pros don't fake. They're calling JoJo not a pro. Must be what it
Yeah,
is.
they're calling. It's not us.
Yeah, not us. It's them. I would never say that. JoJo's actually going crazy. Let's be honest.
That was JoJo had a wild last round.
Cannot dog on JoJo whatsoever. Trap fire is going to be cleared out. Pluto knows exactly where it is. And you're going to have your initial pretty early aggression to flush them out of hookah, and then you're going to fall back here. It's probably the right idea, Kevin. Step back to your default, which, again, I don't know why it's your Brim of Gil all the way over on A short first.
Launching smoke.
Don't get it.
It's the smoke. One smoke down. Oh, good. That's great. Refrag and then get the plant down. Okay, pushing really far back. Some intel isn't good. You have one more smoke available. You have to use that wisely. You want to smoke Heaven off so you can maintain control, or possibly in between boxes. And see.
They don't have to since they smoked Hall for some reason. Maybe they're really respecting Northside's aggression with the Phoenix, with Curveball. That would be my only expectation. You do have a Reckoning, I believe, was being queued up, but
One enemy remaining.
there's just a smoke being placed off over there. Northside High, and a gorgeous execution for the retake on this side, and time will not be a factor for success for West Craven. That was a near perfect retake. I mean, West Craven, the smokes were interesting, but I don't think they led to the loss. I think what led to the loss was that you have that 4 smoke that you can place in between, and we didn't see it get placed in between, which meant that Northside High on a retake had direct line of sight back towards A short. on the back of sites, which should never be given for free. And they also had a great ability to step off towards where bench is and could execute the players stepping out of showers as well because they TV'd off. It was just much better positioning-wise for Northside in a retake than West Craven was able to reset up in a post plan.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you right there. West Craven 3-6. Northside High's favor. We have Showstopper available. Neural Theft is only going to be useful if they find this kill.
Valorant timing.
Spike down A.
Of course.
Fire in the hole.
Those unlucky moments, you think about it and go, never again. I'm never looking away ever again. And then they're going to sit in that corner next time, and then they're going to have to pray you looked there. Does go around the corner, though. That's why you have the Tasmanian Tiger. Next is a little bit of information, because it expand its visual range at some point, but it's not that much. It's not going to be the end-all, be-all. West Craven, though with Spike down, may feel a whole lot more comfortable than some people would expect. Rizzmaster gets a great strike for Northside High and buries 2 more. What a strike through as Gothic cleans up the last. That's a big round for Northside again. They've guaranteed an even spot 6-3, but with this round, a win is 7. They're going above and beyond at halftime no matter what here.
Listen up, kids. It's Papa K again. If you want to play with your teammates Thrash like Rizzmaster, you want to follow it right behind it. Because at worst, it's going to body block some bullets for you. And you'll still get a kill. Or at best, you'll see what happened there. Somebody gets detained. You get to swing off of that detained. Rizzmaster actually got 1 kill, backed off, re-flashed into U-Haul, and got 2 more frags off of it, fully securing the win for their team, but all off the backs of good teamwork. Nixhorn doesn't know anything about good teamwork, dying immediately.
I know exactly where you are.
I'm not being mean, I promise, I'm sorry.
A little pointed here, I would say. It seems the Knicks has been a bit overzealous on some of these swings, and maybe we should try to charge at the Reckoning again. Who knows? That's a pip. Get a pip, get a kill, that's fine. Northside High, though, now in a post plant with that man disadvantage and no controller bar your Clove, which is really needed to be in the face. Gothic has been a great gunner for Northside High, and expecting to get in the face of West Craven fairly soon.
Here.
You do see an exit out for Udu, away from Heaven's side, and smoke to maybe close off showers. It's Rizzmaster for the first blood in their favor. Udu has to clap back as Listless gets Jojo off the board, and wow! Gil and Listless fail to close out much needed 1v1s, putting Relocate in an impossible scenario between a rock and a literal hard place. The wall behind them and 3 in front. Northside High, plenty of time. That's their 8th. They could go 9-3 at halftime on Bind defensively.
I figured it out, Scott. Okay, I figure I've cracked the code. The reason Northside High is winning so many rounds with their very like duelisty, like pseudo duelist characters like Gecko and Clove, and then they have Phoenix, these flashes and stuff like that. They're playing attack on defense. They've just been successful at every single retake.
Yeah, they have been successful at every retake. It's actually been pretty gross to witness Northside High's near flawless retake on this A side, which would lead me to say West Craven desperately need to hit B. But the issue is, while they can't survive the retake for A, they can't even plant on B.
Right.
Which is the secondary problem. I think the solution needs to be to find the way to plant on B instead of just fruitlessly losing a retake on the A side. No adjustment has to be made. Roomba will eventually be cleared out. That's Udu up close, which is something we haven't seen too often. Guiding light for themselves. Nixhorn actually from range gets their 2nd kill of this half. And Udu actually loses the fight to Listless. Bit of a shocker, but nonetheless, it's fine. The Seekers will come in after the fact. And now a Thrash comes out from around the bin from Relocate of West Craven. Nobody on site. That Thrash goes nowhere. Can't even get the harbor of Nyx off inside showers. It means they're still available here on this rotate in. Rizzmaster ducks the shot from Pluto. What a flank! Call them Neo. It's Northside getting 2 more afterwards and a 3rd because Gothic goes big. 9-3 Northside High. And this game of Valorant just keeps getting bigger right now because Bind is Northside's now to lose.
I would love to see the statistics from that first half on how many plants and diffuses went down. Another retake that went Northside High's way. I watched a little bit more with a discerning eye that time. And when Nixhorn isn't just pushing up and dying aggressively, I love that they went to the showers and just kind of held defensively. And then Udu also fell back, backside, didn't feel any need to hold down U-Haul, understands that their retake is incredibly strong, and just plays back from U-Haul. Kills the boom bot, doesn't let them get any additional information past U-Haul, and then waits for their team. They traded a couple of frags here and there, but the rest of the team was able to come in tow with utility in hand and secure that retake afterwards. So it's just really good coordinated play, understanding the win conditions of your team.
Keep in mind, these players are playing for, a prize. They get something out of this. It's, for the Valorant side, it's $300 a player for the team that gets first place. So you can see the fervor from Northside High. They want to give themselves the best chance possible to get some of that medal. Now you're looking at a Northside High team who, while they are on the attack, are kind of in this weird spot where they are down a player and don't have the ability to use Wingman any further to try to get the spike down, and they're getting barraged by utility and barraged by classics at range from over in Showers corner, as well as just in between double split because they're lacking the brimstone that can cut off that sightline so effectively. Gil gets their third of this round. West Craven, pretty darn good job of cutting down Northside on this attack, and I think that's going to be the bigger problem for Bind, is going to be West Craven's defense. I very well think they'll be able to get up to 8 before Northside can maybe even get even 2 rounds to their name. We'll have to see if that is going to be 100% the case, but it's going to be an individuals match for Northside, in my opinion. Because so much reliance is going to be on the Harbor and that Clove working together. We saw it earlier. There's no guarantee it'll happen again.
West Craven taking a flawless first pistol round. Now, contrary to Northside High's defensive strategy, West Craven unfortunately has Brimstone, Cypher, and Raze, all characters that are not the best at retake versus, say, like a Phoenix, a Clove, and a Harbor even has some tools in their kit. You have a lot more opportunity with paint shells, with Molly, and of course traps on both sides, but even with Echo and Sky, you have so much ability to stave off a push that you want to prevent your opponents from taking sight rather than backing up and playing for retake. And so we see a lot of aggressive posturing coming up from this team for that reason exactly.
You might as well. Northside win this out. They go to the third map. It's Icebox, which means West Craven will get to replay the map that we saw them win out earlier against Jones Sr. And they dominated that map. They look unbelievable on Icebox. They had the better agent selection, choice-wise, and they were really impressive. There'll be a lot of notes we could highlight for what they did, but it was a ridiculously good game. I remember talking about that Viper difference so much. The control that was brought from that. Udu, last one standing, is cut down 2 in this round. Can at least make it costly for West Craven. They need to, I would say, scrape away 1 more kill to really be 100% here. But then get spiked down nearly for free here. As the flank comes out, TP will have to be made. That's noise for Udu. If they hear it once, they hear it twice. They'll go in nearly the same time, but the noise is doubled. Wingman will put the plant down, and Pluto will deny that afterwards, as Wingman also disappears with Udu. No extra credits for the plant, but still 2 weapons that are dropped, and a testing of the crouch kit saves from West Craven's side. Let's see how that works out for you.
Yeah. 9-5, West Craven getting a pretty nice start this second half. Being able to hold off any success to even getting to the site. Once again, it's what we said was their win condition for the defensive side of things here, is not allowing them to even get space. And that's exactly how they played that. They were able to stuff out the B push, forcing one person to rotate out. And with or without numbers advantage, they probably would have won off of that rotate.
Positionally, we highlighted the problems that West Craven had on the offensive. I don't envision that that's going to be a problem for Northside just based off their composition, because no matter what, they have to pursue short on A. They really can't even get anyone off towards Showers most of the time. It's going to be your Cypher if you try to do so, but that's going to be the biggest problem for them. They'll be get that Cypher there first, and then have to deal with an initiator peeking them around that corner. That's why you have a spy cam. They do get a first blood off there. Pluto refrags one right back. A really good denial, but it won't keep them off the plant. Great flash from Riz. My goodness. Pluto and Listless are lost for words as relocates cut off just the same. You now have one player remaining, and it's just Rizmaster who just destroyed you. 3 players off the board. Make it 4. Why not, Riz? Eat up, King. It's 10-5.
Snaps all around. That was some awesome team play between JoJo and Rizmaster. JoJo dropping the cage in between the box and U-Haul so that Rizmaster could push up and flash out of it. I thought for a second it was the defensive cage, but no, it was an attacking sided cage. It was such a smart play because they didn't have any sight. I was going to comment on that at some point where they, didn't really get any space onto the site. They were still crunched in between U-Haul and Triple. They never actually made their way to backside, to pipes, or anything else. They didn't have much else, even in the way of shower control. So they didn't have anything going for them. The plant would have been super dangerous. So forcing them back, forcing the continuation into backside, that late into the round is such a high risk. But when you come up with a play like using a Cypher cage and allowing your Phoenix to flash out of it, that's like the last second adaptation decision making that you have to have if you want to force your way off of a slow start for a round.
I think the bigger thing as well, when you're talking about like forcing yourself off a slow start for a round, your agents have to match how you choose to recover that, right?
That's true.
Because if you choose to go in from short super heavy and you don't have the ability to smoke really well, say if you only bring one controller and it's not a Brim, bring an Omen, you have to make a sacrifice. You're either going to do mid and then you're going to do heaven, or you're going to do shower and you're going to do mid, and you have to leave up heaven side. So you have to be very cautious about how you then extend into that space. Here, if your duelist is a jet, you're probably going to put them through U-Haul. If your duelist is a Raze, you're going to put them up on top of truck with a boost pack.
Camera taken
But
out.
Phoenix has no worries about that. Phoenix has no verticality. Phoenix doesn't have to worry about going around a corner because Phoenix can throw up their half fast lane, can throw up their blaze wall, and then immediately turn it around and curveball around a corner and step through a smoke, which is your own little Stewie 2K impersonation back in the CS days. Totally different. And I think
Spike
Rizmaster
planted.
is just playing that to a T, and West Craven don't have the ability to counter this right now. It's an unexpected format. It's an unexpected style. And it's panning out again here in this round. 3 kills already. They wrapped around through their own shower side to get one of them. Slimer, while blind, may take down Gothic, but it doesn't matter. It's 11 rounds now to Northside High, and it's a 6-round difference between them and West Craven, who are once again going to have to head into this next round not able to buy up full rifle and armor.
So that round was interesting. That round was interesting. It was a different sort of adaptation. I think is very cool. What did we talk about West Craven's win condition being? It was that they can't let their opponents onto site. And so I was like, oh, they over-rotated. That was an issue, and so they let A go. But that isn't really the core of it. If they even rotate a couple of people off of A, then that site's going to fall. So it was a fantastic thought process from Northside High, actually, to bait out a rotation and then get an easier entry onto site. Because after that, holding site is gravy.
Lots of harbor utility, cutting off sight lines, and an exit out for Rizmaster. And player back to another one into. Clear camp. There's where the boomerang comes huge. Even caught Listless on a halfway. Let's swing for this next one. Unfortunately, Listless gets the upper hand back in return. So you can see a bit of
Spike
hesitation.
planted.
How is Lissa still alive?
Yeah.
Player
Don't
standing.
know. But
What?
Oh my god! Okay, there's the sick thrash, Udo. I bet you're real happy that got used. Gothic! Were you tired of sitting even with Udo? Were you tired of playing second fiddle to Rizmaster?
My God. That
Crazy one is
was
they're gonna have to play that crazy almost every round when it comes back over to Aycock.
absolutely bonkers. I mean, just a crazy play from Gothic. Also, Listless doing a fantastic job of staving off the push to begin with, letting the flank even come out through long. I mean, it was a fantastic defense for West Craven, or specifically for Listless. Listless put in the work there, but man, they all just lined up. Gothic knocked him down.
Oof. Last round now very much so possible, and Northside could be sending us back going over to their favorite map of Icebox when we saw them dominate Havelock on. Was that game? I'm totally blind now about which game it is. Like this, we've done 6 games today. The Icebox games earlier, I think it was West Craven. I apologize. It was West Craven against Jones Sr. If West Craven are given that map, which it very well seems like they will be at this point, handed into the lap from Northside success on Bind, I can't envision that Northside are going to do very well against their very standard Icebox play. But this round's going pretty darn well for West Craven. If it wasn't for the fact that Northside somehow always brings something out of nothing. 2 kills that could have gone the other way. Listless will defuse. There will be enough time by 2 seconds.
Yeah, that was another situation where they didn't really get site control. It was kind of fake. They got to site. They got the plant down, but they never took anything past triple. They never went to backside. They never. You could even see, like, on the death screen, all of the deaths happened just kind of right around like a shallow U-Haul and around showers. So they needed to push a little bit further into the backside with the utility that they have available to them, right? Dizzy repick up and Phoenix flashes. You have ways to get back there. They just didn't do that. They thought maybe we could just get the plant down and play for post, but if you don't create any additional space, you don't actually have a post plant because your plant was fake to begin with.
Yeah. A lot of value needs to be made situationally here. I think we're going to see this macro game for Northside. Maybe at this point we call it a micro game because they're going for ult economy. They're trying to charge things up. They're trying to get ult pip off towards B. They claim space because no one really is fighting that for West Craven, it seems like. And then they take the rotate over with TP towards the A site, and this is a full 5 for West Craven that will be here to defend this, which is quite costly if they're take this gamble in a very mismanaged way. But thanks to the run it back being denied, and then of course the orbital strike being placed perfectly on top of that, and the secondary player there holding the angle, that's an insane amount of value off of that orbital strike where you sometimes don't find much use off that. Especially defensively, where you majority-wise see it in a post plant on the attack. West Craven, a really wonderful round for them, honestly. One of the best ones we've seen from them in the series, let alone on this map, where they've already been struggling.
30 seconds left.
And Northside will be kept away from 13 for the time being, as a flawless 7th round goes for West Craven.
They're not letting it go easy, but all it takes is one mistake from West Craven. It only takes one person getting caught out, over-aggressing, one bad over-rotation to give all of sight to Northside High, or could even just be Rizmaster popping off, getting an incredible entry, isolating fights in the backs of sites. In any case, it requires West Craven to continuously play that near like 95 to 99% accuracy like we just saw in that round. They want to send it to overtime, let alone win.
Nick Sorn will in for a little bit slow of a play and likely will throw out a wall around this corner to lock out a lot of hookah. That's not a good wall, I don't think. This at most closes off Cubby for your Octagon players, which frees up the possibility of grabbing this orb. But you're not playing for just the orb in this round. Because if you were, you would still TP off towards the A side and do the exact same thing you did the round prior. You have intent for this B site. And that wall would have been so important for cutting off backside of tube and elbow, where the elbow player for West Craven to relocate is going to be arguably the most important factor for closing out sight lines. You have a Clove still on the board. You could smoke this. Relocate will smoke it a little bit short. It's actually the Cove. I think get first blood in second, though. Wow, Udu and Rizmaster take matters into their own hands. Second wall up. This way you got a Phoenix, I guess. Closes off backside tube. Quick flash around through. Nothing coming up through the boomerang. And wow, Rizmaster just pre-fire Slimer off the board. Dusted Molly on top. You better run, Listless. They want blood and they'll find it. 3 kills, Rizmaster. Final round 13 from Northside High. And I think they're just going to run it straight through to the final map as well here. It's Icebox.
Sending it to Icebox. Massive win for West Craven. And by massive, I mean dominating. They looked really, really good. I mean, they looked big, huge. They looked massive. So anyways, they're going into Icebox. Another map that traditionally West Craven has, you mentioned it earlier, dominated on. They have a really solid setup. That Viper play comes out in a big way for them. I am curious to see if Northside has some sort of niche answer or if they're going to play a little bit more traditional passive, because that's what they usually pick. I feel like they usually play team comps that are a little bit more traditional.
Well, we've seen West Craven before, right? So they're going to pick what they pick. This is set in. But for Northside, JoJo was so good in the Cypher previously, I would really feel like they'd want to stick to a Sentinel role. Maybe even the KO, because we kind of see that, right? If I remember correctly for JoJo. Even though Sentinels don't have the best place in the world here, you can still play KJ. You can still play Cypher if you must. Rizzmaster's going old school, though, with the Jets. Nyx Horn. Please do not play the ISO. That would be ridiculous. When you went to second map and get 4 kills, I don't think a duelist that is a one-on-one duelist is really the play. Old school, though, with the Sage would be very interesting. Though I do worry that the Sage pick, which is a little antiquated for the map of Icebox, will be easily closed out by the very in-your-face attitude that West Craven have, especially when it comes towards that A side. They are very quick to take firefights. And they're very slow to fall back because they are super trusting of their teammates to cover angles. The same thing would be said previously for Northside in their game earlier against Havelock, as Udu had a lot of covering fire from Gothic we saw on that map of Bind previously.
Yeah, antiquated is right when you're talking about Sage on this map, not only because, there's been some meta developments, but this map has changed. A lot of the reason why you play Sage on this map, or at least a big reason earlier on you play Sage on this map, is so that you could wall off tunnel. You didn't want people to be able to enter into kitchen, you just wall off tunnel, and then you could hold under mid, you could help out on B side, you could even rotate all the way over to A, kind of just prevent an angle for a lurker to walk up if the opposing team is trying to go for a hard engage, or you at least delay their mid options long enough. But guess what? There's a window there now. They can just shoot at that from fair safety, break it open, and your entire worth for your character choice is mostly thrown out the window. So now you're playing around Resurrect for the most part.
I would say for Northside, the win condition for the Sage Wall is actually going to be post plant for A, or to get the safety for a plant on A. The value, yes, in tube is completely null and moot. It's not that good anymore, but my goodness, for a plant scenario on the A side, it's still plenty fine. It's just not going to come through until we start seeing plants, and really in the rifle rounds, and at that best, it's going to buy you 10-15 seconds, but that's truly enough in some rounds. So they get first 2 bloods, actually, in round 1 to set the tone and tempo, maybe, for the remainder of this one. A spike does officially go down, and have to see if West Craven have the ability to retake this one. There is a flanking player coming all the way back in from Belt. Rizzmaster will get the call out from a teammate, and Gil will unfortunately now be spotted. Have to fall back all the way in from default route instead. Slimer has assistance from Pluto in the drop in from Raptors. Great kills here. West Craven from a 3 versus 5 have now made this very manageable, and it's a 2 versus 1. Slimer's gotten 3 kills alone. Rizzmaster doesn't have an angle to deny this. They either have to drop here, and this may just be a chance for a stick as they'll come up over the top. It won't matter. Riz! 4 kills in the round. Slimer had a chance for 4 as well, but my goodness, the Jet steps up and the ego swing comes king.
Super nice. I love that tailwind over the box to ensure that your opponent's not going to expect where you're coming from. Slimer no way is going to expect the aerial engage because you have to preempt the tailwind. Even know that that's an option from how far back you know Rizzmaster is playing. That was a fantastic play from Rizzmaster, but overall, the retake I thought was definitely going to favor West Craven.
Such a dangerous round for them as well. And unfortunately, you lose it. It just makes it so much harder to play for the next. Rizzmaster will make a lot of noise. You can see why. That's why they're pre-fire. They're just taking shots. They do not care. So the rest of the team is actively on the B site instead. You'll even see Gil fall a little bit further back in towards kitchen. Be wary of that possibility. Udu will throw out wingman and they'll go for a plant at distance. That even clips the corner. That's a perfect throw for this plant.
There's my buddy.
We did see them make a mistake previously. We saw West Craven's side make a mistake previously on that plant attempt. Occasionally hitting it just below inside a Raptor instead. Gil will throw out a molly. There's that Sage Wall a little bit off the point. Can't place it directly on the spike. It's another great spot for it in a post plan. It keeps them away from that for a while. But it also can be used against you, and it's exactly what we're going to see here for just a moment. You do see West Craven getting some advantage off the back of this. Needs to just close and secure. Needs to go for some frags. Zudu up for Gil. Around the corner, can't stick it now. Bluto has to get every single kill and more if you want any chance to do so. Slimer should have been hopped on it way prior.
One enemy remaining.
2 seconds were needed for that, and I genuinely think Slimer could have been on that for the 2 seconds. But it is what it is, and West Craven will give up that round. But my goodness, they took everything from Northside's hands. You can count that as a win, even though the round doesn't go your way.
Yeah, this is 2 rounds in a row where both looked like they should have been wins for West Craven. Honestly, that one probably shouldn't have been a win for West Craven, but they brought it back so hard, sending 1 or 2 people around yellow to kill everybody from the back, from the front, from everywhere. The Sage Wall, like you said, kind of worked against them and gave space for West Craven to push up. So they have to be a little bit cautious. They made it out with the win for that round, but if they're not careful, that could be a loss for another one. And this is shaping up to be that.
The 2 early frags, especially from Pluto, who we've highlighted, it kind of plays as that secondary duelist. It really is the only duelist for West Craven, let's be honest here. It's a pseudo-duelist, I guess is the term we've used. Getting those frags early, having up the ultimate already in round 3.
Wow.
Should be a great spot for West Craven to kind of capitulate. Great shot.
Wow.
Jojo, no chance.
Jiggle.
That is an unbelievable peak for intel, and the very next one gets you the kill. You'll have to figure out whether or not you want to take Spike off towards B or in towards A. Either way, you don't really have a foot to stand on here, Northside. Nixhorn can wide swing off this direction, but Slimer and Gill are not going to give you the time of day. Meaning you got to hit a perfect headshot, and though you do connect, that's too little too late. The team of West Craven are funneling in upon you. They are striking you down, and they'll do it without losing a single soul in the process. Flawless round 3 for West Craven, getting their first of this map.
That was a nice flick. It was a better angle from Slimer, though. Love that off angle. Just playing in such an unorthodox spot, forcing your opponent to flick, and even then with a Spectre, you not only have to flick and hit the headshot, you've got to hit 2, or you've got to start hitting some body shots. Great angle. I love that. But this was ultimately just a traditional bonus round. Now we have probably the most traditional round 4 economy that we've seen all day.
Yeah, this is what you need to see. This is really what Icebox coming down to, because Icebox is status quo, right? The changes were made to the map, right? But it still doesn't change that Icebox used to be winning standard 3. And it only kind of fell back when we started to see some new agents being introduced to the lineup and really changing how the game kind of devolved, honestly, for this map, and the reason why they necessitated changes. What a flick from Rizmaster. Wow. This round's already looking poor for West Craven. They were already down 2 when they'll refrag back, and I didn't even get a consolation flick afterwards. Riz just buries the competition, and a plant off on the opposing site just leaves the only 2 now remaining players in a big guessing game about how to retake this, as a smoke gets placed from Gothic, forcing Slimer to either extend out from there, and he does so without being seen. That's a very good step forward for Slimer, as Pluto is able to isolate their duelist, pseudo-duelist doppelganger, Riz right afterwards. Slimer has to go crazy, and that's just not going to happen. Northside 3-1. They're up. That op play was very interesting. That attacking operator got a kill. Defenders are going to call timeout. West Craven needs to recoup. So this is our map. What's going on? What are we doing wrong? And I can't quite peg it myself, honestly. I feel like the sites are being given up a little bit too easily, and I don't know if that's from aggressive play. I think it has to be, right? There's just too many fights that are happening a little bit too far forward. It does really feel like West Craven aren't getting a deep first blood, right? Like one at distance. Same thing with Northside. It feels like very close confrontations, which is something West Craven should be trying to avoid. If you're pushing the A site, it doesn't matter if it's a 3 versus 5 or a 5 versus 5. Honestly, you would take the 5 versus 5. Because then you set up for a post plant at distance, and it doesn't matter how many bodies they throw at you, you're going to have a favored range in some capacity. They can't give up these first bloods.
No, they cannot. Especially when they have Viper and Killjoy. Basically, you're having to fight through a lot of utility just to get to site, and it feels like that's not happening. It feels like we're not getting to play around people pushing through Viper Wall, or Killjoy's utility being the make or break for somebody even making it to site. It feels like maybe it's just like we pressure onto this site, we force an over rotate, then we get the other side for free, or first bloods are being taken too easily off of West Craven, and then site takes are just a lot easier.
With Northside now at the lead, 3-1. How they play out the remainder of this half is in their hands, and it's just a matter of they take this, they secure another eco round, or a much-needed eco round for West Craven. This is why KJ is up for West Craven, though. You have the Nano Swarms placed just outside of exit from green, as the team is struggling to figure out which direction to head in towards. There's Master, sitting back, hoping somebody for West Craven gets a little overzealous, takes a peek they necessarily shouldn't, and directly steps into the line of sight of their oh-so-loving boomstick. But it's not happening yet. Plant will go down, and Pluto, though they fall to Gothic's hands, immediately bring themselves right back up. You think I'm dead? No, I'm not. The Gothic will have to, or Pluto will have to swing right afterwards as West Craven fall into this kind of dampening scenario. Down they go. It's Gothic for the cleanup. Listless back. Gothic wants to stay in this. They extend for more above and beyond. Northside giving up player counts. West Craven staying alive. Rizzmaster always involved. And it doesn't seem like it'll stop the blades from above. And it rains from above. It's 4 for Northside.
That was so smart. I love the clove smoke came down, but you still have updraft, and with the knives out, I mean it's kind of checkmate, right? You have to pump fake the bomb, bait out the updraft. Like, how are you supposed to know the Jet still has updraft or is going to come over the smoke? You think that you only have to look for one angle, and once again, Rizzmaster finds a creative way to finish a round.
For Riz Craven, honestly, they didn't have a bad retake there, all things considered. It just really felt like Northside, I don't know, a lot of that middle of that stage for the retake kind of just devolved to, let's have both our cloves pop the revive and go for kills and be in the face. Because how much that fight came down to both Gothic and Pluto just standing directly where Spike was and shooting at the first player that they saw. And that's what we saw earlier today as well, when it was Jones Senior versus West Craven. It kind of was the same thing. We were just kind of dumping utility and then praying for the clove utility to do something. And that's not really indicative of the highest level of success or highest level of play, and it needs to kind of be thought about. Something to think more about. JoJo in a very bad spot. It's hit by the Dizzy. We'll drop below and wait for players to drop to them. That's a really good Shrouded Step. Tries to bum the shadows, but unfortunately it does not pan out for them. Cleared away by Slimer. An even 2-on-2. The lockdown defensively here for West Craven will force all of Northside back. But there's no free line of sight just yet for this defuse. Thrash comes up and around the corner. Maybe too little too late. They're sticking it and they get it. West Craven. A steal. Really great KJ lockdown. Just enough time. Literally just enough time. Bot to stick that through.
Yeah, see, I was going to mention this, and I was really confused about it. And I'm kind of glad that it came back to bite them in the butt at the end of that round. You picked Sage. Nyx Horn picked Sage so that you could have the wall for various reasons, yes. But one of the best primary reasons you could have it, especially if you're attacking A site, is to get an aggressive plant down. You can get one that's wide out in the open so that you can have somebody hold from ramps. Right? You can have somebody hold from underneath pipes. You can have them hold from both different angles. But instead, we still planted in the corner underneath the nest. It didn't make any sense to me why you would do that if you still had wall available. Did you not purchase wall? Maybe. But even then, you still probably could have planted a little bit more aggressively on an angle. So I don't know. I'd like to see that adapted.
Just Fury is out. And while it doesn't really find too much at the other end of it, Gothic's able to find a kill instead. Mojo now in. Gothic gets a 2-for-1 special. One hasn't yet occurred, but it could happen in a moment's notice.
Player standing.
Climber off the board. Listless with a frag up. Just Listless now up. And Voodoo will take them down instead. West Craven defensively are kind of, I won't say folding, Kevin, because it doesn't feel like they're folding. This is more like, you ever go back in school, speaking of high school, you know, where you would build bridges with popsicle sticks.
Oh, yeah.
It feels like one of those moments where the teacher just doesn't really like you and they take the middle stick support, middle strut, straight out of it and goes, why is your bridge collapsing? It's like, I don't know, maybe you removed my strut. Like that. This is what it feels like for the defense of West Craven. The signature piece of their defense feels missing. And even though they have all the pieces there, they turn around from their Lego set and say, okay, why do I have 10 extra pieces? when they've supposedly finished the build. Something's gone wrong, something's not working, and they need to quickly capitalize and figure out what it is, because Northside are having this kind of momentous snowball effect, icebox, and that's going to be a problem.
Very true, very true. We can get a trade here. Okay, good. I like sending in Sage as the second man. You don't want Sage in front with Resurrect, of course. But what do you do with this kitchen control now? Because you still haven't pushed all the way up long. You just get shot in the back is what happens.
Still an even 4-on-4, but you know for a fact West Craven don't have guns here. Which means you just have to get into side, get the plant down, and play for distance. You have your Sage up inside too. They managed to catch off one. And Pluto and Listless, they aren't done just yet. It's a 2 versus 3. West Craven now with that man advantage. A little bit of guns now tallied up to their name, making this a Northside round. They have to win. And they're striking true. What a hit from JoJo. Blind fire through. Gothic as well joining in. Now just relocates. As the operator that was dropped just moments prior from Rizmaster, now recollected from Gothic to make sure they can bring it into the next round. Don't want to have to spend so much on it. You guys have 9,000 credits. It does not matter, but it's always best to save that eco because there's still 4 more rounds left in this half. And you could always lose out the next 3 and have a couple of eco problems for that final.
Listen up, kids. If you're in a 1v2 situation, drop the op. Please pick up a regular gun, pick up a Vandal, pick up a Phantom, whatever's on the ground, because there was 3 or 4 guns they stepped over. Pick that up. You're going to have a much easier time winning your 1v2. So I don't want to say that's the entire reason they lost, because it's not, right? There's a million other reasons why that went wrong. But definitely didn't help their case much.
This Master has a good sightline, but unfortunately, the sightline does not last much longer. Dizzied away. Pluto, though, was able to strike off towards Pluto, and now Pluto has to extend into space and get a kill, and that's going to be denied from Gothic's kill. Down goes 2 more, make it 3, make it 4. It's West Craven Slimer all by their lonesome. And what can you possibly do? Well, hope for a kill. And Gothic, why is Gothic... I don't know why they popped the ult here. I really don't. You have 4 more teammates around you. Is it just because Pluto pops it in the round and you have to be like Pluto?
You have to be like Pluto.
Have to be like Big Brother. I'll be V4, Pluto V4. Improve.
So where are we at? What happened? I thought West Craven had a crazy icebox. I mean, they seem to be struggling. I don't know if it's just a defensive thing, if they're going to struggle on offense as well, but Northside seems to be finding all of the wrong answers and then turning them into right ones.
I'm not sure. But I feel like so much of Icebox is attacker favorited. It's hard to really say that this is a West Craven just loss. I can't give that edge because Northside have shown a lot of mistakes. They've shown that they clearly can give up frags that aren't necessary, like we saw in the eco round from West Craven. And man, when they fire around these corners, like Udu just claiming space there that did not even need to be swung upon. That could have been swung by Clove just behind you. And yet still they do it and they get the frags. It's just, I feel like Northside's come alive. They feel like a different monster, a different breed of beast. It's just Pluto now left standing in a 1v3. And Pluto has done some absolutely crazy things in the series today. But 4 HP, and they seemingly know it. They're sending out classic right clicks, anything with distance. We'll have to swing out from this space. Pluto within the Clove smoke throws out one of their own. Just using it as a stair-stepping tool. It won't matter. Gothic takes down their doppelganger, and it's 8-2 for Northside, who could very well go 10-2 as well.
Yeah, that would be really devastating before even getting a chance to play attack. And especially after picking the Viper and the Killjoy, I mean, that's tough, right? I mean, Northside's defense isn't incredible. They don't have Viper, they don't have Killjoy, they don't have a traditional Sentinel, they don't even have a lot of stalling capability. Clove and Omen have virtually none. Jet's only stalling ability is in the form of a peek and a dash away. And then you have Gecko, which is a little bit, and then Sage, which is the most, but only lasts for so long and can be shot through. So the attack side could look really good for West Craven, but getting there in a 2-10 is undoable.
Xbox is one of the few maps where I've always said a 9-3 curse is one of the most likely to ever occur. It's still one of the maps where we say when you use the minimum you need to work with. It's just, it's really hard to reclaim control, especially if you lose the pistols.
You will not
Then it's
kill
over.
my
And you have to be
ally.
so concerned.
Wingman's down.
Doo-doo, watching from back.
Spike's
The
here.
wingman will, unfortunately, fail.
It did good.
Grab that spike again, and we hope the best right afterwards. Gothic removes, relocate from the
Last
equation.
player
Pluto will have to
standing.
wrap around from the ice wall they had placed previously and eventually clutch themselves good enough to take down their doppelganger of Gothic. And there's that glow overheal as well, but it just doesn't heal you for more than 100. Or at least it won't heal you for more than what the damage that rifle does to you, I should say. But the headshot does everything. That is a 9th round for Northside, and West Craven don't even have the money. They could buy everything here with the last of their credits, and it's still not full armor and rifle.
Got a fun little interaction here. 2 players on both teams are 1 point away from ultimate. Do you think they will prioritize the orb, unlike they've been doing for pretty much the entire match? Or do you think they're just going to shove it up towards a site, or nothing? Because I think you got to try to get an orb here. On either team, it could be the win condition.
I don't know. I genuinely, it's hard to say. I'm not in the minds of these players. In genuinely the way half these rounds have played out, I can't even say I'm in the minds of any player. For me, Northside realized that as long as Rizmaster can sit back, they win. I don't think they need to pressure. And they're going to do the same thing when they transition to defense. If you think an operator attack's good, an operator in defense is going to be good.
Oh,
They win conditions Rizmaster. They're going to play through Rizmaster the same way that West Craven played through Pluto.
Spike down B.
Drop Udo. That's a good start.
No.
My way.
Can't believe Gil gets snuck up upon by JoJo. That's that B site that's theoretically available for claim, but they already had A.
Down you go.
And while Nixhorn is a little worse for wear, can't from the
Spike
shadows
planted.
for a sage. It's been unfortunate, though it may be. Maybe you could have had your Clo put a smoke down or something in that capacity, but you know, you'll have to think back about that later. It's Rizmaster's time to shine.
Last player
Operator
standing.
strikes in. Gothic wants the revive. They'll come back into the fight. Pluto's got 3. As theirs charged as well. Have to be very concerned about that if they do get a kill off against them. Slimer needs assistance. Pluto goes for the revive. Gothic back around the
One
corner. Will
enemy
stay
remaining.
alive off the rip.
Last player
4K for
standing.
Pluto. They require an ace. There's no time, and JoJo secures it. 10 rounds in the first half, the north side.
Switching sides.
Gothic is cracked for that one. Uses the not dead yet, picks himself back up, and then plays it so slow. Waits in the smoke, holds off. You know, the enemy team maybe could have even waited it out if they really wanted to play it very safe to get to retake, but instead they chose to aggress onto site. And Gothic just waited. Just waited after resing themselves in the smoke until they were certain that somebody was going to be in front of them, and wound up actually taking 2 down, securing the round. That was flawless play. Well, I guess they could have been better for the entire team, but Gothic played it incredibly well.
Northside have now forced West Craven into a you must play flawless half. You're talking about flawless result. You're talking about flawless play in the style or anything like. This is West Craven now at their wits' end, I should say. There's not even a timeout that you can call here that would save graces. If you make mistakes, they're going to capitalize. And it's already looking really good for West Craven here. Voodoo could really catch off 2, gets 1. That's why Nixhorn's still alive and well. Listless, forcing them back. Tries to go for a shock dart. No one's up in rafters. It's actually a pretty slow transition forward for Northside, because they have to sit a little bit further back. When player will move up into rafters, a bit slow still for Northside. And this is where that time problem comes in. This is where Northside struggled on the first map. Why we saw them lose a couple really clutch rounds where really and truly would have been the difference maker for that.
One enemy remaining.
Gothic isolates Listless down into space, gets the kill. Is there time to defuse? Did they take this pistol here, which I think they are here? There's still a good 4 seconds left even. Wow. Icebox, so you can buy so much time. It's such a faster rotate than it's like Lotus.
Honey, go ahead and pop the food in the oven. This one's almost over. Yeah, I think they're going to close this one out. 2 rounds and you have buys. They're not even going to force. They're not even going to. They're going to try to play not for OT. I mean, are they? They've got to have something in their pocket here. Something, right? I can't believe they're not forcing.
Yeah, this is one of those where I think the mental has killed West Craven more than anything. It's a full series. They've been doing best of ones the entire time. I imagine how many games they've already played today, right? Like, I can't envision that they're 100% really there right now. And if there was any scene where the mental game is even more important than the actual physical game, it's high school. Where anything can struggle. I remember back in the days of high school sports where you take a goal against you in soccer and it's just your team crumbles. I think we're seeing that right now as Northside have just momentum for map 2 and are just striding ahead for map 3.
One enemy
it
remaining.
needed to be a lot closer at halftime, and West Craven would have been more involved here. Gothic with a nice Guardian shot towards Slimer. It's just skill left and remaining. They didn't come into this round with anything. They'll have to go flawless for the remainder of this half. And now we've got Northside, who are going to be at 12 bar. A miracle from Gil, which I mean theoretically is possible. I'm not going to throw Gil under the bus here. I'm not Kevin. Okay, I'm not going to immediately dog on a player here.
Look, we've seen Gil do crazy stuff, get the 3Ks.
Gil is an absolutely crazy player for West Craven. And West Craven belong here in the finals. That cannot be understated. But Northside are showing that they're the team that's going to win it, and they're 1 round from it as West Craven do take a timeout in the 3rd round.
Yeah, this is the last chance you have to take a timeout, so I guess.
Use it or lose it.
Use it or lose it is right. They have some money. What's hilarious is that they saved. Well, saved is a harsh word, but they still don't have money to buy full shields here. They're still going to be buying light shields, which you can make the comeback with light shields. Sure, you can win a bonus round with light shields. No problem. No problem. Why? Why didn't she just full save or commit to a purchase, right? You didn't seem to go into this with a plan. I think there's some fatigue hitting West Craven at this point because they bought light shields and then they just kind of crumbled. They didn't do anything. They didn't look like they were planning anything.
I think the big thing as well for West Craven was the idea that, and I do agree, they should have full saved round 2. They may actually have full saved round 2, honestly. Maybe a share from a couple people that will stop them from buying. But the idea was they either buy in round 2, which a lot of teams will say you have to force. But then if you lose, you put all your eggs in that basket and you lose, then you just lose the game. Right there. But if you play for this 3rd round, then you can have full rifles and you can come in with everything. And Slimer, you have 1,700. You can buy full armor and or trade out the Spectre for a rifle. Okay. You play for the 3rd round, then you play for one of the best chances possible with proper weapons in your hand, and say that, you know, if you don't win this anyways, the likelihood of you winning the rest of the rifle rounds was never going to happen anyways. Because they should basically still have Bulldogs and Spectres for Northside. Okay, does get a first pick. JoJo, moments away from being able to see Pluto. It's Rizmaster that actually strikes with the Outlaw. Down goes the Owl Drone. Pluto swings that corner well, but Gothic refrags that. That's a good trade. West Craven are left with 3 players all by their lonesome, and 2 of them combined barely equal 50 HP. And the full HP Sova of Listless is now 100% positionally known back behind yellow. Now you have to be quite concerned. Rizmaster inside kitchen. Down goes relocate. The Viper, where are they? Listless. Maybe being spotted, taking too much damage, and a blind fire from Gothic gets the kill. Gil can't strike, and Gothic sends Northside with a 3K round off in a 13-2 split.
Defenders win.
Northside. Northside, you're going home with $300 each.
You're coming home with some money. That's a really darn good Southeast region we've had on our hands here, and a wonderful way to send it out for a series final, for an entire region final, right? Like all 3 maps. Yeah, the last one was not that close, but the other ones were. I mean, man.
Good grand finals. Honestly, we got everything, right? We got the even games. We got it set to a game 3. And we got the blowout. We got the clips. We got awesome coordinated plays. We got a little bit of everything in that grand finals. And thinking about that coming from high school teams, it really just makes you respect and understand that there's a lot of effort from coaches, from the schools themselves that are being put into these programs. And moreover, that even at this high school level, and almost especially at the high school level for a lot of esports, these kids are putting in a lot of time, a lot of focus, and studying. And it's really showing, especially in the grand final level.
Yeah, you got to be able to perform, and they're doing it very well. And that's what colleges are going to look for as well when you're talking about scholarships and recruitment to universities or just esport programs at the college level. I do a bunch of local things for a bunch of the high schools in the area. We do LAN events hosted for them, and there's a team that's so good in high school. They're sophomores in high school at Rocket League. They beat every single college in the entire state. Every single time without failure. They've never lost a single LAN event. They are 14 LAN events in just in their sophomore year, and that team has beaten every single team they faced. And they are the most serious people you'll ever meet. And they are unbelievably excited for the 2 more years they get to spend together, because high school, live the life, right? You're in there anyways. You're going to enjoy it. And then, of course, they want to go to the same college and they want to compete at that point as well. And they're looking for their scholarships. And these players, they get an event, they get a prize pool, and they can look at this as an experience as a team and say, I want to do this when I move on to college. And there's great programs out there they can look towards. And of course, a big shout out to, leagues like VESL that will provide them the platform to have the space to do so. And of course, as well, to, provide the platform for you and I here, Kevin, to, give them a little bit of that extra pizzazz for esports and show them and introduce them what that truly can be. So, big congratulations to them. And that's just what you got to see from Northside, and a big, big game for West Craven, who they deserve to be there. My goodness. But that last map was just too much to overcome.
Absolutely. Congratulations again to Northside. We'll be back tomorrow, actually, with some Smash Ultimate, some more awesome, exciting late game, really good quality esports. Not only tomorrow, but also Friday with Rocket League. I'm sure you'll be seeing more of us coming up in the future. But for now, I'm Kevin with a K.
I'm Infernosis.
That was Infernosis. That wasn't smooth, but
all right, that's it.